Google is giving me the runaround. All right, let me monitor my page. How's everybody doing? Let me see if I can find my page. All right. Got a full house. It's a Friday night for me. All right, there we go. It's a full house. Let me see if I can find our guest, if she's around. Oh, there she is. I'm going to send you a message on your page for the link so that it's not in the, because if I put it here, everybody's going to come on. So you heard me first. I'm going to send the link in the comment section on your page. Technical difficulty. New headset. Google's giving me the runaround, but we're up. See, let me do this. Let me do this. How's everybody tonight? Y'all supposed to be out partying.
Welcome to the water bar.
How would I get this headset working right?
Refusing to be cleanup men because as of yet,
All right, I sent you the link. It's on your. It should be on your page. You heard me first. While I'm at it, I'm trying to get this headset working. Worst thing, trying to get a new headset. Hopefully this will work. Everybody hear me? Might have to change headsets because this one, I'm not getting any sound out of this one. Let's try this again.
Educated lane.
Yeah. Hold on, folks. Let me see if I can find another headset so I can actually hear without any feedback. Let me change. Let me see if I can change my mixer. Playback devices. Headset. Set default. Okay. There we go. All right. All right. You heard me first. Can you find the link on your page in the comment section? Hey, SBL Latino, are you in the Philippines or where you at? You know what? Well, Mike Vincent, if it ain't for you, it's not for you. Okay, this is what I do. Hey, is the Philippines still live and popping, man? Like it was back in the day? It was off the hook back in the day, man. What's it like now? Puff, puff, pass. It's kind of hard to puff, puff, pass now, man. You don't know what you're getting, man. You could be getting, you can get some Maui Wowie, or you could be getting some some kush, man, with some extra opium in it. Ah, man, no, it's not that I'm so smart, man. I've just been around and, like an old fish, man. I've been in the water a long time, man. I done seen all the games come and go. Yeah, yeah, SPI Latino, just don't fall in love over there. Oh, you're back. Okay. Normally people don't come back, man. How come you didn't go when you're in the military, man? Yeah, the Philippines is cool as long as you don't go to the wrong spot, man. Man, the only two Asian women that I actually like are the Filipinos and the Thais, man. All the other Asians, man, I really don't have much room for, man. I'm not, they're not attractive to me. Filipino doctor? Are you dating? What culture is she? Wasn't you? What happened to you? Heard me first. Did she bow out or what? Hey, Simply Deep, what's happening? No, she was here. She was in the comment section for a minute, man. Didn't what happened to her? You know what? You can get some. Oh, there she is. She's here. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Can you hear me? It's just gonna be me and you unless you want other people in. I can open it up to the for the floor if.
Hello?
Hello. Can
Hello?
you hear me? Are you listening to me? You can't listen to me on the feed because the feed's gonna be delayed. Um, so you
I've
can't
got
listen to me on
headphones on.
YouTube, huh? You gotta listen to me directly. Up to the for the floor if. Yeah, you gotta turn off the YouTube feed. Otherwise, they're like 20 to 30 seconds delayed.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yeah, you can open it up. It's fine. I don't know if
Uh,
you're somebody else.
oh, they're well mannered. Okay, these cats make 80K and above, so they're well mannered. They're not the normal group. So we want I want to hear your arguments. And now that we're live, you can give it to me directly.
Okay. Well, first I want to start off by saying that I don't really care about this interracial thing. If you guys want to
No,
date out, that's fine. But
uh,
what I don't like is when it's used as a weapon against Black women or used to discredit their complaints or concerns about Black men. And I've noticed that Black men and women on YouTube, like the women are expected to take criticism from the men, but then when
mm-hmm.
the women say something to the men, then they're like, well, we don't have to listen to you. We got options. We'll go date women of other races. Like, then, why are we even having this conversation? If you want to date out, date out. But if we're having a conversation about Black people, then let's just talk about Black people.
So if you've been on social media for quite a while, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm not a young man, so I've been hearing this stuff since I was really since I was like 12 years old about dating interracially. What do Black women say? And I just put up a video about this. I just put up a video about this.
Okay.
Now, a young man, Tika Sumter, like last week, got engaged, right?
Yes.
To a Caucasian gentleman, her baby's daddy, for lack of a better term, right?
Yes.
Okay. How much outrage did you hear
From black women,
for black
not
anybody?
really.
From black men,
Not
period.
no
Anybody?
outrage.
No,
No
none, right?
outrage. No.
No outrage. Ricky Smiley's son said that he didn't say he hated black women. He said he preferred other cultures, other races of women. He said he just wasn't attracted, or right now he wasn't attracted to black women. And he's 15 years old. You know how much, Ricky Smiley had to come on and apologize to black women?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
You know what they're calling a 15-year-old boy because he
nope.
says he just wasn't attracted to black women?
What's that?
Coons, sellout, race hater, self-hater, ugly, confused, you name it. And that's just to get started. Remember the Cheerios commercial?
Yes.
Remember they had so many negative comments they had to disallow it, mostly from black women. Remember that?
Yep. It was a lot of white guys too.
A lot of white guys too. Did Serena Williams just got married or just got engaged to a black guy? Now, other than a few pro-black guys that don't like interracial dating or marriage, period, how many black guys actually came out against Serena Williams?
None that I saw.
Exactly. Because 99 times out of 100, most black guys do not care. You're always gonna have one idiot. But the so-called conscious or pro-blacks don't like interracial dating or mating on either side.
Right. Yeah. Well,
But
I think
go ahead. No.
I think
finish.
the problem with Ricky Smiley's son is that he did say that black women are unattractive to him, but if you say unattractive in black woman, then that's going to be a problem. And you comparing it to Tika Sumter, I don't believe she said anything about black men being unattracted to her. Like she just got engaged. And that I don't even think she said anything about it. It was just I saw a lot of black women celebrating it, but comparing the two things is kind of different because she didn't say anything about black men.
How can you compare a 35-year-old woman who's mature and having a child to a 15-year-old boy?
I'm saying the thing that got people upset is because he said unattractive.
Yeah,
he's not a 5-year-old. He's 15 years old. He knows that there's certain things you don't say.
So in other words, he can't be honest.
I'm telling you why people were upset about it.
I understand, but he's not the first one.
And it won't be the last one.
I'm saying he what's his name that played Luke Cage? He's married to a white woman.
I forgot his name, but yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. He got a lot of backlash from that.
Well, I mean, that's something you guys ought to be used to by now.
What I'm saying, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is what I'm saying is that what black women, what men do not like, what black men do not like, is that you guys act like we're stupid, that we can't see hypocrisy, we can't see a double standard. We see it all the time, and we're supposed to be used to it. And you guys are supposed to be able to, go flip up your skirts, man, and flip your wig and clutch the pearls and fall on the fainting couch. And it's supposed to be okay. It's like it's supposed to be fair. Mm-hmm. And then you're going to get defensive if somebody says something about your mating choices, which most of the time, most men do not care. In fact, most of the guys here do not care because half of the guys here are interracial arrangements. Either they're married or they have girlfriends or whatnot. Okay. They get attacked all the time.
Right. I mean, but I'm not one of those black women that that gets upset about that, or even when they were
uh,
celebrating Serena Williams getting engaged and Tika Sumter. Like, I don't celebrate stuff like that. I don't really care about interracial. I just
yeah,
really make.
well,
Go
well,
ahead.
the thing is, what's the old African saying?
What is it?
The only dog that yells when you throw a rock is the one gets hit. In
Yes.
other words, if I said something and I point out something, and you're not that person, then you're not that person.
Right. Yeah.
I never said whether it was right or no. Personally, I do not care. Okay, because I've been seeing this since I was 9 years old, and I'm 57. I've been seeing this for a long time. I personally know that it's. I personally know that it doesn't matter because that's what the United States wants anyway. That's how come they put you in school together, because they want you to mix. It's not accidental.
Right.
So in other words, it's a non-issue for me. The only reason that we're even talking about it right now is because you brought it up. Because there's
Brought what
something
up?
about interracial marriages and dating and stuff like that, which I can guarantee you at least 90% of the folks, the subs that I have, really don't care about it one way or the other. We just don't like the double standard.
Well, I don't really care about people protesting about it, but like I said, my problem is when we're having a discussion with black people and then black guys bring it into the conversation when it's just not relevant.
Well, I don't know. Did somebody on board here? It's somebody on board here. But I mean, there's always going to be somebody that's going to be pro-black, because IBMOR is a very mixed group as far as black men are concerned, and you're going to have conscious people that are against it. You're going to have half the people here that are in interracial marriages. My daughter-in-law is biracial. My brother's married to a Filipino. I don't care personally. Now, if you want to address people that are in the comment section, then name the person that talked about it, and you can talk to them directly. If you want them to come in and you want to talk to them directly, you can.
Well, I mean, even when we were having the discussion about the educated lames,
Mm-hmm.
well, like I said, when we were having the conversation before, and we were talking about educated females,
Mm-hmm.
and we had women saying, I have this, I have that, I don't have any debt, I'm not fat, I don't have any kids, and they would just tell me,
Mm-hmm.
well, you're not attractive. So,
Okay.
there was basically no sympathy for them. But then when we started talking about educated lames, we're supposed to have all this sympathy for when there was no sympathy for the women. So then,
Women reject men all the time, and there's never any sympathy for women rejecting men. But that goes with the territory.
but I'm saying if we're having a discussion, like I made the video and you guys didn't want to accept, not you, but I mean just in general, you didn't want to accept that these guys could just be unattractive, and it's not that we don't like guys who are educated or anything like that. They have nothing to attract women.
Yeah, but I'm saying is, if you want to say ugly men, you could say ugly men. Educated, lame, or the way we're using it, the way that it's defined, especially where Sarge is defining, because he defines himself as an educated lame, doesn't mean unattractive. That means not cool as compared to a black standard. In
Well,
fact, in
you did
fact,
say, go ahead.
no. Well, I know that because I went to a white school and I've been on both sides. And I know what's attractive to white women, and I know what's attractive to black women. And I've talked to women, especially before I learned how to code switch, and their face goes blank because you talk to them a different way. It's not necessarily how you look, because that same guy, in fact, I know guys that talk that way and they're educated and whatnot, and they get rejected by black people, black women all the time, and they cross over and they're accepted. In fact, they're loved. In fact, even features are concerned. Say, well, most black women want a tall guy. Okay, they reject it because they're short. But a Filipino woman who's whose men only get to be about 5'4" or 5'5". A guy 5'6" or 5'7" is tall.
Mm-hmm.
So what's ugly or unattractive on one end in one culture is completely different.
Well, that's not
An
that
African,
they find that the
excuse,
thing is, like, most women don't want a woman that's even most women don't want a man that's even their height, let alone below. So I mean, you really, if the woman is short herself, then of course somebody who's taller than her, that's going to be acceptable. So it's not really a fair comparison, because if that same woman, hold on, if that same woman had a man who was her height or lower, she probably wouldn't want him. The Filipino woman, she probably wouldn't want the guy that was her height or lower.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll give you an example why that's not true. If Central American black women and African black women, especially Nigerians, are bigger than their men and taller than their men, and those guys are at least 2 or 3 inches shorter than they are.
Okay, well, in that culture, if that's the norm, then of course they're going to be adjusted to that. But we over here, we're used to the man being taller.
What I'm saying is that's why I'm saying it varies. It varies. Attraction varies. And educated lames, we're using the term educated lames because I was one. I know. It has nothing to do. A lot of that has nothing to do with looks. In fact, all these guys on here can tell you it had nothing to do with looks.
Well, I didn't just mention looks. I also mentioned charisma / confidence / swag.
And that's what I'm talking about. And it's something particular to the black neighborhood. It's particular. If you are deemed smart, or you deemed semi-nerdy or a bookworm, you're not liked. Unless you are unusually handsome, and then that will override everything else. But that's out of the unusual. And you're gonna have some ugly dude that happens to fit in that she'll go with. See it all the time.
Right.
Where I worked,
but
I've known thousands of women. I see it all the time.
But when you talk about how the nerdy guy or whatever, well, first of all, like a nerdy introverted guy, if the other males are picking on him, of course the black women aren't gonna want him. But if they go over into a white environment, white people in general have this general fear of black people. So the white males aren't going to pick on this black guy, so the white female can feel comfortable on his arm.
Well, because she's more comfortable with the way he talks to her and the way he addresses her. He's not nerdy.
It also has something to do with the males. If it's important. Women want to be with a male who is respected by other males. I mean, he doesn't have to be like the boss, but she doesn't want a guy who's going to be bullied. So when the nerd switches over to the white environment, and then the white males are generally scared of him, or at least they're not going to be quick to mess with him, then that makes a difference.
No.
Yeah, come on. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't, because I've seen it.
Seen what?
I've seen it. I've gone to school.
What's the it you've seen?
Most of my life, I went to mixed schools. I've seen how white women treat the guys that they like, and that a white woman will defend a nerdy guy, whereas black women won't. I've seen it. They've done it for me.
But you didn't hear my point. Like, it matters if the guy is getting picked on, and like I said, the white guys don't generally pick on a black guy.
You didn't hear what I just said. White women will defend you against bullies.
What man wants a woman standing up for him? I don't want a guy like
you're talking about your experience. I'm talking about my experience. I've seen it.
But I'm saying, if you're a man, what do you need your woman standing up for you for? What kind of man is that?
Now you're getting into something else. That's a sideways argument. You're getting into something else.
No, I'm asking you a question. Like, you act like it's a good thing. I mean, what?
It doesn't matter whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. What matters is that it happens.
Okay, and that's not a good thing, though.
Huh?
That's not a good
thing.
Why
is it not a good thing?
Because you're a man and you're being and your
That
woman's
doesn't-
supposed leave them alone, guys. Leave them alone. What is that?
I've had them. It doesn't matter. The fact is that it happens. That
Okay, it happens. I acknowledge that it
it
happens.
doesn't happen in the black community because the black community depends on tournament style fighting. You got to go out there and have heart and go out there and fight. It doesn't necessarily exist on the other side. That's like a lot of educated lambs and nerds go to the white side because that kind of stuff doesn't really go on. And because there's a wider spectrum of acceptance.
There's a wider spectrum of acceptance, yes, but there's also a fear of black people.
No.
No,
The little black guy that gets picked on in the black community is still going to be a little black guy when there's big bruising white. But every white guy you see ain't afraid of black people. Trust and believe, sweetie.
I know, I know, not every, but I mean, they're not going to be so easy to pick on this black guy.
Trust and believe. Okay, when I was a 90-pound sopping wet, you trust and believe. Yes, they will pick on you.
They will. I'm talking about as opposed to black versus white. Of course, a black guy can still get picked on by other white guys, but I'm just talking about in general. Like I went to two different schools. One had the poorer whites, and then one had more middle class and then upper class whites. When I was at the white school, when I was at the school with the upper middle class whites, they were scared of black people, and then the ones that were closer to our class or the poor whites, they weren't scared. And
I went to one of the most upper middle class white schools you can get outside of Beverly Hills. Okay. Trust and believe, white people are not afraid of you. They weren't afraid of us. Number one, there wasn't enough of us. A little guy is a little guy is a little guy, whether you're white or black. I'm telling you the difference between how a white woman does it and how black women do
it. You're telling the difference between what?
How a white woman does it, how a black woman does it. There's a difference.
That's what?
How the difference in culture.
Yes.
And what's attractive to one culture is not necessarily attractive to another.
There's like some cultural differences, like black people like fuller bodies. We're more accepting of fuller bodies, stuff like that. But still, the basic things that make men masculine, like the providing, being physically attractive in the face, having a nice masculine body. I know there's some cultures where the physique is not that much important, but there are still certain things across cultures that women are attracted to. Men who dominate, men who are in charge, men who can provide, men who are physically attractive, and that's true across the board.
And it also varies from culture to culture what that attraction is. A big hulking black dude is not going to be attractive to a little bitty Filipino girl or a little bitty Asian girl. She's going to be scared of him.
But whatever in that culture is
it's exactly
the idea of what it means to provide, what a beautiful man is, and the physique that is typical for that culture. That's going to be the standard. So it's still the same standard. It just varies, like specifically what they like.
An extremely dark man in black culture, because the way we were raised and how we're cultivated in this country, is not alike. But you know some of the biggest pimps of white women are extremely dark because that's what they like.
Okay.
There's a difference. There's cultural differences.
But what you said, the biggest pimps of white women are
women are extremely dark. I mean, they're jet black. I mean, charcoal black, because that's what white women like.
You're talking about
when I'm talking about prostitutes, when you're attractive enough to sell a woman's body, a woman will sell her body for you. You got to have something going on. That's an extreme.
Yeah, and he's probably got a lot of charisma too.
They like dark chocolate black men.
Okay.
In fact, when I was going to high school, the men that the white women preferred were chocolate black men. I mean, dark chocolate black men. In fact, the white guys didn't like the light-skinned girls. They liked dark chocolate black women. That's what they prefer. Where that is the opposite in the black community. At least when I was coming up, it might have changed a bit since.
Okay.
Because in their estimate, why would they get a woman with green eyes and red hair when they can get that in a white girl? They want a real black person. They want them dark chocolate. In fact, the guys that were going when I was going to high school, and like my high school was like 70% white. The guys that got a lot of the white girls were the nerdy dark chocolate guys. The guys that wouldn't be liked in their own community. It's different.
Well, black women still show that they like dark-skinned men.
Come on, sweetie.
Come on, sweetie. What?
Come on.
We're not fawning over Idris.
You're not. Trust me. Every black man knows that in here has gone up against a curly-haired, green-eyed dude and lost. We know.
I'm not talking about a comparison necessarily. I'm saying that black women will still get with dark-skinned men. They still fawn over like Idris Elba, Morris Chestnut, Tyson Beckford. But I don't see you guys fawning over who? I can't even think of any.
Well, trust and believe. I put up a picture of Judy Pace. Judy Pace is beautiful, and she's chocolate, dark chocolate. There's a lot. Half your booty models are chocolate. They're not light skinned.
Well, I mean, I don't really want to.
Yeah, booty. Why do you think they're booty models and guys actually pay them? Okay.
Well, that's kind of like a fetish, though.
Does it matter? They like them, don't they? It doesn't matter whether it's a fetish or not. How can you have a fetish how can you have a fetish and they're in your culture? It's not a fetish for us.
Well, I mean, but it's still kind of like sexualizing it. Like it doesn't. It's not a compliment to me when it's a booty model.
It doesn't. Iman is not light skinned. She's a top model. People love her. There's lots of chocolate women. Most of the time, she's
an Ethiopian one though.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when she's Ethiopian. Black guys still like her.
And she's wait a minute. She's not that dark. She was the one that married to David Bowie.
Yeah.
I don't remember her being that dark.
How dark do you want them? How about what's her name? I remember her name now. Real famous model, jet black.
You talking about Grace Jones?
Grace Jones.
I don't think anybody's like.
Yeah, sure they. Oh yeah, Grace Jones could get it.
Back in the day now, but I don't really. I've never heard a young guy or anybody.
I'm go back further than you, sweet. Trust me and believe.
No, I said back in your day maybe, but I've never heard anybody my age say that she was beautiful.
Tika Sumpter is dark. No, you don't hear people trying to kick Tika Sumpter out of bed, do you?
Well, she's a nice looking chick though.
Well, yeah. I mean, you have ugly light skinned women, okay? That guys don't go for.
But it helps.
I had 2 children by a dark skinned woman, and she's jet black.
Okay.
Okay. She's jet black. Yeah, trust and believe. When I got her, there were tons of guys chasing her. There's tons of guys still chasing her. In fact, they consider her an 8.
Well, I mean, I'll even say that if a woman's attractive, it doesn't matter what skin color.
Exactly.
What skin color she is, but
exactly.
If you're less attractive, the lighter skin helps you.
Yeah, it will help you. Same thing if you're a guy. Lighter skin's gonna help you if you're less attractive. If you got different color eyes, yeah. If you got green eyes and you happen to be ugly,
if you got green eyes, they're gonna say, "Ooh, you're pretty." They're just gonna say that.
Because all over the world, because white is a standard, and plus because women, period, and it's not something that's just native to black women. Women, period, want their offspring to have the best chance in any environment. So any feature that's going to give them a hand or give them a leg up, she's going to go for it. Anybody will tell you a guy with green eyes and curly hair is going to get it first because she's
I don't
thinking about her
necessarily
offspring.
know. I don't necessarily know that a light skinned guy would always win over a brown skinned guy or a dark skinned guy.
If all things being equal, light skinned guys gonna win out 90% of the time over dark skinned guy.
I don't think it's that high.
Yeah. You don't because you never try to date women.
No, I'm saying when I've talked to women, they said they don't like
They
light
lie.
skin.
They
don't like
lie.
light skinned guys.
They lie.
They're a little bit feminine.
They lie. They're trying to be politically correct. I see what they go for. I see them playing in guys' hair. I've seen them walk up to them and say, we can make pretty babies. I've seen them. They lie.
Well, yeah,
I'm not talking about what they said. I'm talking about what I see them do. Which one do you trust? What people do or what people say?
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't see people. I don't see like women necessarily always going for light skinned guy over the brown or dark.
All things being equal. All things being equal. There are different occasions. All things being equal. Lighter skin, curlier hair, lighter eyes.
If it was like that, you would see more actors that were light skinned. Like you have a good selection of brown and dark skinned black actors.
Because white people don't prefer them. Because white people don't prefer them.
Prefer what?
They don't prefer lighter. They especially for men. White men prefer guys. White people prefer guys that look like black guys.
White people prefer guys that look like black
guys. So if there's going to be an actor that's going to be a black guy and going to have a black role, what's he going to look like? He's not going to have green eyes and curly hair because that's not your stereotypical black guy.
But if that was what people wanted to see, they would put that up there.
If that is what people wanted to see, exactly, they would put it up there. Why do you think
they put mostly brown skin and dark skin black guys?
Black guys, because that's what people want to what?
That's what people want to see, exactly, and that includes black women.
You put up a Michael Ealy and see what happens.
His jaw's crooked, but that's beside the point. But I mean, I think they'll compliment his eyes, but I don't necessarily. I just can't get past the jaw. So can you pick somebody else?
What I'm saying is, I'm talking about this is field tested. I done seen this so many times. I could close my. In fact, my stepson. He's lighter skinned and he has very curly hair. He got his mother's curly hair. Even though his mother is extremely dark, she has very, very curly hair. She has, in fact, the girlfriends after her were all jealous of her hair because she has the grade of hair that they like. I'm still baffled about the hair grades with black women. I'm still baffled by that. But that's going to take some while because take a minute. Why hair texture is so important rather than other features.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm still baffled by it. Because, I understand it. But I don't see why black women give it so much importance, but they do.
You talking about on men or women?
Why? Well, period. Period. Black women,
because we have to comb our hair. We actually like you guys can cut your hair off and you have to worry about the texture of it.
You know what? I think I've given this example before because I've heard it so many times, and plus I've heard it in my family. Black men, when a baby is first born, first thing they want to find out is, okay, count his fingers, count his toes, see if he's alert, see if he's normal, and the rest they don't particularly care about. Black women, okay, what kind of color eyes does he have? What kind of skin color does he have? Okay, what
Now,
kind of
first thing is
texture?
what sex is it?
What kind of hair texture does he have?
You
That's the
can't
first
tell a
thing.
baby's hair texture. Like I
I'm not.
started off with curly hair, so worrying about what I don't think that's the first thing on
I'm
people's.
not saying what you can or can't do, sweetie. I've got five brothers. I got four brothers, two brothers and two sisters, and I have a whole bunch of cousins, and I got three kids. Okay, I know what they talk about because I heard them. All of them. They get better. That's what they talk about. I know you can't tell. You can't even tell. The only way you can tell the skin color. The only way you can tell the skin color is by the cuticles. I know that because my sister's very dark and my daughter's very dark. And my even though her mother's very dark, she didn't want her daughter to be dark. And she trying to say, well, no, that's she's not going to be that dark. I said, yes, she is. I said, that's going to be, well, she's not going to get as dark as me. I said, yes, she is. Look at her cuticles. It took her a month to get over that. Okay, I know what I'm talking about because I spent 30 years trying to understand it. I know what I'm talking about. I know why they do it because it took me 30 years of reading to figure it out. Colorism does not come from the men. It comes from the females. It comes from the females all over the world for a very specific reason, because they need material to give to their offspring for survivability. It's
No,
genetically wired.
it's because the burden of beauty falls on women more, and dark skin isn't favored as far as beauty. So of course it's going to affect the women.
Okay. More. Let me walk you through the logic, because if you read, you can read a whole lot of books, but if you read the Lucifer Principles by you read the Lucifer Principle, he basically walks you through it. If you have a child, if you have a child, what is the first thing that you worry about when you have a child? Well, you don't have children. What I'm saying is, you're a woman. If you were to have a child, what's the first thing you're going to worry about?
The sex.
The sex, whether it's a boy or girl.
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm saying is, regardless of whether it's a boy or girl, what are you going to worry about as that child grows up?
What's the first thing I'm going to worry about as it grows up?
Mm-hmm.
Being healthy, learning what it needs to learn,
fitting in with everybody else.
Well, I guess once they start to go to school, but I mean, like
having an advantage that's biologically wired for a female's offspring.
Yeah.
For a female's offspring to have the advantage of being able to do what? Survive. Right?
Yes.
So in other words, if you're living in a white dominated environment, what is it going to give your child the best chance to thrive?
Their features. I guess you're making the point.
Exactly.
Their appearance.
Exactly.
But I mean, the reason that women are more worried about texture and color and stuff like that, because like I said, the burden of beauty falls heavier on women.
Why do you think that is? That's
because women are graded on their beauty.
No,
they are.
Women have to do what? Women have to incorporate looks and features because of what? She has to give that to what? Her offspring.
Well, it's like youth and beauty. So like you have to be young enough to, be able to get pregnant.
Okay.
And then,
okay. Let's get beyond the surface dirt. Okay, we're digging on. Okay, what I'm saying. Let me come back up a level, because you're not getting to where I'm going. You're not getting to where I'm going. Okay. Women, yes, on the surface, men want women that for youth and beauty for the same thing, right?
Yes.
For offspring.
Yes.
The burden of beauty falls upon a woman because she's what? She's the one that has the what?
Children.
She has the children, and she
gives birth to the children, but the guys' looks play into that just as much.
Exactly. That's how come she picks guys with certain features that are relevant to her environment.
But it's not always she picks the lighter guy over the brown skin guy or the dark guy.
What I'm saying is, if you, okay, you're a very bright woman. Is anything in this universe 100%?
I'm not saying it's 100%, but you're trying to say it's on par with men, and it's not.
It's on par with men, and it's not. What do you mean by that?
You're trying to say that black females are just as attracted to light guys as black guys are to light women.
What I'm trying to say is that all females, because it doesn't just, because I put up a video talking about Indian women going through the same thing, Hispanic women going through the same thing, because they call it clearer eyes. It's specific to the female for a very specific reason. It's not just black women. Black women have it worse because the environment that they're in is more hostile.
The reason that the burden of beauty falls heavier on women is because that's one of the primary things that males use to choose a female.
And also it falls upon her because she's the one that has to give the material to her offspring. It's about her children.
What do you mean has to give the material?
Who has the baby?
She carries the baby, but that doesn't mean that her genes are used more than the males.
She's responsible for collecting the material for her offspring.
And she collects half of it from the
men spread their material out. They try to spread their material far and wide. Now, if they can't get a pretty, because trust and believe, when it comes to sex, men don't have a ceiling, but they do have a floor, and some men's floors are lower than others. Mm-hmm. They might not say it publicly, but it happens all the time, because you see a lot of ugly women having a whole bunch of kids by very good-looking guys. So there has to be a reason that happens. Men, I'm a man. A lot of men don't have a floor, especially black men. In fact, we have a reputation for not having a floor or having no standards.
Well, men in general don't have a floor for just sex, but they do have a floor for a relationship and who they're gonna make their wife. Most do.
Most do. And just like women do too, as a matter of fact. They have a floor.
So like what I'm saying is, like I said, the reason that women are so more worried about beauty is because that's how we're chosen. You guys can be chosen on other things.
Women. Okay. The difference between me and you is I've raised girls. You haven't.
I was a girl. You weren't.
I know, but there's a difference between being a girl and being a child and observing a child as they grow up. Because I'm sure you don't remember much when you were 3 or 4 years old, do you?
Not really.
Exactly. I remember my children from the time that they were born and how they acted. So observing a child as they grow up, you start to understand a whole lot about women and what they're like. They start worrying about beauty at 2 and 3 years old. Because that's what they see. And it's part of their nature. They don't start worrying about men, how men observe them till they get closer to puberty, like 8, 9, and 10.
Mm-hmm.
They start worrying about beauty long before that.
Yeah.
Long before. You can remember that with yourself. When was the first time you start worrying about lipstick and whatnot and how you looked?
I was a bit of a tomboy, so not till much later. I was never. I'm still not that into girly things, but I never did really get into it.
I've raised 2 daughters. I know what I'm talking about. In fact, after I had my children, I had two more women that had children and had daughters. I know what I'm talking about.
And you're talking about what?
I know what it took me 30 years to figure this out. And I know you're not. I know because you're looking at it from your vantage point that you're not getting what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm not blaming women for what they do. What I'm saying is I understand them. There's no reason to get upset with them because that's what they do, because they're wired to do that. It's not a choice. They're wired to do this. You can't get a billion women all over billions of women all over the world acting pretty much the same way unless they're wired to do it. Now it varies from culture to culture a little bit, but they're all wired basically to do the same thing.
But like, what are you talking about when you say that the woman is the one that passes the looks on to the offspring?
Because a woman, because a woman is the one that actually bears and nurtures the child. She's the one that is worried about her offspring, about her children. That is the woman's purview.
Her genetics are not used any more than the males. It's 50-50.
It has nothing. What I'm saying has nothing to do with her psychology. The ugliest woman, she can be butt ugly, but she's worried about what her children will look like.
Well, all women, were they pretty or ugly? Yeah, they're worried about that. But I'm saying
exactly, like, they're all wired the same. The
reason women are more sensitive about beauty is because that's the burden of beauty is on women.
And I know that. I'm trying to explain to you why the burden of beauty is on women.
And I'm telling you, it's because that's how we're chosen by males.
So in other words, if the burden of beauty is on women, then women should accept any man no matter what they look like, right?
Well,
any man that will accept her
should accept. I'm sorry, what was that?
In other words, if the burden of beauty is on women, then women don't have any fact what looks a man's looks doesn't have any factor in it, then she should accept men for whatever, right?
No, I'm saying the burden of beauty is on women because, like, if a guy is not beautiful, there are other things he can use to attract women. Pretty much, if you're an ugly chick, then that really limits you. There's not really any ways around it. Like having a nice, well, I guess you can kind of have a nice body and that might get you through, but people don't care about your personality. They don't care about how much money you have. But a guy, you could be ugly.
You know why money does not work for women?
I know. I'm not. I know that. I know women.
No. I'm asking. I want to hear your thought about it.
Okay.
I want to hear your thoughts about it. Why does not money work for women?
Well, because usually men are the providers, and usually the men establish themselves and they want to add the female to their program. They don't want to join the woman's program, so that's not a factor for them. They're looking for a woman to join them.
It's trust. Women do not like to provide. Women do not like to pay. And every man knows that. Because there's tons of guys out there that are good looking guys that will get with a chick that's got a lot of money, but he knows that women will not give up money.
Women will not what?
Women do not like to give up money.
What do you mean give up money?
Women do not like to pay. The men expect to pay. When a man acquires a woman, he expects to pay. He expects things to be on his dime. Women do not.
Yeah, he expects to pay.
He expects to pay. Women do not. So that's how come money does not work for women.
Yeah, and a man who's wants to feel like a man, he's not going to want a woman to pay for him anyway.
Every man has his price. We trust and believe. Every man's got his price. Oprah doesn't want to pay. Oprah's trying to get away with the paying, giving her dude the least amount she can give him. Because that's not women. Women are naturally takers. They're not givers. They're acquirers. It's in their nature. That's how come it doesn't work. In fact, I don't know if you ever read The Richer Sex.
Nope.
Okay, that's one book that you should read, because she goes through the whole book. Her whole book is trying to convince women to be in a provider role. And she goes example after example why women do not want to be in a provider role. That's not the way they're built. That's how come money does not work as far as women are concerned. Men don't trust them because we know that at your first opportunity, you're going to pull up stakes and you're going to try to pull your money with you. And you're always going to be squawking because you're providing, which is the biggest thing that women always complain about, it, no matter how much money they make. That's how come they want a guy on their level. That's how come 92 octanes can't get married. They're providers. They make provider money, but they want a guy that makes more than them. And those, then the higher you go up, the thinner it gets.
Mm-hmm.
That's how come. That's how come you have a lot of very established women that make a whole lot of money that can't get married. Because a guy that's making $2 billion, he doesn't care whether that woman is making $1 million. She's not making any money. Look at
Right.
Donald Trump. He doesn't care.
Right.
But a woman that's a billionaire does care. She's not gonna take a pretty guy that's not making no money. At least not gonna marry him or not move him in. She might pay him and screw him on the side, and she's gonna kick him out like he's a male prostitute. But that's it.
Yeah, it'll probably be an Oprah situation, and she looks like she runs that relationship. She looks like she wears the pants. So women like that, they don't even want to be traditional women. They wouldn't even want a man up over them. I have an aunt like that. All her husbands, they were kind of like almost like another one of her children. She wore the pants.
Exactly, and that's the way she's gonna see him. Where a man doesn't see a woman the same way. Because it doesn't work, because men and women are wired different. It's not just here in this culture; it's all over the world. Just men and women are wired differently.
Right. Yeah. But like I was saying about the beauty,
Mm-hmm.
There's no way around it for a woman. Like a man can have money or good physique, can be charismatic, and he can still get women. But a woman who's unattractive, her chances of getting one of the prized males is a lot harder. Her chances are a lot lower. So that's what I'm saying. That's why women feel the brunt of the burden of beauty more than men, because they have other ways to do it.
Well, that's the way it's chopped up, because a broke dude has very little chance of getting a top woman.
If he's really attractive,
even if he's
or that charisma can get you too.
Even if he's really attractive, she will sleep with him. That's it.
Well, possibly, but that a guy with charisma, I've seen them get into all sorts of situations that other guys wouldn't be able to do it. That charisma
they will get into situations. Okay.
Like I'm talking like slick talkers, like womanizers, them slick men. Yeah, they can really get to you.
You know how many good looking guys have sex with ugly women?
A lot. I mean, when a guy wants to get off, he's going to take whatever's available.
And when a woman wants to get off, if she can find a good looking guy that she can get off with, she's going to take him. She's not going to take him home. Yeah, like Charles said, an ugly woman with no money can get a man. That's true. She's not gonna get a top man, but no broke dude can get a top flight woman.
If he's got game, he might be able to.
No. If you have a top flight woman, if you have what I call the veritable 10, you're gonna have to come up with some change.
10 physically, or what do you mean 10?
10 physically, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
If you have to be supermodel, if you have supermodel looks, she's not messing with no guy with no money. Mm-hmm. Now if you have looks, if you have looks and you have charisma, you can kind of balance that out a little bit. But the thing is, you're never going to be able to overcome a guy that's going to walk in and put $1 million on the table. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, she might not take a broke dude for marriage, but like he can still get in there and con her out of stuff. I've seen very attractive women have these busted boyfriends with charisma because they just got game like that.
Okay, you know what the game is, and what women don't want to talk about. What the game is?
What?
It ain't your mouthpiece. It's a little lower than that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, keep laughing. Now, you know what I'm talking about. That's how come they can get the money. That's how come that guys can have 4 different women having babies for them.
Well, I mean, but
And
You
he can
can't
be
walk
ugly.
around with that out, so you got to have
Yeah, but
charisma to get in there.
yeah. That's called the that's called the money stick. Okay.
But you can't walk around with it out, so you got to have something to.
And you can be a real good looking guy, and if the money stick is not right, and your reputation get bad, there's no guy, there's no woman that's gonna touch you. Okay. Because ultimately that's what matters. And you can be a little ugly, a little bitty skinny ugly guy that you can't that looks like a freaking horse. But if you hung like one, trust and believe, you're always gonna have women. Because
But
that's the great equalizer, and that's
but you
where the
can't
money. That's
walk around with it out, so you
it
still
doesn't
got to
matter.
have an icebreaker to get in there first.
You know, you're a woman. You know how to recognize the prince, sweetie. Don't let's not play.
Well, you walk around hard all the time. I mean,
you don't. Come on now. We're not naive. Come on. We're not naive. We've been around.
When I walk the streets, I don't just see dudes imprints all the time. I mean, people, you guys tuck it in.
If the imprint, if you can see the imprint, you're gonna look, aren't you?
If I can see it, yeah.
Exactly. So in other words, if he's packing like that, and you can see his imprint, he packing like that, he has a better chance of getting it than another guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's
at least to try it out.
Next question. Come on now. I'm like I always tell I tell this to my daughter. I'm an old fish. I've been in the water a long time. Okay, we ain't got to play semantics. Because I've had and I've been had. I've had to drop depth charges because it was too deep, and I've hit bottom also. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I've alpha whittled a few women, so I know what the great equalizer is. Okay. And so if you talk about guys that can get money, it ain't their mouthpiece that's doing it. Yeah, keep laughing. You know what I'm talking about. So in other words, you know, that black Gnostic moniker is not just up there because I happen to choose it. Okay. There's a lot behind that name. Now, if you want to get real, we can get real. Because we get real on our hangout. Okay. Everybody knows if you want money out of a woman, if you want to get money out of a woman, that you got to come with it. You know, you have to set up an addiction. It's the only way you can get money out of a woman. She ain't gonna give you money because you're cute. She ain't gonna give you money because you're a mouthpiece. You gotta be batting 1,000. You bat 1,000, it don't matter how you look. Because you set up an addiction. You set up the addiction, you become Willy Wonka, as Mr. Ron Will says, the Candyman. The Candyman delivers. That's a great equalizer, because I've run a beta game on a whole lot of women because they thought, okay, with the way I talk to them, you talk proper, you don't know anything. Yeah, I can fool this guy until they get into bed with you and say, oh shit. Then whatever they thought they were going to do goes right out of the window. It's called a beta game for you guys online. You act like a beta. That's how you catch. If you want to catch a gold digger, and you got an ample enough, a nice stack, and you don't want to give it up, you run a beta game. You let her think that's what she's going to get. And you woo her in. Like my partner Terry said, you know, little bitty guy, little short guy. Terry wasn't, but Terry was 5 foot. He was a wrestler. He was like 5'1". Okay. Real short guy. Wasn't cute. Terry would say, I said, Terry, how you get your women? Terry would say, man, he said, I pay to get in it. He said, I pay to get it one time. I pay to get it one time. And after that, I got her.
What do you mean, literal money?
Yeah, he'll pay. He'll take a chick, you know, because he knows he ain't gonna get no 10, you know, because he's short. He's short. He's not good looking, and he's country.
What's he, like a prostitute? What do you mean he pays him?
He takes them out.
Takes them out on a date.
He takes them out on a date. He spends some money on it, so you know, enough to where they will be wooed. Because they think that he's country, he's short, he's not that good looking. I can use him, so they figured they're gonna set him up. Since he's paying, they're gonna set him up, and they can use him, right? So they give him sex the first time to hook him, right? That's the beta game. All of a sudden, Terry ain't paying no more.
Was she paying for him?
He's basically he's getting it for free. He doesn't care. Most guys, most regular working class guys don't really care about getting paid. Because if a guy, the reason that I never did it, and I've had women offer me money before. The reason that I don't do it because when a woman gives you money, she's basically buying you lock, stock, and barrel. When a woman gives you money, she's buying you. It's not the same that when a man gives a woman money. It's not exactly the same. A woman wants her she don't want her pound of flesh. She wants 10 pounds of flesh out of you. So if she's paying, she's taking care of you. She wants to know your every move. She wants that's why a lot of women that take care of guys give him her cell phone and give him the car so she can always find him. She wants to make sure that he always shows back up, that he's going to come back because she owns him, literally. So it's different. That's like I never accepted money. Because women don't view money the same way. Women do not like to give up money. My fiance hated to give up money. You know, she earned more money than I did, but she hated to pay a bill. She hated to pay a check. You know, The only reason she did it because she loved my ass and I made her do it. She hated me doing that shit. Hold on a second. All right. No, I mean, I learned. I always tell people I learned game early. I learned game early. I learned the game when I was 20 years old by a master. Okay, a master. He taught me game when I was really, really young. And my work environment, I met a lot. I met lots and lots of women. My first girlfriend, I was 22. She was 20 years older than me. We went together for like 3 or 4 years. She taught me a lot. So by the time I got to my mid-20s, women my age, women that are 3 or 4 years older than me were immature. And then once I had little girls, I had daughters, that completed the cycle because I see how women grow up from the time they're really, really small. And when you first see a baby's their first breath, that's what their personality is. You know what their personality is. From the time that even my stepson, from the time they were little till now, their personality has never changed. Your personality is set from the time of your birth. It never changes. Now you can modify it, you can smooth it over, but your personality never changes. So that's how. But the thing is, most people don't observe. They don't watch. They don't learn from their children. I learned from my children. I learned from my daughters. I learned what little girls go through because I observed my daughters and the little stuff that they were saying, the little stuff they were going through. And you compare that to the older women, you get the complete picture. And then if you read on top of that, then you understand, once you understand the nature of women are not complex creatures. They're really not. There's a reason that they do stuff. Most women do not even know themselves, and that's what frustrates me. You have all these great female scholars, and 99% of women don't even know themselves, have no clue. You guys just do stuff. You copy each other.
So, what else was it that you wanted to tell me about or discuss?
Well, anything. We want to say my hangouts are wide open. We can let guys on or whatnot. But I'm saying that anything you want to discuss. I mean, if you want to discuss Trump, geopolitics, you want to science, nature, whatever you want to discuss, we can. You pick a topic, we can run from it. We can run with it. What do you want to bring something up?
I didn't have anything off the top of my head, but if somebody has some questions and
No, I'm saying what's in your head. We want to find out about you. What's in your head? What interests you? I'm sure it's not just mating and going out with guys. I'm sure there's other stuff.
I get as far as what, like
Anything. Pick one. Pick a subject. What interests you? What you heard me first? What tickles your fancy? What gets you up in the morning? What do you care about?
Like a
Okay.
wide open question. I don't know.
No, it's not a wide open question. Everybody, you're old enough to you know yourself, or you're supposed to know yourself. There's supposed to be it's supposed to be a few things that you care about at this point. And actually, if you're 20, I could understand, but you're over 30. You should know.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to get a business started, and I hope to have children. But I mean, and that's what I'm focused on.
Okay, okay. What is it? What is it at this late stage of the game? What is the reason you want to have children?
I've always wanted them, and I just can't imagine like being old and not having any grandchildren or anything to come around and check on me. Just having a family, because I was an only child, and I didn't really have that big of a family around me in the house. So
okay, so how come you didn't marry early?
How come I didn't marry early?
Mm-hmm.
I married like 31.
No, that's late. How come you didn't marry early? That's late.
I'm trying to think of why I didn't. I don't know. I was kind of like, well, the thing is, like, I don't know if you saw my video about my life story, but all my life I was kind of like this new nerdy girl that nobody liked. So then I had this transformation where I discovered that like I had dressed up for an event, and I discovered that when I dressed up, like guys actually gave me compliments. So I started,
start polishing yourself. You're the ugly duckling became a swan, huh?
Yeah. So it was like being in somebody else's body for a while. So I kind of had fun with that for a while. So I think being a late bloomer, that kind of pushed everything else back.
So you rode the carousel, huh?
Something like that.
Okay. Makes sense. It's not unusual. But so even then, when you turn this off. So even then, while you were out and about, and you still had most of your youth and beauty, how come you didn't settle in? It just never occurred to you? You had to get the wild oats sold, or what?
No, I don't know wild oats sowing. Mostly it was.
If you're out there doing the damn thing, that sounds like wild oats to me.
Not really. Just I just want to just explore being this new person. I was getting a lot of attention.
Yeah, something that you never had. So, which is all women desire. It had been denied you, right?
Yeah.
It didn't work at 12, but at 25, it's all of a sudden it's working.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I guess I could have found somebody, but it's all about timing. You just can't say I'm going to marry the first guy that looks at me. So you just have to find the right person. And when I was about 31, I found a guy that I liked that worked with me. So we got married.
Well,
I was gonna
Did you discuss children before you married him?
Yes.
He was good with it then?
Yeah. And then there's a little bit more to a story, and I'm debating.
Well, you don't have to reveal that much. You don't have to go through all that.
Like I'm thinking about maybe making a video about it, but there was like the pool of men that I have to choose from is very small because like I have like a condition. It's not a medical thing. Like I don't have like age or something, but still there's just not a whole lot of men that I have to choose from. And
Okay.
I don't know if I've thought about making a video about it, but I don't know.
So so are you going to have the child, or you're just going to say the heck with it, and uh, when the eggs expire, the eggs expire.
I'm still hoping to, but so far not going good. I'll say that.
Okay. I was just curious. I was just curious. Well, at least you know what drives you.
Yeah.
Well, men don't normally have that don't have that issue.
Yeah.
At least I didn't. And I had more problems having women not to have children than I had with them having them.
Yeah. Well,
Which is why I became a MGTOW.
well, I came back to YouTube. Like I'm right now, I'm building my business, but also I'm really getting into this YouTube thing. So, like I said, I came back because I was seeing a lot of videos by black guys talking about black women, and then
Okay. So what bothers
admittedly,
you? So what
go ahead.
bothers you about black guys talking about black women, and when not the other way around?
Like y'all have gotten too. I don't mean you. I mean just in general.
No,
I've
we
gotten
can
too used
say
to.
y'all. Yeah, you can say just put us all in the same basket. We're just having a conversation.
There's certain stereotypes y'all have gotten too comfortable just throwing out there. Like for example, black women like thugs. Of course, there's some that like thugs, but I think the men who are making the most babies and not getting married are the players and the womanizers.
And yeah, and the thugs, the lowest common denominator.
Well, I mean,
Because they're mating with the lowest common denominator, and 40% of the women, 40% of black women are below the poverty line. So what guys do you think they're gonna mate with?
but I mean, guys below the poverty line aren't necessarily thugs, though.
No, but I'm saying that's thugs, and what women want. The reason that meme is being repeated so often is because that's what women say that they want.
Yeah, they say that, but I mean, I
So,
I
so,
lived it. Yeah.
so in other words, if women say that and they repeat that, why is it offensive that men repeat what women say?
Of course you got women who say that, but I don't think it's um, like enough to paint it over the whole.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I can say that for sure. Yes, it is.
Who say what? I want a thug.
Or that are attracted to thugs or thug-like people, and then I've heard especially young women, because um, they've been imprinted by the culture to want that. In fact, I have a nephew that used to be an honor roll student that kind of went off the rails because the women in his area, and he comes from a very small town, liked the thug culture. So he adapted himself to be that, even though he wasn't. Because that's what women want. In fact, we got teachers here. We have teachers that are in my comedy, that are my subs, that are teachers in not only inner city schools, but suburban black schools. They say the same thing. So there's more than just smoke there. There's quite a bit of heat.
Well, I mean, you've got that class of black people, but then you've got people who don't live in the hood or the ghetto or whatever. You got middle class black people who live in regular black neighborhoods that aren't the hood, and I don't. And people like me aren't saying that they want thugs. I'm hearing some kind of echo.
I don't know where, unless it's from you, because I can't hear it. Yeah. What I'm saying is, in my environment, I can literally tell you, in my environment, like I've had 8 long-term.
What do you mean by thug, though? Are you to me, thug is somebody who's
it's thug. No, what I'm saying, a criminal, crook is a crook. What I'm saying, thug and thug culture. In other words, the appearance of a thug, the tattoos, the outerwear, the hair, the way they talk, their manner of the manner of dress, their mannerisms, their walk, all that stuff. It's thug culture. All of them aren't thugs. No, they're not all criminals, and all
Oh,
criminals aren't
if
thugs.
you're referring to a look, then that's fine. But to me, a thug is somebody who's a criminal, or maybe somebody who's a low life, like just got nothing going for them.
Yeah, but I'm saying what women call thugs or a thug culture and what a thug actually is are two different things. So men were responding to the culture that women want. That's what they're
Okay,
responding to.
fair enough if
And
you're
that's
saying the definitions are different, but I'm saying, like, I'm talking about, like, when they say black women want thugs, I'm thinking they're saying that they like bad boys who are criminals and stuff, like the
I
drug
know, but
dealers and the.
I
Go
know,
ahead.
but I'm saying is if we're gonna be accurate about what's going on as a general rule, we have to say what is actually going on out in the culture. Our definitions don't mean anything if it doesn't match up with reality, does it?
Right, so that's what I'm trying to figure out what you mean by thug. Like,
That's
if you're talking about a hip hop look, then yeah, that's fine. But
no, well, no, we're talking a hip hop look and a thug look are two different things.
it encompasses thug is encompassed in hip hop. It's it's part of it.
Thugs were around way before hip hop.
But still, it's you got thug culture
The thug,
inside of hip hop.
you have thug life. Yeah, you have thug life, and that's what women want. They want some guy that's edgy, that's in their life, and that's what she. That's what women mean by they want a thug,
In what life?
huh? In thug culture, that's edgy, that's right on the borderline. They don't really want. They don't want a real hardcore gangster.
Okay.
A gangster is something completely different. A gangster is for real, and a gangster doesn't always wear hip hop clothing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because you got Italian thugs.
Yeah,
I mean, Italian gangsters.
yeah, Italian gang. Well, you got black gangsters. They don't look anything like that.
Yeah.
They're clean cut. I know a bunch of them. They're hardcore gangsters that will slit your throat, but they don't have tattoos. They don't carry themselves like that because they want to blend in. They don't want to get
Mhm.
caught. But there's an appearance that women like, and that's what women mean, and men repeat the same thing, so that what you're talking about when you say a thug.
Okay. Well, if you're using that definition, then um, that I'm fine with. But I thought when you said thugs, you're talking about criminals, and that's not true.
Uh, it's okay.
No, no, nobody.
Wait,
No,
wait.
I don't mean.
What I'm saying is the thing is about women. I understand about women. Okay, women see the world from the inside out. In other words, you guys paint what you think in your internal world out onto the world, and men do the opposite. Okay, men that have dated women, have talked to women, been around women, know that women are attracted to a dark side. All people are attracted to a dark side.
But they don't
Women.
want that. They don't want their heat too hot. They don't, like, most of them don't want to be all the way in there.
Exactly. So in other words, if you don't want to, if you don't want to be, men don't have a choice. If you embrace your dark side, you're gonna walk down that path, and you put yourself in danger, because that's what it means to embrace your dark side. Women embrace their dark side by having a man that has embraced his. That way they don't get too close. That's what I said when I did my EL rant. A lot of chicks that back when I was young embraced their dark side, started going with these dudes and whatnot. And when the stuff actually got real, all of a sudden they figured out they not about that life, and they went right back to the other side. Let me find me an EL, an educated lame. Let me find me a blue collar guy, and let me fall back, because that's real.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I agree with that.
When you
Because
when you when you
you don't
ride
have like you
when
don't have
you
like 40-year-old women looking for swag anymore. That get old. Yeah,
you
that
they
gets
get
old. That whole.
the thing is, 40-year-old women, 30-year-old women, late 20s, early 30-year-old women that is still looking for swag, never had that come to Jesus moment.
Yeah, I mean,
What,
and there are
what
some out there, but I mean, in general,
I,
women are
I
over it by then.
I dated a whole bunch of women that had that come to Jesus moment. And I asked them, okay, you were out there doing it. What changed you? Well, you know what? I rolled up. I was rolling with. I was driving, and I was driving my guy into this situation, and they drew down on us with shotguns. All of a sudden, I'm not about that life. That's real. Or you riding and you're in the back seat of a carjacked car because it's fun. All of a sudden, the lights get on you. All of a sudden, you lower your up in a real minute. I didn't know it was carjacked. I didn't know this or that because you're a woman and you can. And
Well,
then
it doesn't even have to be something that serious. It's just that type of thing is kind of a young thing. Like even a lot of the rappers who were popular back in the 90s, they've moved on to other things. Like Ice Cube has moved on to other things. Like, you know, Jay-Z, they don't necessarily they're not actually in the game anymore because that's kind of like a young person thing. And now you got the new rappers coming in. So it's not something you do lifelong. I mean, I'll always listen to hip hop and stuff, but I'm not going to be wearing the clothes for it.
You know what changes? You know cats that are in the game like that, dudes that are in the game like that, you know what changes them?
What's that?
Children.
Yeah.
Do you want your son to grow up to be like that? That's what stopped me from doing it. Because I had girlfriends that asked me to get into that because we could make some money. Okay. It ain't always the guys that come up with that idea. If you're dumb enough to fall for it. So a lot of guys get caught up in that game because their woman said, we need to go make some money, we can do this. It ain't always the guys that come up with that idea. I had 3 or 4 women back in the day ask me some shit like that. That's the game. This is a game. And when I talk about the game and thug life, all that stuff, I'm not talking about stuff from a small town. I'm talking about LA, where that crack cocaine game actually started. I know why they get in, and I know why they get out.
Mm-hmm.
I know too many women that, you know, I don't know if you know anything about Los Angeles and the rich section, black section of rich black section of LA, Baldwin Hills, Windsor Hills, and whatnot.
Nope.
Where I can, you know, like I said, I went to school with Ike and Tina Turner's sons. I went to school with Ray Charles's son. Judy Pace, who I love. I wish I'd known that was, you know, because her son had the same last name. I used to be in love with her. I didn't know I was going to playing basketball with her son. So in other words, very wealthy people. Very, very wealthy black people. And I've seen these chicks come off that hill and dig drug dealers. More than a few. Get swayed by the bling. More than a few. I personally, because my work environment, I personally probably have known at least 3,000 women, black women. And I didn't seen every game that they have pulled over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. Women ain't saints. Women will pull back. Women, black women especially, will throw their rock and hide their hand. I didn't know. Even my own daughters will throw their rock and hide their hand. They can't get away with it with me because I know women. Tell me the truth so we can work on this. That's how come I'm so hard on women, because I know, you know, women cannot walk up to my face and give me no bullshit, okay? As a Gnostic, I am very tied to my anima. She's translating when you say something. Okay, because a lot of guys listen to women's words for logic instead of feelings. I don't listen to women's words for logic. I listen to for feelings, because you use words to express feelings. So you're saying one thing, but your feelings are saying another, and I'm running it through that filter, and I'm getting basically pulling your whole package. That's like my daughter doesn't even lie to me. She doesn't even want me. If she's gonna do something wrong, she will tell my mother. She'll tell her grandmother. She'll tell her mother. She'll tell everybody else but me, because she knows within 5 minutes I'm gonna figure out what she just did. I know women. The only reason that I don't have not out on the tour writing women's books and writing women's dating books and all that other crap is because I'm a Gnostic, and I'm no nonsense. And the way I have to and way I have to say it's going to rub women the wrong way. It just is.
You could still
Saying
like
that,
write. You could still like write the books though.
huh?
You could still write the books though.
Yeah, but if you're out on a book tour, especially for selling it to black women, you have to get out there in person and push the book. It's not just you write. I can write the book and put it out there. But most women, the way I give my information, I'd have to soften it up. Everybody's told me I have to soften it up.
Well, you don't like they say it's not what you say, it's how you say it. But you don't have to be harsh to tell the truth.
As Gnostics, yes, you do have to be harsh to tell the truth, because if saying it nicely and patting women on the hand actually worked.
No, not even that. Not even that. Just like you don't have to be you have a big fat ass. You know, you can tell them you can tell them you need to lose some weight. Like both ways. You're not.
You don't. I don't have to cuss, but the cold hard naked truth, without cussing, the cold hard naked truth will make women cry, and I've done that without cussing. Just telling the cold hard naked.
Like what's an example? Like if you have one.
There's a bunch of it. There's a lot of examples. Well, the most personal example for a very good friend of mine. She was a tomboy, but she had been rough toward men all her life. All her life. She chased boyfriend after boyfriend away because of the way she talked and the way she was around men. Mm-hmm. She knew she was chasing them away. She knew that she knew she had to fix something, but she didn't really know what.
And so you told her?
It was the relationship with her father. She was angry with her father. She was angry with her father because she felt her father cheated on her mother, and she took it personally. And she carried that for 20 some odd years, almost to the day he died. In fact, till the day he died. And I kept telling her to the point where I gave her the cold, hard, naked truth of what was wrong with her. And then she finally accepted. She actually shed tears. She actually said, well, what's really wrong with me? And then we were able to work on it. But she had to shed some tears.
Well, like a lot of these black guys on YouTube, when they say they're making their videos, they say they're saying it to, either help black women or to expose them or something. But
what it is, and you're a woman, you've been around women, women lie, women do PC. You ain't said that yourself.
But I'm saying when, like, these guys will, like, take for example, Tommy Sotomayor. He'll say that he's exposing black women for their own good or trying to help them, but I think a lot of times he's like exposing his own hurt. Like, no, so
it's frustration. You keep lying that you're these perfect creatures that you do no wrong. And if you look at your Facebook meme and you get into a debate with a woman, the first thing a woman will say is either she'll deflect the blame, or she'll outright lie and say it doesn't happen. So if Tommy Sotomayor, I don't always agree with him because he's doing it to make money. I understand that. But the thing is, he's forcing women to look at their ugliness and dig that up and make a change. Do you want to be this way? Because every woman knows that inside them that exists.
Well, when I watch a lot of these videos, I feel like
how do you feel?
I feel like the men are I don't feel like they're doing it to help women. I think they're trying to hurt women back because they got hurt by the women.
Okay.
Like I think, for example,
no. Stick with how you feel, and then get how you think. Stick with how you feel.
Well, I think that
No. Stick with how you feel first.
Think I'm kind of using that interchangeable.
No, they're not interchangeable. There's this. I'm saying this for a very specific reason.
It's not interchangeable, but I wasn't consciously using one or the other.
I know. What I'm saying, I'm trying to get you to route, because you're a woman. You need to route it through your feelings first, and get that out of the way, and then come back and think about it.
Well, with Tommy Sotomayor, I think he has like issues with his skin color, so I think that's why he goes so hard on dark skinned women. So I think a lot of these men are just expressing some pain that um, that they feel black women have done
No,
them wrong.
okay, in other words, you headed in a direction. The reason it bothers you is not because that you're worried about Tommy Sotomayor. You feel something when you see these images that he's presenting, regardless of what's going on with him, because he's been very expressive of why he does it. He's told the truth of why he does it.
Well, I mean, what he says, there's certain things that you can't just come out and say, but I can see that he has issues with his dark skin. Just the stuff he says and the way he interacts with women, with black women especially.
Mm-hmm. Normally he goes off on women when women dip back into the stuff that frustrates him. When they won't when they look at the truth, they still won't admit it. That's what bothers him. That's why he does that. And it just happens to be, in fact, his audience is like 70% women. Why is that?
Because he's talking about them.
No, it's got to be something further than just he's talking about them.
No, if we see a video title and saying, "Guess what black women did now?" Of course we're gonna look. I don't, because I know what he's about now. But
why do you think they look? Because it's true.
Because their name is in it.
No, because it's true.
But how they know it's true if they ain't even seen the video? They're looking at it
because they know what goes on with black women, and some of them have done it themselves or helped other women do it.
But you don't even know what he's saying until you click on the video. They're clicking on that video because they want to see what he's talking about.
Because they followed him for years, they know what he's talking about. Why do they continue to follow him? Because they know it's true.
It depends on what he's talking about. Sometimes he exaggerates things, or like it's not even that what he's saying is true or not true. It's just like there's exaggeration. He said he acts like it's all of them. He will like literally sometimes say all of them, like almost say all of them.
No, he doesn't. He never says that.
He talks about dark-skinned women. Like he'll say that you're the most disgusting women on the planet. If you say dark-skinned women are the most disgusting women on the planet, then that if you don't say some of them, then you're saying all. You have to specify some. Otherwise, if you just say
women don't specify when they say it. So why does he have to?
Well, who are you talking about?
I mean, I'm talking about women in general. When they post to Facebook meme, they don't say some. They say black men. In fact, some of the women that are here in the chat room, they don't. I get lots of them. They don't say just a few. They say all of them. In fact, they say all of them all over the planet. They don't just say some. They don't specify. People generalize all the time.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's why it just gives the impression that he's talking about all of them.
And what I'm saying is he given an accurate description of the nature of the culture of black women today? Now, what all of them aren't in the parking lot fighting, but most of them would. Because black men, it didn't just start with Tommy. This stuff, I've been online since 1993 when I first got my account, and we used to go argue back and forth in the news group. These memes haven't stopped. They've been going on since what is this 2017, 14 years at least, 24 years that I know of.
Well,
and it was going on before that.
Like I don't understand how he can talk about the way he talks about black women is kind of like a racist white person. If they want to make the argument that black people are violent or stupid or something, they go look for news stories that show black people committing crimes and raping white women and all that kind of stuff. Like, you can be selective and paint whatever picture you want, but that doesn't mean that represents the collective. Like black people commit 50% of the murders in the United States. But that doesn't mean that all or even most black people are criminal. You have like a small percentage of people doing a whole lot of crime, and most of the people they're killing are other black people.
The crime in the United States is very low. Okay.
Well,
As a percentage of the whole population.
lower high, it's
Mhm.
it's still 50% of the murders are committed by black people. So if somebody wanted to make a case that black people are violent, they would point to that and not specify that most black people don't have a criminal record and don't commit crimes.
So let me ask you a question, because you're a woman, okay? And you probably don't watch this stuff, but you probably have friends that do.
Mhm.
Why do women go after Tommy Sotomayor and the same women that go after him are the same women that watch Ratchet TV, Basketball Wives, Housewives of Atlanta, that kind of stuff?
Because he's talking about black women, and then they're watching a show that's not like, it's portraying black women, but it's not like directly, like he says stuff about black women directly.
Mhm.
Whereas they're watching a show, and when they're watching somebody else beating somebody else's ass, they can say, well, they're watching somebody else, so it's not like they're seeing themselves. But Tommy Sotomayor kind of talks about all black women. You got a difference between watching a show and then a guy who's actually talking about black women.
He talks about women. He talks about black women as a group. So when you look at statistics, do they divide out? It says upper class, lower class, light skinned, blue eyes black women, or dark skinned black women? Or they talk about the stats talk about women and black women as a group.
What I didn't catch that last
In
part.
other words, when I look at the abortion rate, are you talking about certain black women or black women as a group?
You talking to somebody in the chat room or me?
You.
What was the question?
When a stat comes out on black women, do they separate it out, or they talk about women as a group?
Do black women separate it out?
No, when say if the census or the CDC comes out with a stat, a statistic, do they talk about, do they segment the black women, or they talk about black women as a group?
Black women as a group, because
exactly. Because if you try to get down to the granular level, it doesn't mean very much. You have to talk about people as a group, because the group is what determines the culture.
Well, like for example, the fertility rate for I think black women have like 2.1 kids.
1.8. 1.83.
Okay, 1.8. But you'll have this stereotype. Oh, you see black women with 3 or 4 kids by different baby daddies.
60% of black women have multiple, have more than one, have children by more than one father.
Right, but you got those women.
Rate.
You got those women, but then in order for the fertility rate to be 1.8, then you got to have a lot of women who don't have kids, only have one.
Most women only have one, but I'm saying that's the other 40% that don't have. You have, what is it? It was 13. Was it 82? 82. They have 83% of black women have at least one child. So that's 17% of a childless rate for black women.
Mm-hmm.
The childless rate for black men is 42%. Those two numbers don't jive.
Right, because like I said, you've got womanizers and players and stuff like that. They go from woman to woman because they can.
Because they can. Why can't? And that's the whole thing. You said womanizers and players can go from woman to woman because they can. And the thing is, why can they? You never asked that question.
Because they're because nature-wise, maybe not society-wise, but nature-wise, they're the most attractive men.
If a woman, if a group of women can have multiple kids by the same guy, and that happens to be a problem, is it a problem with the guy, or is it a problem with the women?
If multiple women have babies by the same guy,
Is that a problem with the women, or is that a problem with the guy?
Problem with the women.
Exactly. So how come?
Because her eggs are more expensive. His sperm is not.
So why are women trying to work the problem backwards?
What do you mean? Why they're trying to work it back?
What you're trying to do is get men to change the bulk of black men to change the nature of a small group of black men, instead of the women working the problem directly from the source. And that's what frustrates men. You're trying.
You're saying women are waiting on men to take responsibility for
what goes online. If you actually analyze it, because a lot of what black women do is a lot of repeating and very little analyzing, which it pisses me off, because you have these highfalutin degrees in sociology and soft sciences. This is supposed to be your specialty, but you're lousy at it. You don't analyze it. Why are you demanding black men to change the environment to make you better instead of doing it the other way around? Making yourself better so that you can adapt to the environment. You're confused, I know. In other words, what is the main thing that black men have? If you were better, if you would stop getting these women pregnant, if you could defeat white supremacy and elevate black people, then you would force us to change our behavior. We are acting this way because you are not changing the environment for us to change, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of demanding that black men fix the environment and fixing you, how come you just don't fix yourself? Which is much more direct, much more lasting, and much more effective.
Well, I'm not sure. A minute ago we were talking about how why men go from woman to woman, and you were saying whose fault was that? And
what I'm saying is, if a man can go from woman to woman and have multiple children by multiple women, is that on the man or is that on the woman? And you said it's on the woman.
It's on the woman. Yeah.
Okay. So in other words, if it's on the woman to change, on the women as a group to change their behavior, why are you so adamant online about demanding that man or that low-life guy who's the bottom of the bottom, demand that the men as a group change that guy's behavior?
I'm talking about as far as reproductive things. Like since women's eggs are more expensive than the man's sperm, then she has to be more selective with who she allows to fertilize her eggs. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm not sure.
She has to be. So how come the focus is not on the women changing their behavior instead of demanding that the men change theirs?
You talking about like reproductive wise?
I mean, yeah, reproductive wise. The reason that every argument that comes up in this so-called gender war, every argument about what a woman does, it comes back, well, if you were doing this, and so, then we wouldn't act like this.
Well, what I'm saying right there just applies to reproductive. I'm not talking about changing the community. Like if black women change themselves, then the men will follow, because then that's backwards. The men if you expect to be leaders, then you're gonna have to lead. But I'm saying as far as reproductive issues, then the woman should be selective with who she lets fertilize her egg, because your eggs are more expensive. The man's sperm, he makes more. You're born with all the eggs you're ever gonna have.
If 90% of what goes on in the black community, or the ills that going on in the black community, can be traced back to what a woman's reproductive choice, and it's not something that even needs to be discussed, because they've been discussing it for 60 years, even before that, because the Monahan report talked about it. If 90% of what goes on in the community can be traced back to a woman's reproductive choice, and women have control of their reproductive choice,
Uh-huh.
how come the women cannot fix themselves?
Well, because like if you have a woman who grew up
Mm-hmm.
without a father,
Mm-hmm.
and she's going to have
Okay.
this attitude that I turned out all right, so I don't have to worry about having
So,
a father
so,
for my children.
so we
So
go
then,
back. We go back to another generation. Okay. How come that child grew up without a father?
um, I don't know.
So in other words, we go right back to what? A woman's reproductive choice. It's
But
not. It doesn't
the
go that
the
far
black
back.
family was intact, and then you had the drug epidemic and then welfare and stuff. So um, the first generation after that stuff happened, once the black family was torn apart, then every generation after that is not gonna see the value in the family because they weren't raised with a nuclear family.
Okay, this is why this stuff has been going around and around for 30 years. This is how come I came to YouTube, because I wanted to find answers. Okay. The black family never had a culture. It's always been a matriarchal culture, even way back then. The reason that it was intact, it could remain intact and remain solidified, because it was forced to. It was done by force, because Jim Crow and racism and whatnot forced you into the same communities. Forced you to the same communities. That's how come they wrote the Monahan report. Okay, what will happen? What will happen to the black community that is a matriarchy, or de facto matriarchy, if we take the constrictures off of them? Because what we want to do, and what they've been trying to do since 1945, is assimilate black people into the American culture. But they have been forced out of the American culture, forced to adapt their own that is broken, but is manageable, because it is still isolated. What happens when you take uh, people that have been isolated and bring them out into the main culture? What's going to happen to them? They got to adapt to a new environment, and all those ills that have had never come to fore because they haven't been exposed, all of a sudden get exposed. That's what your sociologists know. That's what they don't talk about, because I talk to them. They don't talk about that in public. They talk about it behind your backs. That's how come I come on YouTube. I find it out and I speak the truth. Because what's wrong with black people goes way, way back. Goes way, way back from the time that we were captured by as prisoners of war in Africa, shipped over here. Hundreds of different tribes. You never had a culture. So you don't have an intact culture like Europeans that came over on a boat, that they can name the city where they came from, where their great 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 grandparents came from. Black people don't even know what area of the continent they came from. So they have no culture. So you take people with a broken culture, then you abuse them for 200 years. You force them into a pattern that's opposite. I mean, opposite the main culture, and then you're going to let them in. What's going to happen? It's going to break. And it has broken. The drugs and stuff, all of that just enhanced everything. That's how come when they do something to our community, it's triple, a double and triple the effect, because it's like basically giving a cold to a child with no immune system. What's going to happen? He's going to get pneumonia. Whereas a person with a healthy immune system, they sneeze a little bit and it's gone in a day. But you don't have people here on YouTube explaining that because they're too lazy to dig. There's no women on YouTube digging in, reading the literature, and explaining women, especially black women, who they are and what they're like. They're not there. That's how come my viewership of women is growing, because they want to understand, and they're not getting it from you guys because you guys are not doing the work. The literature's out there. If I can understand that you don't understand us, you don't want to understand us, but you should at least understand yourself. You guys are not doing the work. I'm an old guy. I shouldn't be here explaining the nature of women to women.
Yeah, I made some videos about women's nature, but I'm just getting started back up in my YouTube career, if you want to call it. So yeah,
Yeah, I would suggest you start with. Well, there's always a couple of books I always suggest you start with. One is basically The Alchemy of Love and Lust by Teresa Crenshaw. That's always the Bible. You start with that one because that starts with your biology and why a lot of things women um, do with men is basically an addiction that they set up with that guy. I mean, the imprint is something else. And then I probably would go to the Lucifer Principle. I'm trying to think of the guy's last name. Because he does a good job. He does a really good job of comparing not only human females to the female in nature, because he's talking about the female essence from the ground up. Once you understand that, the female essence, regardless of whether it's a human, a bird, or a bacteria, or the top of the food chain, which is the human female. Once you understand the nature of feminine, then you understand females. A lot of women
looks like
don't
it
even.
says Howard K. Bloom.
Howard Bloom, yeah. If you read the Lucifer Principle, that's what made me understand. I said, okay, this goes deeper than just human females. You got to understand the feminine. Period. You understand the feminine, then you can understand females. Most women don't understand the feminine. You just do it. Once I understood that, so women are not hard to figure out. The only thing is most 99, I'll say 99.9% of women are on automatic, and they don't know they're on automatic. You just feel it and you do it. You don't know why you react to stuff. You just do. Most of the time, you think you're thinking and you're feeling.
No, I'm aware of that. Like I even said that when it frustrates me having discussions or even debates with women because it's a lot of appeals to emotion and then like exceptions. So I know that women operate on the emotional a lot of times.
So in other words, you're a woman and you see that. So how do you think men feel that work the opposite way through logic? They really tear their hair out.
Right, but I mean, like that's how women are. If that's how women are, because of nature, then you got to get used to it, or find a way to work around it. I mean, that's just how women are then.
Yeah, that's why on my channel I teach guys to do what, work around it. They are who they are. They do what they do. In fact, they do 99% of the time. They do it unconsciously. I was just talking to my mother about my daughter and the stuff she's doing with the father of her child. I was just talking to him why she does what she does. I gotta understand why she does it. I can tell her right in her face why she does it, and she'll turn her head. She knows it. So come she don't like talking to me. A lot of what goes on and what women don't want to admit, Women don't. They'll admit it to themselves, to their closest friends privately. A lot of what goes on with women and why they do stupid stuff is sex. You get bonded to the guy and you start doing all kind of crazy stuff. There are a lot of reasons why women have children out of wedlock is because they don't understand their own emotions. They're not doing this out of logic. You have very brilliant women that are very smart, get addicted to a guy and start having babies by him, and they can't figure out why.
Well, like what I was talking about the other day is that a lot of times when these women have these out of wedlock kids, like it wasn't an accident. Like my father was married to another woman, and he was a preacher, and Aaron had me. Like my mom didn't accidentally get pregnant. She was thinking, I want a baby off of that guy. So I think a lot of these women, and that's why I say it's tied back to biology, because they're thinking about, I want a beautiful baby off that beautiful guy, or he's very charismatic, he's got money, and they want a baby off of him.
What did I just say at the beginning of our discussion? What I was just talking about. You just basically highlighted my point that I was just talking about. A woman's job is to collect material for her nest. If you understand the nest, you understand the woman. It's not that hard. Her job is to collect material for her offspring. That's her job. That's her biological imperative. Point blank, period. And it'll express itself through a lot of different ways. Why do you think women wear weaves and green contacts? They're trying to, what's in them is trying to come out, and they can't always come out through a baby. It comes out through their own behavior. They're trying to basically embody what they really want. So they want their children to fit into the environment, and they want to fit into the environment. So it comes out how? Green contacts, weaves, skin lightening, all that other stuff. Men don't really skin lighten, because it's not in their nature, it's not in their biology to do so. It's in women's biology to do so.
Well, like I said, men have other ways of attracting women.
You're not getting me. It has nothing to do with that.
Oh, it has everything.
No,
it has everything to do with that.
You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me. It's in their biology to do so, whether the man is around them or not. Gay women do the exact same thing.
Being gay still makes you a female, so of course they're going to still do it.
It's in your biology, because you're basically acting out your biological imperative, because it's in you. It has nothing to do with the guy.
No, if a black woman is putting on weave and green contacts, it's not in a woman's nature to do that. That's something from society that
exactly. Go ahead.
There are certain features that society has favored, and they're trying to become that.
What did I just say?
You said that this has to do with them collecting
material for their offspring. And they will also do what? And they will also embody that which they desire.
Yeah, men look for beauty and women try to become beauty.
No,
but I'm saying that
it has nothing to do with men.
What has nothing to do with men?
It has nothing to do. 80% of the guys don't like the weaves and that kind of. They don't like the fake stuff. Women do it because it's in them to do it, because they're trying to fit into their environment. They're trying to get their offspring to fit into their environment. That's how come men don't wear weaves or wear green. A lot of green. Most men don't wear contacts and stuff like that, because it's not in their biology to do so.
Well, back in the 50s, y'all wore the conchs. So I mean, it just depends on what the standard is for what you're supposed to be now. Like when I'm from Memphis, Tennessee, for the longest time the guys were wearing jerry curls, like even to the late 90s.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen white guys with a jerry curl?
No. I've seen them with a perm, but I mean, why would they? There's no reason.
In other words, having a jerry curl is not trying to copy a white guy.
No, I didn't say anything about copying a white guy.
But wearing a weave is trying to copy a white woman.
trying to copy a white woman.
Yes.
Well, I don't think a weave makes a black woman look white. So
I'm
what
not.
she's
Okay.
what no no the whole hold
Okay.
on,
Okay.
let me you talking over me now. That's what I didn't want to do. All right, look, you have like every other race of woman has a certain type of hair.
Mm-hmm.
So black women have issues with their hair because they have like hair different from everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily that she's trying to look like a white woman. It's just that black women have shame about their hair sometimes, so then they want to cover it up, or they want to look more like the other races. And
Mm-hmm.
it's not just white women who have straight hair, because black women, when they wear the weaves, they don't. I know some of them wear blonde hair or red hair, but most of the time it'll be black and straight. So
Mm-hmm.
it's not necessarily trying to look like a white woman. They just have hair issues and they're trying to cover that up.
How many white women have blonde hair?
Well,
It's rare.
I don't know. I don't know what the percentage is naturally, but there's a lot of fake blondes.
In other words, most I would say at least 80% of white women do not have blonde hair. It's rare.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the texture of the hair is what women try to copy.
Yeah,
If
but
you-
every other race has that texture of hair.
who are white who are white or black women trying to emulate Asian women?
Emulate Asian women?
Mhm.
No, nobody's trying to emulate Asian people.
Or are black women trying to emulate Hispanic women?
Well, I think Lil Kim, the way when she changed her appearance, there's this one album cover where she looks like a Latina.
Okay, that's
So
Little
a lot of
Kim.
them, when they do put the weave on, they could look like a dark skinned Latina, or maybe like an Indian woman or something like that. So,
Who do you think Latinas are trying to emulate?
well, Latinas, depending on which ones you're talking about, they have a lot of white genetics anyway.
Yeah, they're trying to emulate white women. That's what they. I mean, that's very well known in Latino culture. It's trying to emulate white women because why? White women are what? The standard of beauty,
Yeah.
and your biology is trying to match that. And there's a reason that your body's trying to match that women's body is trying to.
It's not a biological thing, because if we were not around white people, we wouldn't be doing that.
Exactly, because your environment will be what? Different.
Yeah. So when they put on the weave, it's not a biological thing. What they're doing is trying to assimilate into a culture.
Exactly.
And people who are the people who we see most on TV, and it seems, at least to black women, it seems the women who get the most chosen don't necessarily look like them. So they have issues about how they look. But if we were in a quote unquote normal environment, or just around black people, then that stuff wouldn't be there. I mean, we would still have a standard, but it wouldn't be a standard that doesn't look anything like us.
It was that way long before there was TV.
Well, it's not even, of course, yeah, before it was TV, because we've been around white people
White people.
before TV.
If white people didn't have the power in this environment, do you think black women would be trying to emulate them?
That I'm not sure about, because I'm not sure thing was equal. I'm not sure if there would still be a standard, because like even among black people, we have stuff that's we consider more attractive and less attractive. So I'm not sure if everything was equal, if there would still be.
Okay. Okay. So what? So well, amongst black people, what do you think is more attractive? What features?
What I think is more attractive? Are you talking about black people in
No,
general?
I'm talking about black people in general.
As far as features, well, what's favored is, of course, the looser hair, keener features, height, lighter skin color. Stuff like that.
And who does that emulate, except for the height?
That part, that part, the straighter hair and the features, that's white people.
Exactly.
But when black women, when they put on the weave, it doesn't make them look white. They are simply covering up they have shame about their hair, because every other woman has that straighter hair. So it's not that they want to necessarily look like a white woman. They want to fit in with the other races of people.
Okay. Okay.
Because like you have people
Why do black women have shame about their hair?
well, because like if we were like, if you look at the tribes in Africa, they let their hair, grow how it naturally goes, or they'll, weave it up into this design.
Why is that?
But what's that?
Why is that?
Because either they're leaving it natural, they'll weave it up because that's just part of their culture. That's what they do with their hair.
Exactly.
So when we come over here and we're the only race of women that have different hair, then we want to fit in with everybody else. So it's not that, because like I said, a lot of black guys would prefer a Latina over a white woman.
Yeah, because
she got a little bit of black and a little bit of white.
Because she, well, there's okay. When we talk about that, we get into a whole different dynamic. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not even necessarily that they want the whitest white. It's just like they don't want to be. Don't want to be the only ones that have this different hair. So when she puts on the weave, it doesn't make her look like a white woman.
Okay. Why do you feel that's why do you feel that's the case? Why do you feel they're not trying to look like a white woman?
I don't feel like I'm not saying that some of them might be trying to look like a white woman, but I don't think that's necessarily the goal, because you're not gonna look like a white woman. If you can put on weaves and contacts and wear a blonde weave, that's not gonna make you look like a white woman. But I think, like I said, every other race of woman has a certain type of hair, and I'm not saying like Asian women and white women have the exact same type of hair, but at least it's has that quote unquote straightness.
Well, you have to know how the subconscious bubbles up. Okay. You got to remember, especially with females, especially with women, because the subconscious talks to you through feeling. And what is the purview of the nature of women? Is feeling, right? A lot of women come in with bones. A lot of black women wear weaves and bone straight hair, and they really don't even know why they do it. They really don't. They say it looks good, and they could look like King Kong with straight hair. It look horrible with that straight hair, but in their subconscious, it makes them feel good.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're self-conscious about your hair, then you want to cover it up, and then you don't have to walk around being self-conscious.
So why are you subconscious about your hair?
Me?
No, in general, not you particularly. I mean, I'm trying to get you to go deeper, and you keep sweeping the dirt back and forth.
I'm not sweeping any dirt back and forth. What I'm
Okay.
No, I mean, no, like, okay, what you're doing is you're trying to you said some things that, like, you're trying to get me to go somewhere. Like,
I'm trying.
No, tell me what you're saying.
Okay.
And
if you know how the subconscious works, it works through feelings. So in other words, consciously, no, you're not trying to look like a white woman, because consciously you're feeling that if I put on this hair, I'm gonna feel like I look better. But it's subconsciously, you don't know what's going on inside, because it's working its way through feelings until you actually go in and with somebody and dig back into the subconscious and know why that you're doing a particular action. then you know what's going on with you.
Well, that all I was saying is that, and you just confirmed it. I was saying they're not necessarily trying to like a white woman, and you said the same thing. So that's all I'm trying to say. It's not.
They're not consciously trying to look like a white woman. Subconsciously, they are. What they're trying to blend in with their culture is not real. Culture is the interaction between your biological insides and your environment. When your environment changes, your culture will change. It will either shape you, it will reshape your environment, or try to reshape you if it can. So since it can't reshape you at the biological level, you're going to use your culture, which is a wig or clothing or skin lightening or blue contacts, to change it so that when you look in the mirror, your outer conscious reflection will match your subconscious reflection. That's what it does. That's why I said I had to learn that. I had to learn that myself. And when I learned it, you see it so many times, it's not even funny because it repeats itself. You can spot it. And you can talk to a woman for 5 minutes and you can tell exactly where it came from in 5 minutes. In fact, if you do it long enough and your ear is tuned to how women talk, you can actually translate her feelings into words and know exactly where she's coming from. The thing is, I know these concepts are new to you because I know that because how you're talking about it. You haven't researched it.
No, that these concepts aren't new to me. Like you have this way that you're stating things that like several times we were basically saying the same thing, but it's like
we weren't saying the same thing. I was trying to get you to go somewhere. You didn't want to go there.
No, I'm not. I'm not wanting to go somewhere. I'm just like when I was. Hold on, I'm trying to plug my computer up because it's about to die. Hold on 1 second. Oh. No, like, okay, when we were talking about the hold on 1 second here.
Mm-hmm.
Still trying to plug my okay. When we were talking about whose responsibility was it for reproduction, you and I both agreed that it was on the woman.
Yeah, it was on. Yeah, it should be. If the problem, if the root problem is the woman, if the root problem for the woman's problem is her, then she should be the one to fix it, rather than the other way around.
And I agree with you on that. So then, like, you went off into this thing about society, and I wasn't quite following what you were saying because
okay. This okay. You know, now you've admitted you weren't following me. Now, okay, what I'm saying, okay. Stay what you're saying. Let's state your question.
Well, I don't like. It's not that I disagree or anything. I'm not even sure what you were saying. Like,
so where'd you lose me?
You said we both agreed that it was the responsibility of the woman for reproduction, and then you said and I didn't understand the question you were saying. So why are you trying to get black men to fix you? I didn't make the transition between that. Like half of this conversation, I'm not quite understanding what you're.
When
it's not because I have like poor comprehension. Like the way you're stating stuff, I'm not getting it.
I know you're not getting it because because it's new to you.
No, because I don't know what you're saying.
Everybody else does. It's because it's new to you. What I say, and I'll repeat it one more time because I repeated it 4 times.
No, what are you saying?
What are you
saying is new to me? What are you saying is new to me?
In other words, the concepts are new to you because you never thought about it from that angle.
What
Because
ain't I?
in other
What
words,
angle are you talking? No.
okay,
Okay, hold on. What are you talking about when you said I said that it's women's responsibility, and we agreed on that, and then
so where did you lose me?
you started saying, so why is it men's responsibility? Why isn't it her own responsibility to fix herself?
So what about all the other stuff in between?
We went straight from that
No,
to
we didn't.
that.
No, we didn't.
Well, I mean, it'll be in the record. It'll be in the recording, right?
It's in the recording. I'll repeat it one more time and listen very carefully. Now, put away your feelings for a second.
I'm listening to you.
Wait a minute. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me for a second. Put away your feelings for a second. Turn on your animus. Turn on your logic brain, and now listen to me. What I said is, if a bunch of different women, say like 4 different women, have multiple babies by the same guy, I said, whose fault is it? We agreed upon it that it's the woman's fault, right? For not protecting their womb, right?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, and now if we bring it out into, say, the online or even in general conversation, what is the first, we said, well, women need to stop having babies out of wedlock by all these different guys. What's the first thing a woman will say, or women will say in general?
I don't know. Go ahead. I don't know.
They will say, why are men getting all these women pregnant, right?
Yes.
Who are they blaming for their behavior?
They're blaming the men.
They're blaming the men.
But that's what I'm saying. I agree with you on that. And now you're coming back and acting like I disagreed with that.
So no, I'm saying, where did you lose me? Because I thought we had settled that. So in other words, what a lot of women say is, when we say, okay, you act like this, thus, and so, and what will they say? If you would be better, if you would stop these guys from getting all these women pregnant, if you would take on the white man and overturn white supremacy, if you would start building an environment for us, then we would be better. In other words, the onus is on you. If you lead us and you build and you kick ass, you do all this kind of stuff, then we would be better. We would be forced to change, because, in other words, if you change the environment, you'll change us. In other words, by proxy, you're asking us to fix you.
Okay.
Because all this stuff, stopping men from getting women pregnant, changing the environment, overturning white supremacy, building a culture and environment where women can be comfortable and ladylike, is doing what? Us fixing you.
Right, but then you were asking me, why is it why is it not the woman's responsibility for her to change herself?
And that's exactly right. So why are you asking?
I didn't disagree. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't disagreeing with you.
I didn't say that you did.
And you're coming back and
I didn't say that you did.
And then, but you were saying that this is a new concept to me, and I
yeah, evident. Well, you never thought about it that way, have you?
But I didn't. How would you know if I did or didn't? Because I didn't say that I disagreed or didn't agree. But I'm telling you, I don't disagree with that. I don't put all the responsibility on the man. So I wasn't even disagreeing with that. And then
it has nothing to do with whether you personally put the responsibility on the man. This is the arguments that are going around.
Okay, well then, yeah, that needs to be made. That needs to be made clear. I wasn't saying that.
And this is what frustrates men. So if women are having these problems in the community, you can trace it back to the women. How come the women don't fix themselves?
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that, but it was kind of like you're trying to pretend like I didn't understand something or that I was disagreeing with something.
I didn't say that.
If you're talking about,
I asked you, where did you lose me?
No, because
no, I didn't.
You kept saying that this was a new concept and that you were acting like you were teaching me something.
It must be because most people that have done it, that agree, that they're in sync and already know the concept, they're in simpatico with you. They're in sync with you. In other words, you're almost completing each other's statements, because and we're expanding upon that particular idea. And if I have to repeat it 4 times, either one or two things: either you disagree with me or it's new to you. Or you never.
No,
I'm not saying that the concept is new to you. What I'm saying is the angle or the worldview that you're thinking about it, that you viewed it, is different.
but I didn't even comment on it, so you can't say that I disagree with you or that my worldview is different. I didn't even talk about the thing. You were talking.
I'll put it, I'll put it this way, because we're going around in circles. If I ask my 4-year-old grandson what's 1 + 1, and he says 3, do I have to ask him whether he disagrees with me or he understands it or not?
What I'm saying is, when you were talking,
I asked a question.
What I was saying is,
I asked a simple question.
But you're not even letting me talk now.
Because you haven't answered my question.
Well, when you were talking,
have you answered my question?
No, I haven't answered your question.
I'm waiting on you to acknowledge acknowledge my question, because we're having a conversation. Not gloss over it.
I'm not glossing over you.
And then answer the question. It's a simple question.
No, it's not a matter of agreeing or disagreeing.
It's a simple question.
I just said, yeah, it's not a matter of
agreeing. In other words, yes. In other words, how do I know that you didn't get it? It's because it's obvious that you didn't get it. Now you're arguing about it because you don't want to be wrong. The thing is,
I don't care about being wrong. Part of the question, the thing was that I didn't understand what you were saying. Like
you just said it, you didn't understand it. So
no, I'm saying, now you interrupt me every time I say something.
No. What I'm saying, the thing is, it's going around in circles. And I'm saying you didn't understand. You just said it. You didn't understand it. And that's where we need to stop. You didn't understand it. We don't need to go further. You didn't understand it.
But I haven't said the rest of what I didn't understand. I've started a sentence and you chopped it off in the middle, and you're not letting me finish.
Okay.
I didn't understand how you went from talking about whose responsibility was it for their reproduction,
mm-hmm.
in the community.
Okay.
That the woman has a responsibility to fix herself.
Okay. In other words, you didn't understand it, and that's okay. Even though I repeated it 5 times, you didn't understand it. It's okay, because you've never looked at it from that angle. So I don't expect you to understand it.
It's not a matter of looking at it from a certain angle. I'm talking about.
What is your major in, if I may ask? What did you go to school for? Huh?
No.
Okay. Well,
I'm not.
I mean, it was science. But was it science? It doesn't have to. Nobody knows what you do for a living. I'm just asking what you went to school for. I went to school for chemistry. That doesn't mean that I do that for a living.
No, I'm not gonna say
that. That's okay.
But,
all right, fine. It's okay. I'm trying to get a feel for you. So in other words, if going to school, there's certain lexicons, there's certain ways of putting things that people can understand, because that is the basis of what they have studied, and that is the basis of what they understand, and it follows them throughout their whole life. So in other words, if you're a hard scientist, like a chemist, like I am, you start talking about combining chemicals. I think it that way from that vantage point, molecules, atoms, and structures like that, because that's the way my mind works. So in other words, when people hear that I study chemistry, they can know how to talk to me. They know how to get me to see things, because my worldview is slanted that way. Same thing with you. Everybody has a worldview that's slanted a particular way. And if you do not if you're not, if you can't get people to understand things, if you can't get within their worldview, because your worldview means everything outside of it you don't understand and you really can't see. So I'm trying to get inside your worldview because what I'm saying is not connecting. So I need to say it a different way. So for me to say it a different way so that you can understand what I'm saying, so you can get my point, so we can go further, is to understand more about you. But you don't have to, because we've basically gone in a big circle with this. And I thought we agreed with it and we had moved on, but you brought it back up because you didn't understand it. You said you didn't understand it about 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, I don't understand what the reproductive responsibility of the woman has to do with what you're talking about. Like in when you said that it's the woman's responsibility to fix herself.
What
like
part? What part? Where? In other words, where did I lose you?
I don't see the connection between the two.
That's exactly okay. Well, then if you can't see it, you can't see it. And there's nothing I can do about it because that's outside your world, your worldview. And if it's outside your worldview, until it's inside your worldview, me explaining it to you is like it's not gonna happen. So
okay,
but we can move on to something. We can move on to something else, or what? Because I've gone over. We gone over it. I've stated the exact same thing 6 times. And I've walked you through the logic 6 times. And we're talking about the logic. I'm saying, okay, at what part did the logic, the connection of the logic break down to where you didn't go from A to D? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because you said you agreed with me, you understood it. Yes, I agree with you. I see what you're talking about. But the thing is, when we come back to, well, I didn't understand it. Okay, did you understand it, or you didn't understand it? Which one?
I agreed with you that the onus is on the woman for her reproductive, for her reproduction.
Okay, go on.
But I didn't make the connection between that.
So what's the next step? What else? What did I say secondly?
And then you started talking about, so why, if the responsibility is on her for her reproduction, then why isn't she responsible for fixing herself?
No. There's stuff in between that. That's last. What to say? What's stuff in between that? What about all the stuff in between?
Well, what is the stuff in between?
Okay. One more time, and then we're gonna open it up for everybody else because we're going round and round and round. And this is everybody can tell you on my Hangouts, this is very, very common. You're not the first person. But okay. We just use an example of, for instance, a case.
Yeah. Well, if you
wait, I'm gonna walk you through the logic. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. Stop before you pick holes in it. Listen carefully.
I'm not even picking holes.
Wait. You're
not even letting me talk now.
The thing is, you're interrupting me. Okay, just like I see I was interrupting you. You're interrupting me. I'm walking you through the logic. I said, listen carefully.
Well, how can you explain something to me when I've not even told you what
I'm going to walk you through the whole thing. So
all right, start from the woman reproductive and then go through the whole thing.
We're going to start from Granny first. We're going to start from the whole point. Granny first. Okay. 4 women have multiple babies by 1 man, right?
Yeah.
And we agreed that if it's 1 man that's going from woman to woman to woman, the fault necessarily is not necessarily with the first one, but the other 3. Whose fault is it for not protecting their woman?
The woman.
The woman.
We agree on that.
We agree on that, right?
Yes.
We agree on that. It's the woman's behavior that they need to fix. Now, when it gets outside of that case, and it should be very obvious when we get out into the arguments in the out into when men and women come together, who are the people that women would blame for getting for all those women being pregnant?
They'll blame the man, and we
They'll
agree
blame
on
the
that.
man. They'll blame the man, right? Okay,
Yes.
we're starting to go off the skids. Now, the common parlance, the common argument is, especially here on YouTube and especially online, if when we talk about women's behavior and what they're doing wrong, when it comes to that, what's the first thing they say? They say, if black men stop getting women pregnant. Number one, women having babies out of wedlock, causing all these problems. If black men stop getting women pregnant, if if black men fix themselves and so they can lead, if black men get rid of white supremacy, tackle white supremacy, and overturn that. If black men build a culture that women can be comfortable in and thrive in, then black women's behavior would change. After all of that, what are black women saying?
What are they saying?
They're saying, if you do all of this, you will fix us. If you do all of that stuff, you will fix it. If you change the culture, change the environment, change the way the whole community is run and built, you will fix us.
Okay.
Where is the woman's part in that?
The woman's part in building the community and everything.
No, I'm talking about in that whole conversation that they're having. It's
Mhm.
always men have to do this, 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 and then we would change. Where's
Okay.
the woman's part in their changing?
Oh, she wants him to do everything.
She wants him to do everything. So in other words, they're putting the onus on women, putting the black women as a group. I'm not saying you, but as a group, are putting the onus on fixing themselves on the onus on the back of who?
Black men.
On black men. Now you know what I was talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you understand the logic. So I walked you through the logic. And that's what's going on. And and we're not even, this is a hangout, and I've done video after video and hangout after hangout why black women do that. But I'm on the line with a black woman. I don't feel like even getting into that argument because that's really getting esoteric. That's getting way out there. And we are not at the level where we can go deep and go esoteric. Because like I said, we're playing with the surface dirt right now.
Yeah, and like I was saying, when you were laying out the first time, you would pause and say, ask me to fill in something, so I didn't know where you were going with this. But I mean, once you go through it, then I see what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with what you're saying at the end, but now I see what you're trying to say. It was better laid out this time.
That's why I asked you, where did I lose you? But if you say you agree with me, if somebody says they're with you, they're with you, they're with you, take them at their word, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I took you at your word.
And when you went through it, I told you at each point, I said, we agree there. And I said, we agree there. And then you were saying something like, you haven't seen it from this perspective before. Well, I didn't even disagree with you. So, I mean.
Okay, if you say so. I'm opening it up for everybody else in general discussion, because we've been at it for, I ain't been that long. Well, it's almost 2 hours. Yeah. All right, you guys, behave yourself. But this is going to be general discussion. It's not going to be about you, because we have killed that horse and it's ground it to dust. It's not even meal anymore. It's dust. So we're going to open it up, and as a general discussion, see if anybody else want to bring in another topic. Hopefully there's another female online. We don't get enough females. You're very brave. You're very brave, because most of my female commenters, even my female subscribers, don't want to get in in public and do this. So you're very brave. And one thing black men, men especially like is that women that have heart. So you've won some kind of admiration from the men. You got heart. They might not agree with you, but you got heart. Go ahead, bro. You want to say something?
Hold on.
Hey, Black Squirrel, where you been, man? Oh, Adam's in. Oh boy. Okay. All right, y'all be nice now. Okay, this is general discussion now. It's not a dog pile. Okay, she's a guest.
I'll be nice.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was gonna say I appreciate and respect her for coming on, because most women they wouldn't have come on, and then they come on, they wouldn't have lasted this long. And then there was a lot of women in the chat saying all kinds of stuff. And if you go to like a Crystal and Charism video talking like that, you're gonna get blocked.
Yeah.
So.
No, I mean, this is. See, people think that I just do this online. I've been doing this, man, for years, man. At work, man. Used to be like 8, 9, 10 women around me, man. We just go at it we just go at it. And at the end, they shake their heads and walk away because it's true. Because I'm not telling them anything they don't know. I'm not telling them anything they don't know.
Hey, Michelle, come on in.
Okay, you got to turn off the YouTube feed because we're going to hear ourselves 30 seconds ago if you're going to be on. At the end, they shake their heads and walk away because it's true. Because I'm not telling them anything they don't know. Aldrinza, you got to mute. You got to pause your YouTube feed. Otherwise, they're going to have to mute you. 8, 9, 10 women around me, man. We just go at it. We just go at it. All right. All right, Top. I'm going to have to mute you, bro. You got to turn off the YouTube feed. You guys know how this works. Because you guys are going to be the first ones complaining about echoes and stuff like that. All right, somebody jump in.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
At the end of this conclusion, I've realized that the general consensus is that black women want black men to fix them in order to alleviate themselves of the responsibility of fixing themselves. My question really would be will that actually, with that realization, will that actually result in black women actually doing anything about it?
If you go, Adam, you're an atheist. What I'm saying is, if you look at esoteric wisdom, it actually is the man's job to fix the vessel.
Yeah.
It actually is. They're responding to their nature, and they don't know why. They're calling for it. They're calling for men to do something. But the thing is, they're blocking men from actually doing it. That's where the problem's coming in. You want men to fix the vessel is calling for the light to fix it. If you want to look at it in religious terms, the vessel's calling for the light to fix it. But the thing is, in this decaying culture, the Western culture is a freaking mess. It's decayed, and with feminism and all that other stuff that's blocking it, and basically have brainwashed women into believing that they're the light instead of the vessel. That's what's causing it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but they want to fix after the fact. That's the issue. The thing is, it's their nature that's calling it forth for them to do it, right? The thing is, women understand feeling. They don't understand logic. They understand feeling. They're reacting to their feelings. So when they're saying it's your fault, they feel it's your fault because on an esoteric plane, it is your fault in an esoteric plane. But the thing is, it has nothing to do with reality and getting things done.
Yeah,
because there's too many things between that. Yeah.
I was actually going to say that it's just like you was talking about when you were going through the hangout with You Heard Me First. You were saying that they don't really connect with they don't connect on a logical level with how they are expressing themselves. They're just doing it, and it's interesting because they're doing it. So it's almost like, in essence, they are speaking from, the universe or biology or whatever you want to call it. They're just reacting. So it's not like they're exactly wrong. It's just that, you know,
they're unconscious about how to go about it. Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Hey, hold on one second, y'all. Michelle in the chat, I don't think you're blocked. It's because the hangout is full right now.
Well, you can ask one of the brothers that aren't talking, see if they can drop off that you can get in.
That's what I told her. I was gonna say a little bit, and I got tired of typing. I was gonna say a little bit more, and then I was gonna drop so Michelle can come in.
Okay, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Speak your mind.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Now it's gonna come back to me.
I got a quick question.
Uh-huh.
So is there a way? So basically, what it sounded like I was hearing was she logically understood what you were saying, but she did not emotionally agree with it.
Yeah, he didn't agree.
It was something that did not, because it was like a broken Windows 95 computer.
Yeah.
It was like she refused to take that step. In fact, it reminds me a lot how when you check white men, like checkmate them on race. It's like in fact, if you listen to this video and then go back and listen to Tariq Rashid talk to Andrew Schultz. It's actually a lot of similarities in tactics. Like they play this smoke and mirrors game where they start moving the deck and moving the rules and start switching it up, and they don't understand. Like, did you all get that?
Yeah, but Edward, the difference between that man that Tariq was arguing with and this woman is that the dude, the white dude, he understands the issue. He understands what Tariq was talking about. Okay, he's just fucking around. He's just trolling.
No, but Tariq was also poor at explaining himself because he didn't really need to bullshit everyone as much as he did. I don't know. Maybe it's because he has a very simple lexicon. I
don't think Tariq is the dude to be debating people like that. But I'm saying even if you had a solid debater, you know, people like that, white folk like that would they'll just fuck around, but they know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, when it's saying the difference between that guy and so you heard me first is that guy did it consciously. She's not doing it consciously.
So basically, I got a question. Are you telling me that women fundamentally don't know what they're talking about and we shouldn't take anything that's serious? That's
okay.
No, I don't
like if I talk to my 13-year-old brother, I understand logically, you know, he can, but at the end of the day, we can't never get to a conclusion because you see what I'm saying? It's like
he's not. Go ahead. He's not logically developed enough to understand what you're talking about or connect with it. Because
I was just gonna say, I'm not saying that I'm saying that because there's women like April Mason. There are women that definitely are mature enough to where, you know, they understand this stuff and they will be the main ones saying what you were saying, BGS. But I'm saying as a rule, I feel most black women don't really, especially I'm talking about from early 20s to like 40 years old, or let's say childbearing years, don't hit that emotional maturity. Childbearing years, let's say that.
Okay, it's I mean, I would have to really get into esotericism, okay, because it has to do. I started to do it. It has to do with women connecting with their animus, which is their logical male mind. And normally, women do not connect with their animus or their logical male mind till they get into into menopause, because there's not enough testosterone flowing through them. Too much estrogen and not enough testosterone flowing through them to actually connect with it. So you find a lot of logical women in their 50s and 60s rather than in their 20s, 30s, and 40s.
Okay, BGS.
Yes, sir.
So this is why Sarge talked about how it's hard to hold women accountable. Okay, like it's one. Okay, listen to me. It's one thing to say, okay, if a woman, if she displays a behavior that you don't want her to display, you can just like take away a privilege. Like if you were in that position, like let's say you can cut her off from a network, and then she'll get it. Like she'll say, okay, I can't do this. If I want to have this network or this privilege or have this job or I don't know, if I want to have this particular thing, I can't act a fucking fool. You know, I can't do this particular behavior. But see, Sarge's argument is that black men collectively are not in that position to do that, where they can mold and regulate, I guess, to a degree, women's behavior?
It's actually much broader than that. It's much deeper than that. It has to do with because it's not just about because black people believe they exist in a bubble and they don't. Western culture is that way, period. So there's no way you can change the momentum of a whole civilization. It's impossible to do that. So you have to give women the tools to fix themselves, but you don't see that. They have to be held accountable. A child has to be held accountable.
Is that how just liberalism works in the first place? At the end of the day.
At the end of the day, yeah. You know, in other words, you've been given liberty. You have to be held accountable. So, in other words, you have to give them the tools to be held accountable. Otherwise, it's not going to work. You might as well give up.
That's anathema. That's anathema to how the esoteric version of how a woman works. Liberalism clearly doesn't really work in regards to how our animal works.
Right. So in other words, you have to basically you have to give them the tools so they can force their own development. And you don't see enough of that.
Does that mean specifically failure?
Excuse me?
Does that mean liberalism is a failure then? Because authoritarian.
Liberalism is immature. It's not that it's a failure. It's immature. It's a very new thing. You know, you talk about you're going against something, a wisdom that's developed over 100,000 years, and you're going to change it. The development is going to be uneven. Now, it may fail, it may not fail. But the thing is, it's very new. And it's been changed many times. Liberalism of the 18th and 19th centuries, not the 20th or 21st century liberalism.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is much broader than probably we want to go in this discussion, but we can touch on it.
Hey, before you go on, I just want to say something because I don't feel like typing this in the chat. Hey, Michelle, if you can't get on the Hangout by using a link, because I've had that problem before, open up the Google page, google.com, and in the top right corner, you got to click on that little icon that's next to the images icon, and then go down to where it says Hangout. See if you can get in from there. My bad. Yep. Go ahead.
Oh, we have the Hebrew Israelite. He's here again.
Yeah, and another thing that got on my nerves, quite frankly, in the Hangout was when you all were talking about Tommy Sotomayor, and this is not on you. I mean, you just went with it. But this is like when Tommy Sotomayor is like the straw man, like he represent all black men in the eyes of especially black female YouTubers. And I'm like, Tommy is not the majority of how black men think at all. Most black men don't even like Tommy like that. And the other ones.
What I was trying to get to, I was trying to get her to. That's why I was trying to get her to feel. Okay, I think I gave you this example before in my last.
You did.
Okay.
With your daughter.
Yeah, with my daughter, but she didn't hear my last Hangout. Okay, so I'll repeat this for her. My daughter had to do a rhetorical paper, and she was having problems with it because she was thinking first. So she calls me up. She said, I can't do this paper. And she tells them what the issue is, you know, what she's trying to do the paper on. And she said, well, I'm trying to think. I said, stop trying to think. I said, what do you feel about the subject? And so she goes about 5 minutes about how she feels about the subject. And I said, okay, now, what do you think about what you just said about what you feel about it? After that, she rewired herself, and she was able to actually go on and finish the paper. In fact, she got a 95% on the paper because she stopped trying to be like a man and go through her thinking mind first instead of her feeling mind first, because women are wired differently.
Do you think that a big part of the conversation is at the end of the day she didn't want to be led? That's why it seemed like it was all this like stutter step kind of like, what is it? What's that Latin dance that they do? The I forget what it is, where somebody has to lead and somebody has to follow. When you were asking her these questions, it was like she was resisting, even though she's not dumb. She clearly knows what the logic is, but it's like she's like, you're trying to trick me, so I'm just gonna.
Well, that's part of it, but also the thing is that what I was trying to explain to her, and she was resistant to it, is that a lot of people, and women especially, think their worldview is everybody's worldview. In other words, everybody sees the exact same thing the exact same way, and it's not true.
That's very selfish.
Not true. Well, it's not selfish.
Liberalism.
That's what people believe.
It's liberalism.
It's like,
well, one at a time.
I was gonna say it's like most of the population that believes that way.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Until you have to be trained not to. It's not one of those things that comes easy. I had very good teachers that trained me to actually push my worldview aside and see the facts.
And I was saying that to agree with you. And in one particular instance where I was talking to some dude when I was in the Navy. We were talking. I was on submarine talking to this guy, and he was talking about how when he was growing up, he had this mole on his chest. So when he drew people, he drew them all with a mole, in the center of the chest until he saw that that wasn't the case.
Okay.
Everybody thinks that way from childhood. I was just going to bring that up to kind of
that's a very good example. It's a very good example. It clarifies how people view the world, because there's a lot of things that influence the way you view the world. And like I said, 97% of it is unconscious. So you have to basically consciously push your worldview aside and push your feelings aside, and it takes practice. So I'm saying she's brave, because once she's brave, and plus two, you guys are very gentle, because
that chat was fiery, boy. We was.
Oh yeah.
Rom in particular. We had fun in the chat. We got a lot of it out in the chat, so that's why we're on the phone now.
Oh, okay.
Because I went like 100 miles an hour in that chat, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah. When I'm talking to somebody, I don't really monitor the chat that much.
Yeah.
It's something I need to probably correct.
So check this out. Why somebody was because we were going back and forth in some of your other videos too before this hangout happened, and we're sitting here, and a lot of the same people were on this chat, and we're talking to people that they want to say on one hand they are black, and then I made this comment that I said, if you don't have black kids, like if you're on this kind of what I call like colorism, white supremacy track, like if your mom dated a white guy, you're dating a white guy, I mean, clearly you have self-hate issues. And they literally said that I was taught, hear me now. They said I was taught that this is Afro-Brazilian. I was taught to improve the race by dating light-skinned guy or dating white.
Yeah.
And she said, this is what my mother told me to do.
Yes. Yeah.
But then she said that she, like, I didn't say that she was racist, but then she said, like, she's not colorist, and Latinos are ethnicity first and not race first.
Yeah, because race is an artificial concept.
Right.
Yeah. And what I said, the only difference was you just settled that white supremacy is supreme. That's the only difference. You all decided that. And I'm not trying to broad stroke all Latin culture, but it was like what you said on the video. They want to be white. And Latinos, like Afro-Latinos, not all of them, but a lot of them are very coy about that. And that's like that deception. That's the main thing that gets on my nerves about a lot of this. It's the deception, or at least what I perceive as the deception coming from mainly women, where it's like at best they tell half the truth. Yeah. At worst, they will bold-faced lie. And this is the norm. And this is not just black women.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna kind of jump in on that because like he was talking, like I think it's less on the fact that they're being like intentionally disingenuous, or whatever word you want to use there. Like I think it's more. I think
premeditated.
Yeah. I don't think it's something that is consciously thought about.
No.
Like I think from actually the angle that they're approaching it, they actually believe that that is not, quote, racist, end quote. But they believe that because of what BGS was saying earlier. They're collectors. They're taking things from the environment and they're adapting. They're absorbing the environment and adapting out.
My bad.
If light skin or long hair or whatever reigns supreme, they're going to do that so they can pass that on to their children.
Yeah. And then basically, if you go to Central America where there's very few white gringos or white people around, they still feel the same way because they try to adapt to the environment. And as long as white people are in control, women are going to act that out from their biology.
We didn't even talk about skin bleaching.
Yeah, skin bleaching is all over the world. It's not just here. It's
see, y'all just settled on weave.
Yeah, it's just an example because we can't go. We can't go through a whole. Unless she's not up to speed with it. So me taking her through the whole gamut, and she's not up to speed with it, it's not going to make any sense to her. So I have to use a particular example.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you, Albert. Go ahead.
Okay. One of the things that I noticed down here that's kind of interesting, that's kind of in reverse of white culture, is skinny girls wanting to be thick.
Yeah. Well, they want to be. Yeah. Why do they want to be thick? Is because all of a sudden that's what's accepted.
Right. That's the.
And some of it, what thick, thin, and all that stuff, it varies according to what's in.
Well, I mean, the cultural adaptation of the fake asses and the silicone injections.
Yeah, because booty models are making money.
Yeah, saw a pretty girl the other day, looked like she had a diaper on.
Yeah,
didn't make no sense.
Yeah,
but a lot of that is they want to blame the men for that. Like that's us, like enforcing that on them. When in reality, I'm talking about in black culture in particular, when that's really not.
Black men have always liked booties, so.
Well, I mean,
we've always liked big booties, but when all of a sudden there's money in it, now everybody wants to have one. When there wasn't any money in it, having a big booty, then no, it wasn't that popular.
To the extent, though, that they look like they're just so out of place now. I mean, it's one thing to have a big ass; it's another thing to have a knot sitting on your legs.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
We can hear you.
I just wanted, can you answer, because I missed it a little, when you went into when the black female like want to wear their weave and stuff, like how it is associated with the white culture and what they want to be or what they want to look like or whatever?
Oh, I was gonna say, okay, it goes back to the imperative of a female, whether it's a bacteria, a bird, a hawk, a gorilla, whatever. Human female is no different. But a human female's her biological imperative is to give her offspring the best chance of survival in any environment. So in other words, if you're in a white culture, a white dominated culture like the United States, if you're a woman and you're going to have a child, what will give that child the best chance in the United States?
Lighter
skin. For them to be as white as possible.
You're going to have to be white as possible. What his eyes are going to have to look like.
European features.
I mean, European features, blue green eyes, certain texture hair that is straight, as straight as possible, right?
So is that why they attain to look like a European woman?
Yeah, but eventually it becomes part of her. It becomes part of her subconscious.
So colorism.
Hey, BGS.
One at a time.
Hey, BGS.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's the whole point I was saying with you guys talking about how non-black females like you. Like that's the point I was trying to make. There has to be a benefit to her being with you because otherwise she's mating with a male that's going to give her her offspring features that aren't necessarily ideal. So that's the whole point I was trying to make.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true, and that's what I'm saying is I did countless videos on the same thing. That's well understood. So the thing is, you're killing a point that everybody understands. That's what I was trying to tell you. You're killing a point that everybody understands.
But you guys were insisting that these women like you for you and all that stuff. But I'm telling you, there has to be something to pull them over there, other than them liking smarts or liking a nerd.
It's the big.
Wait a minute. Okay, we never got to that. That's your point. We never got to that. What I'm saying is, what the argument is that just because you don't want those particular features or this or that, there's somebody else that does.
Hey,
And
can I?
But that,
and it even
to
go-
a
and
white
it-
to a white woman, a baby with those type of features is not beneficial either.
I can explain that real quick if somebody give me like 30 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so just like, different women, depending on what culture you come out of, or even within the same culture, have a different definition on what's called a quote unquote bad boy or an edgy guy. To a lot of black guys that a black woman would consider nerdy, if they have the right features, ever heard the term tall, dark, and handsome? If they have the right features, even white women will consider them edgier than what they're used to dealing with, and they will be drawn to that. So that's a big so to you, you may say this dude is lame, this dude is smart. To her, she is not only seeing a combination of he has the resources, because the educated lames or the classic black men we're talking about usually have resources. They also see somebody that has traits that they would want. Therefore, they can actually assimilate into their current culture. See, that's all the stuff that's going on in the background. So there is a reason they do it.
It's the term that she's doing it to piss her daddy off.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of stuff that goes behind it. And what I was saying to you, every guy, because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, you have about 6, 7 on here. Every guy knows exactly what women want because you have talked to them, you have observed them, you have observed what men get the woman. So in other words, you're preaching to the choir. They already know this. But the thing is, go ahead.
This ain't Tommy's group.
All right. When saying that she's going to get with a white man, basically to uplift her future.
Yeah. Because he represents a higher status in the environment. So he can be nerdy, he can be square, he can be dorky, but the thing is, he has white genes.
Hence why Serena.
Huh?
Hence why Serena can get with a nerdy Reddit guy.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when you deal on that level, it's more like a royal marriage. It has very little to do with that. It has more to do with business. It's a marriage of power. Marriages of power are different. They're not biological. They're financial, it's basically to open doors that you can't. So in other words, why do you think? Because I talked about Durham about the baller girl, why do you think guys go from one baller girl to the next? You can't figure it out. Say she doesn't work. She's got no money. How come all these guys are hooking up with this girl, right? Or marrying this woman? She comes with a Rolodex. Now she has friends that are connected to a whole bunch of people that you need to talk to. So in other words, when you deal on that level, you have to look beyond just the biology. Like Serena, we use Serena Williams as an example, but the thing, we use Russell Wilson as an example, but that's not precisely why they're getting married. It's deeper than that.
Okay.
That's business. Okay. Okay, that's different. Even though we can use them as an example, because everybody knows them, and use them as a test case. So in other words, when we say we're going to talk about a simp or a girl, a hood girl or a hood baby mama, we can say, oh, Russell Wilson and Sierra, even though that's not why they got married.
But you got to throw in the genetics.
Excuse me?
You have to throw in the genetics of him being a football player and a very successful athlete.
Okay. Yeah, you can throw that in, but Russell Wilson is a starting NFL quarterback that went to a couple Super Bowl.
And I went into his history, his family, and his great-grandfather was a president of HBCU. So he has good genetics. Like, he didn't come from a family that was in the backwoods. He came from a prominent family.
Status matters too, though. I mean, look at Kim and Kanye.
Oh, okay. Okay, this is when we do analysis. My think tank does analysis. This is how we follow the breadcrumbs. Okay, we figure out, okay, there's different reasons why Russell Wilson would take Sierra on as a wife. Because it was him picking her, not the other way around. Why would he pick Sierra with a child that's been through guys already when he could have his pick of the same or better looking women that don't have the baggage? Why would he do that?
I'm gonna go with the Rolodex thing you said.
It's the Rolodex. It's the Rolodex in the market because months after he got married, what did he do? He started a what?
A family.
He started a clothing line.
Yeah, I was gonna say a brand. He started a brand.
He started a clothing line. If you're gonna start a clothing line, who do you need to capture?
Women.
All of a sudden, I am the white knight that rescued the baby mama, right?
So let me ask you this.
That's the brand he was establishing.
That's the branding.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, BGS.
Brilliant if you think about it. One at a
The
time.
Russell Simmons plan.
Go ahead, Blast Squirt.
Marriage a business or is it a emotional, loving communion?
It should be a business.
But it's both.
That's
both.
No, it should be a business.
But it is both.
Yeah, business should lead. Most time. But the thing is, we've gotten away from that.
But isn't marriage a bad business deal for black men? The way the laws are constructed in the United States.
Yes, it is. It is now. Yes, it is.
Nowadays.
Like we need to get rid of that no-cause divorce. We need to get rid. There's a lot of things that needs to be required.
What can you get in marriage that you can't get outside of marriage?
Exactly. There's no point getting rid of anything because at the end of the day, marriage itself is becoming obsolete.
A divorce.
Legitimate kids.
Exactly.
I've never been married, baby. I got 3 kids.
I was gonna say I want kids. I'm
when
gonna
you
have
say
kids.
legitimate kids?
I want kids, but I don't want to get
legitimate
married.
kids. Yeah, like that
What,
means.
what does she mean when she says legitimate kids?
In
Any
other words,
kid that you're willing to take care of is legitimate.
Inside of wedlock. That's what she means. Even though that term got killed, a social worker told me that term died 30 years ago.
Yeah, because again, black
women don't uphold it anyway, so it really doesn't make any difference.
Go ahead.
I'm saying, legitimate or illegitimate, what difference does it make? What do you get inside of marriage that can't get outside of marriage?
That's a shaming tactic, by the way.
As far as men are concerned, she said it from a woman's point of view, but from a man's point of view.
That's why I was asking if the man is willing to take care of the children and raise the children. What does legitimate or illegitimate mean? Are you just talking about a man in having access to his resources? As long as he's taking care of the children, they're legitimate.
Well, legitimate is a legal term. In other words, to be legitimate, as it coming from Old English law, that means you had rights to as an heir to the
like a will.
So he's not a bastard, or she's not a bastard.
If you're a bastard, you have what? No legal right to the man's resources.
Okay.
So in other words, legally, that's what illegitimate is illegal. You're not a legal heir.
I didn't say that as a shaming tactic. I was just answering the question.
Oh no.
Well, I mean generally. That's when I hear that.
But
that's the point.
Hold on for a second. But the thing is, you didn't hear the first part of it. What to a man can a man get out of marriage that he cannot get inside of marriage? Legitimate kid, illegitimate is not a factor in a man's thinking.
Right. I mean, because they're his either way. But I'm just saying. I was just answering the question.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's not a man's answer. That's a woman's answer.
Well, it's a real answer. They wouldn't be legitimate. But I mean, if you don't care about that, then that's one thing. But it is an answer.
It's what I'm saying is, if we pose it to a woman, then they will come up with a different answer. It means more to a woman. To a man, it doesn't make that big a difference.
No, I agree.
Legitimate kids matter more to a woman than a man.
Yeah. So in other words, all he cares about is an heir to pass on his seed. He doesn't.
And they don't have to be biological for that purpose.
Huh? Yeah.
And they don't have to be biological for that purpose.
And to pass on your wealth, but it's talking about pass on your genetics.
Right, and that's the reason why you were saying that it needs to be a business transaction. Because from our point of view, it would need to be.
Yeah, because marriage is a business transaction to basically fortify society. It's never for the two people involved.
Right. And right now it seems as though there is no reason, maybe. I don't know why.
There's still a reason for it, because if there was no reason for it, if you could do it without marriage, and you could have men and women could pair bond without the piece of paper, which for the most part, for most of human history, there was no piece of paper. The society enforces the rules. And the reason you do that is so that you don't have the stuff that's going on now in the black community, which all this crazy. Yeah, but that's somebody's got to. You got to turn off your YouTube feed, otherwise you're gonna have to mute you.
Yeah, well, I was saying that actually to agree with you, kind of to accentuate your point.
Yeah.
Like I agree that that it is a business transaction, especially from our end. But the reason I said it was both was precisely what you heard me first say, is because I know that on the other end, on the female perspective, that it is not a business transaction, and I know to them it never will be.
It's always both. It's always
right.
both. It's always both. And
right.
Women that get married without doing business regret it, because it has to be both.
Yep.
Because women's first job is to collect resources for her offspring. That's her first job. And if you understand that, if you have to understand and take the emotion out of it. That's her job. So in other words, stop getting mad at her for doing her job. That's her job.
Exactly. I agree wholeheartedly.
Let me piggyback
one at a time.
I just wanted to piggyback that off another thing. Quiet as it's kept, if black men had a problem, if the issue with black men was that black women were dating white men and constantly swirling, especially for resources, that would be nowhere as bad of a situation as the situation we have now. Where I know earlier in the conversation, it was this conversation about what a thug was, which, let's be clear, we're all adults. We know what we mean when we say that. But I'm just going to use the term non-productive black men. A black woman should never bear children with a man that has proven he cannot produce, especially given the rights that the Constitution has ordained to a black woman, in which it takes two for a man to actually have a kid. It only takes one to actually have the child, and that's the woman, because the woman can get an abortion regardless of what the man thinks. I live in the South. I know plenty of hurt men that wanted to, get a chick that way, and they said no. So that's a big thing too that happens in this like gender war stuff. And I saw this with how you was responding to him. It's like you did not want to admit that. You did not want to admit.
We're not gonna beat up on her, okay?
No, I'm not. But what I'm saying is this is something I see in general with a lot of these videos.
Man,
is it?
I got women in my family like that. They got what to do, and the dude didn't want the kid. They had the kid anyway.
Yeah.
Cash register, baby.
No, because that's what women do. That's what they do. That's what they're wired to do. And
exactly.
That's
exactly. And I think it goes like back to the expression that you were talking about. It's like when I talk, or when I'm thinking about stuff, I'm into computers, so I think about it from like a digital angle. So like if we were to talk about this from that perspective, like I'm thinking of like USB ports and stuff like that. Like the USB port, the female part of the USB port is just to accept. And then receive the information from what it is, the male port. And then once it receives that, if it's not receiving that information, then there's a blockage, like there's an emotional or whatever you want to call it, some kind of energy blockage that's keeping
Is this also why men can just walk away from their children? Because a lot of men, if they don't care about the woman and they never bond with that child initially, they don't have that connection. So therefore, Papa was a Rolling Stone.
Yeah. Go ahead, LAR. You want to jump in?
Yeah. I was going to backtrack a little bit because I was curious.
Go ahead.
When you were talking about the subconscious behavior, I was wondering, black people understand that even white women are in conflict with assimilating to their own beauty standards?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it makes a black woman's beauty standards even that much more murky.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, even white women's beauty standards are even further nuanced than just being white. I mean, the blonde was a big thing for a while. I'm not sure if it still is anymore. I don't really pay attention. You know, redheads have their own kind of thing going on where they're supposed to be wild, sexy, dangerous kind of thing. Like the brunettes are supposed to be just calm and just I guess just take it whatever you want to call it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but also with their standard, they're also in conflict with assimilating to their men's leadership.
No.
Society, yes, they do because society and women especially have basically fallen down on the job as far as corralling that kind of behavior, because sex and reproduction is purview of women, and if the older women don't put a check on the younger women, then you're going to get this wild ass behavior. Now you have wild ass older women, wild ass younger women, and then we have all these young girls sleeping with guys willy nilly because there's no feminine or female check on this stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I guess that's why I guess I listened to some of your older videos where you were talking about Trump kind of checking this feminism-ish vibe that's going around, because I guess he's the environment's going to change, or it has the possibility of changing with him.
No, it's already starting to change. That's how come they're out in the street. They know it's changing.
So what do you think about? I got a question on politics.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think when Trump starts to reorg? Because they're already doing it. They put a hiring freeze on. They put a hiring freeze on all public workers. Mm-hmm. Black women have a lot of those jobs as proportion to their population.
Mm-hmm.
When black women are basically forced kind of back to, let's just say, be more humble with black men, how do you think we should really respond to that?
Well, it depends. Do you feel vengeful towards your woman?
I feel that I don't want to do the same thing over and over again and be your age telling the younger generation about the next cycle of the Matrix.
Well, there you have it. Then the thing is, there's actually I've actually done a video to Chrissy, and I haven't uploaded it yet. And at the very end, I talked about karma and how that slide down to the bottom.
Hey, Beach, can I just jump in for a little second?
Go ahead.
Hey, BJ, can you drop a link in the YouTube chat for Mary A, and I'm going to leave the chat, leave this room so she can join in.
Okay.
She's been wanting to join in.
She's been trying to jump in for the last hour. I keep posting the link.
It was full. It was real full.
Okay. Some of you brothers that are not talking kind of drop off and fall back for a second so other people can get in.
All right, Michelle and Mary. This is Clark. I'm about to leave, so you better hurry up and join before somebody else does.
Yeah. BJ,
yes, sir.
I'm wondering, like, when you're saying what you're saying, I'm wondering about y'all talked about the changes in the environment.
All right, you got to turn off the YouTube feed. You got to turn off the YouTube feed. You're going to be on or mute yourself. Okay, go finish your question, LR.
You got it. When y'all were talking about the environment and how, in a sense, the ladies want men to fix them by changing the environment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when we're looking at say quote unquote white men, since they've kind of shaped this environment, and their women don't want to participate in the environment either. It kind of makes it look like if we change the environment, we're still going to have the same issue.
No, the thing is that feminism, the policy of feminism, changed the environment by force on the common white man, and they have basically rode along with it because they didn't think it would get this bad. Now that it has gotten that bad, guess who's in office?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Trump. Their vote and their force and their vote say we can't get you to act right. Guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna change the environment.
It's really interesting how the esoteric kind of part of this kind of keeps expressing itself, like just kind of inadvertent.
So it's kind of like a battle between a dictator and a rogue.
How would I put this? Um, how would I put this? Okay, you have how many children you got, LAR?
One.
One. Okay. When now you can you got two ways of handling your child, right? Because especially if he's of age, right?
Yeah.
If he's like over 10 years old, directly spanking him is not going to do any good, right?
Gotcha.
You punish him. Why? Right. Why? You do what? You punish him by taking something away, right?
Right.
You change his environment so that the change of environment will force him to do what? Correct his behavior, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. If you want,
That's what I mean by
anybody,
the road.
yeah.
I'm sorry. That's
No, go ahead.
about a road because I think about it in that when you have two parents or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
One parent can actually teach the child to drink the Kool-Aid.
Mm-hmm.
They don't necessarily get the punishment at first
Mm-hmm.
because they actually believe that they have more power than they do, so they fight to their own detriment.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what.
Yeah. Black women do that a lot because black women are, women period were not, they were not trained and not built to handle this kind of responsibility. They really were not. They really were not. They were not. They women are lousy at boundaries. They just are, because that is not their biological role. They just are. And so when you artificially give women power outside of the environment, this is what's going to happen. So they express it like children. Women think about taking care of a child. They don't think about raising an adult. 90% of them.
That's why patriarchy is needed.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't matter whether it's patriarchy or matriarchy. The rules have to work for the people inside. What you have now, like Dr. Philip Valentine says, that what you have is a perverse matriarchy going on in the Black community. It's a broken matriarchy. You don't have a patriarchy. You have a broken matriarchy. Because if you go back to, excuse me.
You have a lot of single mothers, and single mothers can't take care of men. They can't take care of children.
Okay. In a matriarchy, it's the woman's family, the woman's brothers and uncles and grandfathers that raise the men.
Of course, because I'm an Israelite, so if you go into the Bible, it tells you that if a woman becomes a single mother due to being due to a man dying,
mm-hmm.
then the brother would take on the responsibility of being the husband.
Mm-hmm.
He would take her on as a wife.
Yeah.
So then you would cancel out the husband, and she won't be a single mother anymore. Now you have a woman who will be grafted into the family of her son or her brother-in-law. Excuse me.
Okay. So now let me put it you a different way. Do the rules of basketball work in a football game?
No.
Do the rules of football work in a basketball game?
No, except the code of conduct.
No. Do the rules of football work in a basketball game?
No, but except the code of conduct.
No. It doesn't matter about the code of conduct. Do the rules of football work? In other words, you cannot mix systems. If you're going to run a matriarchy, you have to run it properly. Yeah. If you're going to run a patriarchy, you got to run it properly. You cannot have.
Which means there has to be a patriarchy all the way down. There can't be a patriarchy. There can't be a matriarchy inside of a patriarchy. Wrong rules.
And you can't have a weak patriarchy inside of a matriarchy. It doesn't work. No, matriarchy has specific rules for those people to get the individuals raised properly the way they're supposed to be raised.
Can I ask something in a sense using that example?
Yeah.
Like you said about the rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
In athletics, there are certain positions or practices and positions that may be interchangeable with other sports, but it's got to be like specialized.
So in other words, So if you ran football plays in a basketball game, one or two of them might work, but the thing is, you're gonna wind up losing that game. It's not gonna be a very
Right.
good team,
That's
right?
what I was getting at. That's what
Yeah.
I was like. If you play center field, you could probably play safety, but that don't mean you can play quarterback.
Yeah, right.
But if you believe that you can consigliere a situation, you might make one or two good plays, not realizing you're getting your ass blown out.
Yeah, and a lot of women want what the thing is, the matriarchy that's going on in the black community is a perverse matriarchy. It's a broken matriarchy, because if it was a proper matriarchy, like it's supposed to be, the men have their role. They have their roles of raising the sons, protecting and providing, and the women accept that role as for that man to do his job, and vice versa, the woman doing her job. There are specific roles, specific ways that people do things in a matriarchy.
Well, also,
and what we have is not a matriarchy. We don't have a proper. We have a broken matriarchy.
Well, in a typical matriarchy, it's created for the benefit of the people who are all the people who exist within the matriarchy.
Yeah.
Here in the United States, we have a de facto haphazard matriarchal system that's created for the benefit of the white supremacists.
There are no single mothers in a matriarchy. This doesn't happen. Women are not allowed to sleep willy-nilly with whoever they run across. It doesn't happen, and the women are forced that stuff to the T. You're not having sex before marriage. You are not going to do it, and the women will make sure that you don't do it. And when in a matriarchy, if a man's going to ask for that woman's hand in marriage, got to go through the father first, and then go through the mother, and then they say, okay. A woman in a matriarchy, women do not get to choose their husbands. Doesn't happen. And what most women think, most black women think they want a matriarchy, and they don't.
ABGS. In that situation, would you agree with polygamy being a solution?
Yes.
I mean, being a solution.
Polygamy is only allowed under certain circumstances, whether it's the patriarchy or matriarchy. If you have to be able to afford more than one wife, and if you can't, no, you can't have her.
I think it depends on culture.
It depends on it varies from culture to culture,
because you have a lot of Israelite men with multiple wives, but it depends on culture. Because if women are working, then you're able to afford it. Because if you have two women who are working part-time jobs, then yes, you are able to afford it.
Yeah,
but if you, like you said, if you have resources, then you can take care of those multiple wives, like LeBron.
The thing
I'm
is,
sure he.
The thing is about polygamy is more about the wives in the family.
It's a matriarchy.
It is a matriarchy. The wives actually run the family in a polygamy, because it's more about the wives getting help. So you might have one woman that stays home and takes care of the children, and the other two work.
Can I say something real quick? Who do you think benefits the most out of the relationship with P. Diddy? Do you think that the women that get a lot of his resources because they have his kids at least up until 18? Like he has like 4 baby mamas, or do you think Diddy benefits more that way?
They do.
Exactly. A lot of dudes think when they think, this is why I always say dudes are basically, I'm not saying you, because I know you're Hebrew Israelite and you take that stuff seriously. So this is not specifically Hebrew Israelites. Talk about dudes that operate without that discipline. I just want to be clear. But this is why I say dudes are like pussy fantasizing when they say that, because they'll hear what you're saying and they won't even think about it as a matriarchy, just like when black women have a certain view of what they believe a matriarchy is, which is really anarchy, and they do what they want to do and what they,
most guys fantasize about having 4 women in the household. If you ever, one woman in a household is a headache, much less 4. You have to have a special, you have to have a lot of discipline to have 4 wives in a household.
You know, when people think about to speak of those situations, I think they need to look at the men in those situations, not necessarily just their income, but a lot of the people who want quote unquote polygamy that are men do not have a serious work ethic.
No, thank you. And they don't have discipline either, because you have to have a lot of maturity and a lot of discipline to have more than one wife. Hell, you have to have you got to have a lot of discipline to have one wife in maturity, because one woman is a headache, man. 4 is an absolute nightmare if you're not prepared for it. Women Anybody that and LAR probably knows what I'm talking about, because I'm saying if you're a true to the game player and you have more than one woman, man, you do not have time for anything else, because having a woman is more than just laying down with her.
True be told, if you want more than one woman, 9 times out of 10, you're trying not to take care of the one woman you got.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's something else I wanted to put out there too, because you all touched on it for a hot second.
Okay.
When you all got away from it, it was when remember when you said you had the dude that was 5'1", and then how he got in there, and then for a hot second she thought that you were talking about when you said that he pays for it, that he was talking about actually having the transactional version of sex and not like paying for a date. My question is this, and I mentioned this before, but I want to say it while she's on the call. Why is it that in other cultures, if a man pays for sex, he's not necessarily viewed as less than a man, but it is so like against a man's manhood if he does that in black society? I just want to hear that from a black woman's perspective.
Yeah, I guess because like black men, since they don't have as much economic resources as everybody, then they compensate by with their charisma and their swag and stuff. So like you're supposed to be able to talk a woman into bed with you rather than having to pay her.
I'm asking that question because I got another question for you. Do you believe that fundamentally comes from the men, or do you believe that cue comes from women and the men just go with it? Like, you're not a man if you can't get me without me spending money. That pimp culture.
Yeah, I would think that that the women would say that it comes from the women more.
Okay. Because so the reason why I mention that is because that does benefit women more. That doesn't benefit men. Because if you're a man with any kind of, let's say he's making 6 figures, you don't got to be P. Diddy. But he's like, look, I'm going to go overseas, because this is something that gets thrown at a lot of dudes that go to Brazil or go to different countries. And I'm not going to act like there's dudes that don't do it. Sure, there's dudes that do it. Sure, it's a solid percentage that do it. But they'll say, oh, you just paying for pussy. You're taking advantage of these women. Women say that not because they care about the dude. They say that because if men were to do that wholesale, what that would do is that would be us taking control of the dating environment in a way that would be disadvantage to black women. I'm talking about specifically in black culture.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I often look at that is that doesn't benefit us. And I'm not saying that I condone that. I'm just putting that out there.
It's already, what it does is lowers the price of sex. It lowers the it's not just money that's
the value.
Excuse me?
The value of sex.
Say that again.
The value of sex.
The value of sex. It lowers the value of sex. It's already happening. It happened with I explained it in my
I think women have already lowered the value of sex themselves.
What I'm saying is, I'm trying to get at something.
Strawberry analogy.
The strawberry analogy. In other words, the value you had to get when I was coming up before the crack cocaine era, you basically have to commit all your labor and your time and whatnot. But that's worth something. That's worth way more than a few dollars that you would give a hooker, right? If you could commit to a woman, that a woman, if you commit to a woman, that commitment is costly. Time, money, effort, what have you, right? So that's so the sex is at a high value. What happened in the strawberry culture, basically, you reduce the value of sex down to $5. And it just dropped, and you see the effects ever since. Now the value of sex has dropped so much that even women don't value sex anymore. It's already happened.
So it's almost like that just acting and doing off of a feeling and that emotion that that you can feel that that's wrong, so, or they can feel that that's wrong, so they're like, hey, don't do that. They're just acting out of that feeling.
If black women thought that the value of their womb was so valuable and so costly, would they give it up to just some knucklehead dude sitting in the playing the Xbox because he had a little swag?
No. But that's a logical decision.
Yeah, you got to remember, women don't make logical decisions for the most part.
Right.
They make emotional decisions.
Right.
They don't feel.
If anyone can have it, I said if anyone can have it, and a lot of people are having
Okay,
it,
we
it
got echo.
appreciates.
You got an echo, and you're faint, and we're not catching everything that you're saying. So
Sorry, let me.
move closer to the mic.
I think I heard her say anybody can have it or something.
If I said if anyone can just have a woman's vagina, or a woman just gives her vagina out to anyone, of course it's going to depreciate just like a vehicle going off the lot.
Yeah.
If many people have that vehicle, the more it depreciates.
Yeah.
So why do women do that?
Because it's an emotional decision. It's not logical.
Right. It's an expression. They're expressing a feeling.
The thing is, well, I don't want to get too esoteric because, but it's saying it tells you the value that a woman has about herself.
Exactly.
Her most valuable asset is her womb. So in other words, if a lifetime partner of a woman is going from 3 to 100, what is the value of her womb opposed to what her grandmother's value was?
In some ways, it's kind of like what you were saying earlier about along the lines of value is when you're talking about the women who went from baller to baller. You really judge by the type of individual that you gave your womb to.
That's true.
I want to throw in the whole quantity of looks, and if she got that fire.
That fire goes out over time, man.
True, but I'm just saying from
16
to 30, man. 16 to 30, it can be fire.
It can be, but the thing is, that goes into a whole different thing, man. When we go into that direction, okay, we talk about we're going really, really deep, because we're talking about mismatch value as far as men and women.
So is it a woman's responsibility? So isn't it's a woman's responsibility for who she chooses? Like when it comes to the father of her children. Hello?
Yeah, you're coming through. You're coming through.
Oh, okay. I was like, isn't it a woman's responsibility for who she chooses as the father of her children?
Yes.
That's a big complaint that classic black men are making online, ultimately.
BGA.
But isn't it the man's responsibility? Don't they determine who they want to be their child's mother? So I think the responsibility falls on the man and the woman. The woman is responsible for choosing the father of her children, just as the man is responsible for.
I'm talking about it. You're talking. Go ahead. I want to let you finish.
The man approaches, the woman only receives and approves.
Okay.
You're talking from an individual level. I'm talking about from a societal level. You're talking about, like, of course, black men, if they got like a crazy chick as a single mother or a mom and they're getting child support, I have no sympathy for that. I completely understand that. But what I'm saying is, at the societal level, men have more barriers to that than black women. Black women have more. Black women make more decisions that causes that causation than what black men do. Black men, if they have sex, once we ejaculate in a woman, it's up to the woman, it's up to her emotions. We are responsible for that. But what I'm saying is, if you have all these men that don't produce, those men did not do that to you. You did that to yourself. That's my mentality on it, and a lot of women don't own that. They always view single motherhood as something was done to them, as if these guys are like raping them, like in the Players Club, and just taking it. And that's not what's going on. That's the point I was trying to put out.
Well, that plus there's like one form of birth control for men, and there are upwards of a dozen or more different sorts of birth control for women. So, I mean, there's so many more options that women have to prevent pregnancies, and then of course you have the day after pill and abortion. Women have so much more.
Well, I'm talking about
area.
Yeah, I'm talking about the emotional aspect, because a big problem that I think we see in this gender war thing is men tend to get away from Tommy Sotomayor and Obsidian Radio and all of that. Men generally put all the cards on the table and say, look, this is what it is, let's hash it out. What women tend to do, and now I'm starting to understand this because of emotional reasons, is that women tend to try to say what feels good or what looks good it's just they're never like truly putting everything out there as far as what they do. And that's really where the frustration for men comes in, where it's, men are saying, oh, women are just with thugs, when in reality men are complaining that women are with non-producing black men, and then they're replicating themselves through the womb of women, and then women will get on television and sit there and make it like there's no black men nowhere, when in reality we skipped all these quote unquote, I call them classic black men now, because we're going to drop this EL.
Are you saying unproductive black men or non-producing? I don't understand what you're
Same
saying.
thing, unproductive, non-producing. They don't have a job, they don't have income. Yeah, they're not guys that like can fix the community. That's
30
basically what
years
I'm saying.
old and working at Wendy's.
Yeah, not planning on building society any further than
Well,
where it is.
a lot of times those unproductive men are reproducing with unproductive women. According to statistics, a lot of educated women are not having a lot of kids out of wedlock. Educated women, whether they're black or white or whatever race they are, they typically have less kids, and when they do have kids, they have kids within a marriage. So I think unproductive men are reproducing with unproductive women. So both of them are irresponsible.
So 40% of black, we there was talk, I hear what you're saying, and that was talked about on the call with You Heard Me. 40% of black men are childless. They say like 17% of black women are childless. So if that was like 50-50, I could understand that, but clearly the problem
So
is with
how do
the women.
you go about calculating that 40% of men are childless? Because a woman can have a baby from a child and she can be considered a single mother. And that same guy that got her pregnant can go off and say he doesn't have any kids, when in actuality,
Okay,
Come
where
on,
do
we
you
can
get
look
your
at that for
numbers from?
we can look at that for child support. Come on, let's not play that.
let
We can
me
just
get
go.
this
We don't
one.
even go. Okay, go ahead. I'll fall back.
Okay, what he's getting at is, for a certain segment of black men that are in society right now, there are no children at all. So 40%, meaning if you took 100, that 40% don't have any children, whereas the women, there's a smaller population of women that don't have children.
Well,
Most men that have children by multiple women, so that would be why that there would be less men that have
It's like
children.
15% of the guys that are really like the bottom 10%. They're doing a lot of these
Well,
spreading the seed thing.
what factors come into play also? Because I'm trying to think, well, what percentage of our men are incarcerated? And I think there's a
It's
lot of
like a
factors
million.
that
It's like
there's
700,000.
okay, so then that's not a large percentage. But there's a lot of factors that come into play. I don't believe those statistics are accurate, or they're kind of misleading.
Well,
Right. See, and
5%. Let's say 5% of the black male population is in jail. Let's say that hypothetically. Okay, that still leaves you 85-95% of the population that's available. If you take 20% of those black men that are having children that are married, and you say another 10-15% are not married but having children with black women, that leaves what, 40% that are not having any children at all. So you have a married population that you need to look at. You need to have the unmarried population, and in between those two, how many of them are having multiple sets of children? So, for instance, I have a friend. He has 4 kids by 2 different women. I have no kids. If you looked at it statistically, he would be in that number.
Can I use that extreme for a second?
Sure.
Okay. When you look at even the jail population, you will find that a lot of the men in jail have kids or kids by multiple people.
Yeah.
If you look at the female jail population, you won't see them being pregnant by, you know what I'm saying, in that same order. You won't see like different types of guys getting that same woman who's incarcerated pregnant.
There's a lot of men in jail that don't have kids.
Not as many as you think.
Not as you think.
You have statistics
Oh yeah,
on
and
that?
BGS, I need you to check her on these statistics real quick. But I just want to
hold on for a second.
Let him finish his thought.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this because of this. My father was a CO for years. the majority of men in prison have children.
Thank you.
From city to city and state to state, one of the running jokes is if you're looking for the finest women in your city, go to lockup. They're visiting somebody.
Yeah, and another
on the beauty standard.
Yeah, and another thing I just want to put out there too is, see, that's another thing that kind of, we're not sitting here making things up. You like, maybe you can't trust what we're saying, but this is not, we're just throwing stuff out there. We like, DGS has done like 8-hour hangouts, and we've broken this down in so many different ways. It's not even funny. But the thing is, when you start saying inflating the numbers of actually these 6-figure black women, because that's what you're doing, you're making it seem like there's more black women that are in that 6 figures, no having kids, because they're kicking ass and taking names. And that is not true. That is a lie. And I'm not saying you're lying, but I'm saying that is a fallacy that a lot of women say. Also, let me prove what I'm saying is true. Most of the women YouTubers, like You Heard Me First Time or Chrissy, some of the ones that actually got a good head on their shoulders for the most part, they're not even making that argument now. The argument that is being made is, this is why classic black men aren't being chosen, or formally educated lames are being chosen. They're not even making the argument that this is not going on. They've already seeded that. So you're kind of behind the curve when you're saying, oh, well, let's question the statistics. Let's see if that's real. Where are you getting that from? Go to blackdemographics.com. It proves everything I'm saying. They get this stuff from the CCC. So understand something. We are not trying to beat up on women or make this up. This is happening.
And the thing is, I want to get to, while I'm thinking about this, I want to get, bring women up to speed, black women up to speed about what's going on in the classic black manosphere now. What's been going on for the last 6 months. The reason you've been seeing educated lame, this, that, or the other, is because now the educated brothers, the classic men are trying to figure out whether it is worth it to stay in the black community or get recruited out, because you're constantly getting recruited out. It's not like you don't have a choice. You can't go anyplace else. And you're getting pressure from women. You're getting pressure from pro-black people, getting pressure from other black groups to stay in the community. Come back. Don't leave. Don't flee. Bring your talents back to the community and fix it. And a lot of people, like Sarah says, forget about the women. Forget about them. Push them aside. Come back. Use your talent to fix it. And what these guys, these group of guys, are saying, especially now, is that why should we? What's in it for us?
I don't think they're saying why should we. I think they're thinking. I think they just don't know how.
No, ask them. Ask them. Ask them. Okay, so you answered them, and they're here.
I want to step up on this one. As a non-select guy, I can honestly say I've tried to date, talk to, approach different women in my office situation on the friendly tip. Just, hello, how you doing? You want to go get some coffee? You want to go get some lunch? You want to go do something? Now, if you're not chosen back, that's not on me as the guy for not being successful with you as a woman. I go out every day and I see guys with women that are basically dealing with dudes that are beyond dusty. I'm still staying with moms. I'm still staying in the hood. I barely have a car. Kind of guys, and they got,
I need a place to stay.
Right, 5 and 6 kids, and I'm 35 and never had a child out of wedlock. Don't have too many girlfriends in the past because I'm not select, and I'm not mad about it. I'm not angry, but at some point, if I go into another community, it's because it's easier. Or I go out of the country, it's because it's easier.
And here's another thing I wanted to say real quick. When he says non-select, he's talking about non-select by black women. He's not talking about non-select in general. And that's I think when women talk about that educated lame thing, they think it's like Steve Urkel and nobody wants you. That's not true. These women are saying these are like easy pick. It's kind of like finding like a good car, like a really good car at like a really good value. We're like, oh, I'm getting this now because it's a good deal, because somebody left that on the table. And that's why I asked that question before. It's a woman's responsibility for the father she chooses for her children. Unless that woman was raped, she chose that man, and she chose to be sexually and emotionally penetrated by that man, to be imprinted by that man. That's that Issa Rae thing you was talking about.
And the thing is, I can tell you from experience that these women know better, and that's the problem. They're trying to pretend like they don't. They know better.
And it's not just hood chicks either. Let's stop saying that. It's
No, it's
middle
not just
class women.
middle class, even upper class women that are doing it. But go ahead, LAR, jump in.
Thank you.
And we're gonna let the young lady respond after this.
Okay. The problem with trying to fix the black community that we'll say the classic guys have an issue with is the community is so intertwined with dysfunction. Separating the community from dysfunction is a battle in itself. See, if you really want to take it to the rawest of forms, if the black men say, okay, we got to kill off these drug dealers, there's going to be a problem with it. If people say, okay, we got to get rid of these pastors, there's going to be a problem with that in the community. If people say, okay, we got to get rid of these people these families who are benefiting from this dysfunction, there's going to be a problem with that on the male side and the female side. It's just like when you see these women at people's houses eating Thanksgiving dinner with their molesters because everybody wants to keep it quiet. They're trying to fix a community who's comfortable.
That doesn't want to be fixed. It doesn't want to be fixed. Let the young lady have her say, because she's trying to get in.
Sorry.
Are you speaking to me?
Yes. Weren't you trying to get in?
Oh, I wasn't, but I was. I was just thinking about when the one guy say he couldn't find a black woman, and he say go to a different country to find one. I don't know. I just think that's an excuse.
I want to clarify something.
No. Let her finish. Albert, let her finish. Let her finish her thought, and then you can chime in.
No, I was just gonna say I just think that's an excuse.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, why do you think that's an excuse?
Because I think a lot of times black men are like electricity, and they don't
explain that, because we don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, they don't like to work hard, and they take the
No. Let her finish. And then Albert's gonna respond.
Oh, I was just gonna say they don't like to work hard at getting something or at building something. And just like when the English came over here to America, you know, it was difficult for them too. They had hard times also, but they regrouped and they came up with different ways in order to make sure that they sustained the English heritage, or they sustained the white heritage. And I think with black men, a lot of times they just give up and they leave the black community and they go to a community where they have less responsibilities, and where they have less responsibility. And the communities that they go to, i.e. the white community, it's the white man who takes almost the responsibility where the black man is going. And again, they just go where they have less responsibility.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why wouldn't a man or any other person go where it's easier and they can live their life the easiest way possible? Why would they want to struggle for some people that don't like them?
I don't know. I just think with the man, they would want to.
No. I'm asking you a specific question. Why would they?
Why wouldn't they want to leave?
Why would they want to struggle to find a woman when they can go to the other side and find a woman without all that struggle? Why would they want to continually knock their head up against the wall? Why?
They're respected.
I would think that the black men would want to sustain the black community. I mean, when we have black men leaving the black community and black women leaving the black community, it makes our percentage goes down with the number of African American people in the community. I would think that she wants to stay in.
Can I flip the question?
Yes.
Flip the question. So if the black man says, like a particular guy like Albert is supposed to bang his head up against the wall to bond and build with a black woman, is it not the black woman's responsibility to reciprocate?
Yes, of course.
So how come she's not?
I can't say she's not. The black women I know, or the black women that I surround myself, they reciprocate. I don't have that problem. I see black.
Can I interject?
Albert, I need you to get your turn so I can go.
Wait. Now Albert is going to get a chance to defend himself. It's going to be orderly. I know it's emotional, but we're going to have order. No, we're not going to talk over each other. Go ahead, Albert. Defend yourself.
Okay, I've had the opportunity to be around the country, West Coast, East Coast, South, North, West, and moved down here, moved to the South. 18, got a girlfriend, female friend. She chooses to go with thug guys. Choice, open choice. We're just friends. Cool. Gets into trouble, steals some stuff from a store, ends up leaving town because of her choice to go with that emotional choice to go and please this dude. Now, I'm the dude that I guess you want to say is simple, whatever, who's talking to her, investing the time with her, being a friend, getting out of trouble, taking her places, getting her out the house. That's me investing time in this woman. Now, okay, move on to the future. Getting to college, talking to people, being in clubs, associating with different females that I've known for 4 or 5 years. Choose one. Hey, I like you. Oh, well, I'm not really vibing with you. You might need to talk to a white girl. I'm like, I'm on an HBCU campus getting told this by a black chick that I'm known for at least a year, and invested the time in and not pressing her for any physical activities or sex or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm getting told you need to go talk to a white girl. I'm on an HBCU campus.
I want to ask you a question though, Albert. I know you want to defend yourself and bring your case up. The thing is, it's real simple. If you're a talented black man and your skills are needed, right? Your skills are very much needed, right?
They're marketable. Yeah.
They're marketable. Very much marketable. Is it fair that you should have to struggle on this side of the fence when you can be readily accepted on the other side of the fence without struggle?
No.
Is it fair?
I
want to know why the young lady thinks that's fair.
You're asking me the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Because if you want to sustain the black race, if it's difficult, I think the problem is the black women that he's choosing. Hello?
Why is it a one-way street though?
Yeah.
No, it's not a one-way street.
Okay.
I don't think it's a one-way street.
I'm not trying to interrupt you, but going off.
You know what? I've seen a lot of black women that had opportunities to marry outside of their race, but for the sake of the black race and sustaining the black race, they chose to marry and procreate with a black man.
I want to talk when I get to say.
It's not easy.
Were they accepted? They chose to procreate. They were accepted by what? A black man. They found one, right?
Right.
They were accepted, right?
But it wasn't easy.
Why wasn't it easy?
Because
I'm going to get to the
some
bottom
black
of this.
men, there's a lot of black men that have baggage, and black men aren't perfect. I mean, there's difficulties for black women.
Wait a minute. Were they rejected?
Rejected by other black men. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Were they rejected by black men?
Yes.
Lots
They were more accepted by non-black men.
Huh?
And they were more accepted by non-black men, but they chose to not marry a non-black man and just find that right black man.
Well, it sounds like you sisters have a lot of work to do, because you're letting your best and your brightest go right out the door.
Can I jump in real quick?
I don't think we're letting our best and
I've been
brightest.
waiting.
Majority of African American men choose black women to procreate with and to marry. So our best and our brightest are not going.
But we're not talking about all black men. We talk about we call the so-called ELs, the educated lambs. You're letting them go right out the door. These are the top 10% of your men as far as intellectual capacity is concerned. These are the people that you need to actually build and design businesses and other kind of stuff. And you let them go right out the door to another community.
No, I don't think we're letting them go.
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
No, they choose to leave based on how they view themselves in society. That's why they're leaving.
How do you think they get their view of society? Go ahead, LAR.
The dominant society, what the dominant society tells them they are.
LAR's got the floor right now. Go ahead, LAR.
I hate to say this, but I'm gonna have to. our women at this point sound like they want antiquity, no sacrifice.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is when us men hear you ladies talk, it sounds like you've been raised to think you're in a position of power when you're not. And you're dictating orders as a consigliere when you have no idea actually how this whole mechanism works. When you're telling the very men you're talking to that they don't know what they're talking about and they have the experience over you at being men, at being educated, at being the top 10, that's a delusional way of having a conversation. And the problem with our community is that we have people actually telling the wrong people the wrong information. Because if I told you, if I was as a man told you women, oh, you are not doing this because I know you as a woman, you are just like this because my daddy told me that, it would sound ridiculous. It would back with no experience.
BGS.
Yes.
Even if you choose to go marry out or something, you can still like help the community. And I was somebody who was laughed at, made fun of by the people who need the most help now. And you have white people who aren't even connected to this community who will come in and set up programs for inner city youth and things. So you don't, it's not necessarily about who you marry, it's still about helping with the community. Wow. And the reason we all have a vested interest in helping the community is because you can go away to the suburbs or you can marry out, but still the problems that people cause will reflect on us. Like they can't tell the difference between them and us because we all got the same skin color and same features and everything. So,
so what I'm saying is that's a case that you can make, but for how long can you make that case? In other words, you're hearing exactly what you're making the exact same case to the ELs not leaving the community and how come they don't and whatnot and the pressure that's put on them.
I'm not.
Yeah, because I've been waiting too.
Go ahead, Edward. Go ahead, speak. All
right, so the first thing I wanted to just throw out the door is this thing that black men are too lazy. I mean, just the very fact that that's like what you would lead with is crazy. First of all, white men have been trading in white women that's been tripping for ages. That's one of the ways they keep them in line. They stay going to get Asian women. Where do you think black men got that stuff from? We got it from learning from them. The second thing, I mean, you see Donald Trump basically traded in like 3 of his wives every time they started to get out of pocket. So this thing that white men don't want to are willing to put up with crap, that's a fallacy on its own. But that's not even my main point. My main point is it's the very way that you have addressed this question where it's like it's not so much emotion, but it's like you're not logically like saying it. You're just saying you should do it because you should just do it. Well, here's the thing. At some point as a man, I can just say I'm going to leave and what happens, happens. Darwinism will run its course. And the problem is black women and you all, and when I say this, I really mean this. Black women instill this in us early to where this is why black men, what's the first thing a black man does when he gets on? Like when he gets on in sports, takes care of his mom. Always. The very first thing he does with his money. And that's good. He should do that. But my point is, you all have this like belief, the way you articulate it, like we just need to deal with it. We're at this point where it's like either we're gonna wholesale replace you all by getting women from across the other side of the diaspora, like Afro-Brazilians or whatever, or a lot of dudes are gonna say, I'm hopping. I don't care what you want to say about me and a man. You'll say that in the hood or where you're at, and I'll be over here doing what I'm doing. And that's ultimately what you all are completely underestimating. Like, men are really starting to focus on making that happen. And it's nothing you all are gonna be able to do when it happens. Then turn it. Oh, go ahead.
The thing is, she's giving a lousy recruiting speech.
It's horrid.
These are not Pookie and Ray Ray. that depend on you. These are the people that have already accomplished something, that are doing something, that are thinking about, because they have been rejected for so long, they're going to leave. And this is the best that you can do, is say, well, you have to do it if you care about the black race. At what point do they stop caring about the black race? Go ahead, Black Wizard.
Yeah, so I really want to speak to Edward's point first, and where he was saying, the argument about, classic men being lazy and things like that. It's an argument that just falls apart in the first place, because the whole idea behind a classic man is that he takes the time to study, work on his craft, and he's disciplined in doing the work, and he's getting passed up because he's working like that. So the whole argument falls apart just from the very beginning. I'd also like to point out that it's like there's almost this backdrop of it's your job to fix it, and if you're not fixing it, then there must be something wrong with you. So anything that you say, is going to be turned back on you, because if you were really the man that you say that you are, then either it would be fixed already, or you would be fixing it now. So it's like, because they have this argument already crafted in their mind, or they have this feeling already crafted in their mind, it's like they're almost coming from this angle that it's like, you're not fixing it, it hasn't been fixed, so therefore you must not have the skills. If you don't have the skills, then you're just, anything you say is just a reflection of that to me, because if you could have fixed it, it would have been fixed by now. That's what
Okay.
it's
Can I ask before you guys start, let me I'm asking a favor of the people that aren't asking questions right now in the conversation, if they would just kind of cycle in and out, because we got people that are in the chat room that would like to get in. But I'm saying, go with who's next? Albert, you got a question?
Yeah, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, I spend 8 hours at work. I go to train 5 hours in some martial art 3 days a week, 5 days a week at work. I come home on the weekends and I do stuff around the house, because I got a nice house that I'm trying to take care of. Got a lot of grass to cut, trees to trim. From a lady's perspective, where do I meet these women who are amenable and available in a day that you're going to be 14 hours doing something other than trying to meet people?
This is what I want to know. That's also a very, very valid question.
So you have difficulties meeting women. I don't know where I've been married for over 18 years. I don't know where you would meet a woman in that case. Because all the people I know, you can meet them online, I assume, but all the people I know, black women, are married to black men, and they've been married for at least over 15 years.
Okay.
I don't know.
But how does it help him?
This is something that I want to throw out there. You are in a different generation, and not to say that we're too different in ages or whatnot, but the time frame where you married and dated, it's kind of a different society.
It is different, yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So your perspective is not taking into consideration the reality that's on the ground right now.
Go online.
I'm working. I don't have time to dedicate.
That's a bad idea.
But
Online is a cesspool.
But the thing is, we're getting away from the fundamental question. What is there? What do black women have? What does the black community have to hold these guys back and stop them from leaving? That's the fundamental question.
There's no incentive whatsoever at all.
There is none.
There
is none. Not only is there none, but BJS, like you and Ron Wills very eloquently described, this whole imprinting thing happens when women are 15, 16 years old.
Yeah.
And they've had dozens of sex partners, and some of them wonderful, and they've been imprinted with these experiences, whether they're thuggish or some roguish type of thing. And then Albert gets to them, 10, 15 years later, and that's what he's got to contend with.
Well, yeah. The thing is, what Ron pointed out and others have pointed out is that even though they have a twin mating strategy and they've chosen you, they don't desire you. So in other words, exactly. You have that point that now that you're married and you've gotten 2 kids and you're in your 30s and you're settled, and either she stops having sex with you or she started cheating on you because she doesn't desire you and you're stuck. And a lot of young guys like Albert have seen that, and they don't desire to have that when they can have what they want on the other side. And at the end of the day, is what you want as an individual person. Now, if you want these men to sacrifice themselves and do that, you're going to have to give them throw them a bone and a big one. And you're not doing that. Shaming is not going to work. Shaming is going to do what you're doing is going to do the exact opposite. It's going to drive them even faster the other way.
Right. He's going to work even harder.
Let her answer. Hey.
What I don't get with Albert is that he says he works all day. He probably works around a lot of non-black people, so he can probably meet
black females exclusively.
Okay.
And a few foreign nationals.
All right. Okay. Yeah, if you say so. But what I don't get,
Excuse me. Wait a minute. One thing we're not going to do is disrespect the people online because we're not disrespecting you. So
okay, I won't be disrespectful.
Okay, thank you.
Finish your statement. Yeah. What I'm saying is that he works all day. He goes to the gym, work out, and he comes home and cut his grass. And he's complaining that he can't meet the right woman, the right black woman, and he's not willing to put forth the work to meet the right black woman.
I asked you where the right black woman was. I mean, that was the clear question, not to be shamed again about what I'm doing, but where to find them.
Why? No, wait a minute, Albert. Why should he?
Do you think the black woman is just gonna appear and drop in front of you?
Why should she? Why should it? But the thing is, when he approaches black women, because he works around them, he's in an area that's all black. How come he can't find one? How come they're rejecting him?
The juice isn't worth the squeeze. That.
Why should he work that hard?
His situation, I don't know his environment. I don't know the type of person that he work around, and I don't know what type of person Albert is.
You gotta get closer to the mic.
I said I don't work in his environment. I don't know what type of woman he's trying to hit on, and I don't know what type of person Albert is. I mean, if you're the type of man that face to face, and I'm not saying this is you, Albert, but if you're the type of man when you meet somebody face to face, you don't have high self-esteem. Then a lot of times a woman.
Okay. I got this one. Fall back for a second. I got this. Okay.
Can I finish?
No. Well, the thing.
Can I say something, BJ?
Go ahead, bro.
I'm a fairly charismatic person. I get along with most people that I interact with. I've lived in Seattle. I've lived in Miami. I've lived in Maryland. Lived in Mississippi. Lived in Virginia. And I've never had a problem making friends or making acquaintances. So it's not the personality that's the issue. I'm a big guy, and I've dated a few hood chicks who've married guys who look just like me, could be passed for twins. So it's not the looks. But
Albert, why do you say you don't have time to go online?
Okay, in the market that I'm in, I'm 35. I see women that are a little bit older than me on POF and the dating sites, and
POF is a booty call site, though.
Okay, where would you suggest? That was the root of my question, though, earlier.
Well, what I was going to ask is, if Albert was the only case, we could help him. What happens when you have hundreds of people saying the same thing, even thousands of people saying the same thing? How do you answer that?
But you're saying you don't have time to go online, but then you're saying you have time to go to outside the community. Like, how is
No, I'm not. I never said I'm going outside the community. My specific problem is I work, I come home, and I exercise. That's about the extent of my day.
I'm not like making fun. Like, but have you ever had a woman? How'd you meet her?
Wow. Do you know where any good quality black women are? Let's ask that question. Then we'll get into Albert's issue.
Let's stay on one topic at a time. It's not.
Can
We
I
don't
say
want this to be a scrum. Go ahead, LAR.
the problem you ladies are having right now is it's understandable if you have questions, but it's kind of disrespectful to always project the worst opinion of a human being onto a person that you can say you don't know. Because if you change Albert's color, you wouldn't ask these questions in these ways. And
I wasn't being condescending. I was just saying, like,
not just, it wasn't just you heard me first time.
Wasn't really.
It was the other woman, Mary. It's like when you ask a guy, you know, when you speak the least of, I don't know who you are, but maybe basically just a bum. That kind of just says, okay, now look, say that. Would you say that if he was Asian? No. Would you say that if he was Hispanic? No. Would you say that
Yes,
if
I
he was
would.
white? No. No.
If he told me, if he was Spanish and he told me he worked around a lot of Spanish women, I would say that, and he asked me why wasn't he getting a woman, I would say, I don't know. I don't know you. I mean, if I knew you personally, I can probably help you out. But I don't know you personally.
You see how you changed demeanor and saying, if I knew you, I would probably help you out. You wasn't trying to help him out.
We're not gonna start a fight.
No. The problem is women wants to have the cake and eat it too.
Hey,
Just that
hey,
simple.
whoa. One at a time.
What I'm getting at the end of the day is, I think when you get to the top 10 percentile or the talented 10th we're talking about, these guys know history. These guys know for a fact that most of these industries in America were started with the minds, hands, and efforts of black men. So when women say what y'all need to do, y'all need to work harder and work harder. If you haven't looked at America in the last 100 years, when black men started opting out of certain societies, this is why we don't have as much innovation in America. Some of the biggest industries in America, even the gaming industry, was started actually by a black man who invented the video game system.
That's why the music sucks.
This is why, like, they just figured out that Jack Daniels was actually made by a black man, which we know they just didn't figure out. But when you go from cars, people talk about Ford so much, but they don't talk about George Washington Carver teaching them how to fix that stuff in a plant. Wait. People don't talk about the things that black men who are educated and smart do.
Cellular technology, cell phones,
the internet,
multiple megahertz computers.
Right, but the assumption that what we need to do is work harder is because it's under that umbrella of that's what white people have been benefiting off of our labor, hard work, and innovation for years. So everybody else should just do it too, and we should just keep working for them.
Keep trying hard.
Black women do not want black men to work hard.
One at a time. Let this young lady speak, and then you can go top.
What I disagree with is you call on George Washington Carver and you call on the history of what the black men have done. And if I'm not mistaken, either George Washington Carver was a homosexual or he was married to a non-black woman. And I may be wrong, but I know he wasn't.
All right.
George Washington was castrated at a young age.
No, you can't finish. Not if you're gonna talk like that, sweetie.
No, I wanted to state something.
George Washington was castrated at a young age.
What I was going to say was that it doesn't make sense to call on what the black man did in the past if it's not benefiting us financially now to where we can have corporations that we own and black people building black.
You do have corporations that you own.
Black
the guy who made cell phones, cellular technology, black guy. He has a corporation. He's about in his either 50s or 60s now. The black Intel engineer who led the group who made multi-megahertz computers.
What about Frank Smith?
Yeah.
He's a billionaire.
Yeah.
So these are not people that are like
what is his name? I'm sorry.
Robert Smith. Robert Smith.
I think that's the one who's married to the white woman that was a stripper.
Well, why do you think they're married to white women?
Yeah. Bingo.
I really have a question.
You're not stating your case. Bingo.
I'm not.
Bingo.
I'm just saying. It doesn't.
You were married in 1999.
Here's a question.
Huh? I was married in 19. How are you good at counting? Good.
But my point is, the dating game was completely different than what it is now. That's the only reason why I put that. And see, the funny thing is, you did not put that information out there. And that's what I was talking about those half truths. You're sitting there talking to us like you're a 35-year-old, when in reality,
I'm in my late 30s.
What I'm saying is, this is an example exactly why guys are leaving. You're the perfect example of why guys.
So you got married at 20.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The thing is,
or 18.
The thing is if all the guys on here, if they were talented and they could go someplace else, would they put up with this? No. You're not. In other words, you're a lousy commercial for black women, and for guys staying with black women.
Be a commercial.
You, the proud, the gone.
I'm just trying to understand.
What are you trying to? Well, ask the question and stop making statements.
Okay, I guess what I came on, my question was, why is it that there was a lady on the phone with you earlier? Why is it that you put all the blame and responsibility on the black woman? And I don't understand why the black woman never takes responsibility.
You got to hold on. You got to get closer to the mic. And I walked her through this 7 or 8 times, and I'm sure you've heard it 7 or 8 times. Do you want me to walk you? You want me to walk you through the logic again?
No, I don't need you to walk me through the logic.
I can barely hear you, sweetie. You got to get closer to the mic.
No, I do not want you to walk me through the logic. Can you hear me now?
Do you understand it or don't you understand? You asked me a question, and you asked me you don't understand, so that means you don't know. So I didn't understand. You either agree or you don't understand.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Why is it when black men, if something is required of black men and they can't own up to it or they can't deal with it, they always try and find the black woman to
that's not what I said.
Okay. Who is owning up? Wait, whoa. I'm just wondering, why is it that black men aren't creating anything and taking black women?
Okay, you're gonna have to cut the statements short so we can answer. Go ahead, Albert.
Go ahead and answer me.
Okay.
Go ahead, Albert.
Quite simply, Albert, you're asking a real simple question. If you go out and as a young lady, you choose a guy and you have a child with that guy, and that guy is not able to produce for you, how is that society's fault?
It's not society's fault, but it's not all the responsibility on the woman.
Why not?
The woman is not just responsible for society. The man is also.
Why not?
The man knows.
Why not?
And if the man is not productive, why would he?
Why would she choose it? Why would she choose? Whoa! I got this. You guys fall back. Why would she choose him?
Why would he choose to have a child? It goes both ways.
Oh my!
Why would he choose?
Why would she choose him? Now, you heard me first. This is exactly what I was talking about. Remember we were talking about this?
But I didn't.
Exactly what I was
didn't disagree with you though. I didn't disagree with you though.
I know. What I'm saying is what we were talking about. This is exactly what when we were talking about the whole logic. This is exactly what we were talking about. Remember us talking about that?
I understand that it's wrong for her to choose him, but you make it seem like the black man.
You don't understand. That's why I was going to walk you through the logic again.
Why would she have a kid by an unproductive male in the first place?
In other words, the argument is. In other words, he's supposed to be responsible for fixing her, because if she chooses an unproductive man to lay down with and have a child with, then there's something wrong with her, and he's supposed to be man enough to fix her. He's not only responsible for him, but he's also responsible for her, because she's not capable of fixing her.
They're both responsible.
No. He's not responsible for she is responsible for what she does with her womb. So if she has a problem, she is responsible. The same thing I tell my daughters, the exact same thing. The buck stops with you.
He is responsible.
No, he's responsible for his side of it.
What happened to my body, my choice?
Yes. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as a person who's observed this cycle of, I see a young lady that I like, I've invested time with this young lady, she's chosen to choose somebody who is a non-productive member of society. Now, my tax dollars go to pay for Section 8, TANF, women's programs, whatever you want to call it. I am now, as a male in society, generally paying my tax dollars to help this woman.
Indirectly.
Indirectly. Now, if she had chosen to either wrap it up, I'm not saying don't have sex. I'm not saying don't have children. But I'm saying, in your choice in this non-productive male, you have greatly affected our built environment, our society, by taking my potential resources that could go to fixing roads, educating other children, to providing for your lifestyle, or providing
Can
for
I
her
jump in?
lifestyle.
To building prisons and schools, right? But what I'm saying is, even though your money may go to this lady who's on Section 8, but aren't you upset with the man who impregnated her?
Absolutely, that's the thug versus EL argument.
Yeah, we're absolutely he goes to jail. He gets on child support. He's looked at as the lowest of the low. In fact, they put him as a deadbeat dad, and the law comes after him. He is punished.
Well, the problem
And
is,
when the woman's 35, she's looking for a dude that's chopped.
We got to let somebody else get in. You got to let somebody else get in.
I got a simple question.
One at a time. You got to let somebody. Sweetie, you got to let somebody else.
I got a simple question.
If they receive free food,
If you're going to talk to us, we're going to mute you. Let somebody else get in.
I got a quick question.
Yes.
For both, for you heard me and the other person. Do you believe that a woman with children should have access to a man with this childless?
We haven't answered the first question first.
Well,
what's the?
I just want to keep it. Of course, I just want to keep it simple on this. Do you think that women with children should be able to get with men that are childless?
I want to answer this question.
No. Let her answer the question. He asked her a question. Let her answer it.
Is it fair? No, but if he said
no, should they? Not if it's fair. Should they be locked out of that?
Should the man or should the woman?
Should the single childless man get with a woman that has children?
No, because he's like taking care of another man's legacy.
It depends on
okay.
Of course she's.
Well, let her answer. She has an answer. Go ahead. You got to speak up.
She can be a widow. She can be a mother of just one child. It can be different factors.
Okay, I got you.
It depends on why she's a single woman. But let me ask this question. Hold on. Because
correct.
No, it's not yes. It depends.
No, it's yes.
But I have a question. It depends. It depends on the situation.
Most black women are not widows.
Yes.
I have a question.
Got to be married to be a widow.
Ask the question.
I have a question.
Make it short.
Should a black man with children have access to a black woman with no children?
No.
Hell no.
No.
Hell to the no. That's what we talking about. That's what we're on here for. Sorry. I'm fall back.
I do have a statement. Black men in our ranks, we discern ourselves from the lame to the thugs. Women doesn't seem not to have that divide.
Right.
I mean, there's a separation. I mean, we draw the line right here. Those that's productive, those that's not productive. So why don't women do that within their own ranks?
Isn't that what Obsidian calls the black female board hive mind?
Yeah.
Exactly.
See, this is how I know you've been out the game for a while, because you asking these questions.
No, hey, we're going to talk you down. We're going to be respectful and ask questions. Wait, hold on a second. Let me finish.
I like to have my question answered.
Whoa.
Great question.
Hey, stop. Stop. One thing, this is not going to turn into a scrum, otherwise I'm going to end the podcast, okay? Okay, everybody's going to, we're here to, we got young ladies, we got ladies on the line. We're going to ask and answer, okay? We're not going to turn this into a scrum, okay? So we ask a question so she can answer it. So go ahead, Edward, ask your question.
I think it was me. I don't know if it was Edward.
Okay, go ahead, LAR, ask your question.
You heard me first time, or I think Mary, either one. There came a point when you said they asked, by proxy, men need to fix women. Hypothetically speaking, if that were to happen, how would women know what to do as far as sacrifice and reciprocating that after that?
You're asking me the question? Either one?
You can answer either one.
Well, I think if a man does what he's supposed to do, I think a lot of times a woman will actually fall in line.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about. That's the logic that I was talking about. Yeah, but go ahead.
No,
if a guy
Go ahead. You heard me. Wants to jump in. Go ahead. You heard me.
When we were talking about the way it was back in the old days, the woman, she had to be sexually responsible, because if she let a man get her pregnant, then she would be disgraced because she's pregnant out of wedlock, and the guy wouldn't have any shame on him. But now, if a woman gets pregnant,
shotgun marriage, yeah, that's true. It's up with the family. The family enforced rules because.
Well, even if she had an affair with a married guy and she could marry him, I mean, you just have to be careful with who you.
The thing is what we don't understand, and what society understands. Yeah, in this permissive society has gotten away from a woman's womb does not belong to her; it belongs to her family, because that's the family's legacy, and it was up to them to enforce their legacy. So if a man got a woman pregnant, he had to provide for her, married or not. So that means if she had an affair with a married man and he took advantage of her, that a lot of times that married man will forfeit his life.
BGS.
Yes.
Okay, this is an observation of a relatively close nature. Historically speaking, what they did is they sterilized you in the South if you had a child out of wedlock, so you wouldn't have additional children. So like women of my great grandmother's era, what they did is if you're a 14-year-old and you popped up pregnant, they go in there and they scrape your ovaries, and they've done that all the way until the 2000s in some places. So you can't have children anymore. You become sterile. And I know many of girls who are like that because they became pregnant around 15, 14. And when they went into the doctor messed them up. You know, it doesn't take a whole lot to change you to where you can't bear children. You still have a period and whatnot, but you can't hold a child.
Can I say something real quick?
You go ahead, LR.
The question I asked, and a woman answered a little bit. She said, "Women will fall in line," right? That's part of the issue that men are talking about. See, when you courting a woman and she doesn't fall in line, it means she's probably not going to fall in line. When she doesn't reciprocate to your leadership or your effort, it's giving you the tone already that no matter what tone you set, she's not going to fall in line. So even when you're trying to fix her, she's giving off the aura and energy that she's not going to fall in line. This is why guys move on.
Okay.
Because
go ahead, you finish your question.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
No, I was going to say, I'm sure we've got a lot of people in there in the chat room that want to get in. So people that are on, if you're not asking a question or something, we'll cycle through so that other people have an opportunity to get on and ask questions. If that'd be okay. Because normally in the hangout, we just hang and talk. But since we have so many people and we have these ladies on, they're willing to engage with us. And sure, there's a lot of people that want to ask them questions and vice versa. So,
well, I do have a statement, BGS.
Go ahead.
Yes, even with the a man can do everything he want to do and what he's supposed to do. With the over 30%, the child is basically not the father of the situation. Don't you think the impact that a man is, even if they're married, taken care of, and the man is doing everything he's supposed to do as a man, with that stigma over the head that he's working long hours, he's taking care of the business. However, he works too long. Now she's feeling some type of way and go seek attention elsewhere.
Yeah.
And now when the child is born, the child is found out it's not his.
Yeah, society's going to be society. That's how come there was very strict rules enforcing that. And women used to enforce that. If they caught their sisters tipping like that, they wouldn't enforce that. They would stop that stuff. They don't do it anymore because the society's kind of decayed and it's permissive. That's how come we have marriage breaking down as it is.
Well,
he's just making a lot of noise, so I'm going to let them ask their question before I mute them. Hello.
Hey man, I'm sorry. I'm a first timer. I don't really know how to use
Okay. You have to either turn down your speakers or mute the YouTube thing because I don't know if you have headphones or not. But the thing is, you have a lot of feedback. So ask your question, and then I'm gonna mute you.
All right. My question was, earlier, how I heard what you guys were saying, and I heard you talk about culture and the Monahan report.
Mm-hmm.
Was, and I really wanted to ask, how do you think that capitalism, because I really believe economic structure molds culture. How do you think capitalism played into the situation we have now? In the sense that you can't have capitalism and Christianity. You can't have capitalism and morals. Eventually, capitalism is going to erode the morals, which produces strawberries, and whatever you do is cool as long as you get money out of it. And I'm gonna hang up because I don't really know how to work this.
Okay. Okay. The basic thing is, it's not capitalism itself. It's the Industrial Revolution that basically separated human labor from human production. So now that you don't need children, and since you don't need children, you don't need family. Since you don't have family, you don't have morals or social structure. At least not yet, because social structures that have been developed over 200,000 years, once Industrial Revolution came in, started breaking them down. There's nothing to replace them. So we have this hodgepodge of what we call morals and social structures and stuff like that that's rapidly decaying, because the culture cannot keep up with the artificial environment that we have created. So it's not capitalism, it's the Industrial Revolution. And we've gone through 3 of them. We're getting ready to go through a 4th. And I heard somebody on Coast to Coast, she was talking about this. She's talking about how the artificial environment, just the cell phones and the technology, have separated people. In other words, this is the people trying to continually write rules for an environment that continues to change. So until something breaks into where people actually come together, and the environment kind of slows down to where people can kind of catch up, you're going to get this. And it's not just Black people, it's the whole entire globe right now that's going through this, because out of wedlock births, broken families, destruction of marriage, men and women not getting along, is just an artifact of what's going on with the whole civilization. It's not just us. We just notice it because we are the weak man. Our culture is very weak and very sick. So when the civilization gets a cold, who gets the pneumonia first? It's us. So we notice it, and we impact it. What Black people don't do, which is what I do. I look beyond our own culture and beyond our own problems to see what exactly is causing it, because we're not getting wet because what's over our right in our environment. There's clouds above us that's affecting everybody, and we're getting rained on, but we're not looking up. We said, okay, the puddle that we're stepping in is making us wet. No, that's not true. It's the whole culture. It's the whole civilization that's sick. But Black people are fighting in a scrum like it's just them, and it's not. Go ahead, bro.
I want to build off your point about the technology change.
Mm-hmm.
The generational thing that we're talking about. This young lady mentioning going online and meeting people online.
Mm-hmm.
That's a perfectly good example of the shift in technology. It used to be, in previous eras, you had clubs that you would go to, or block parties or gatherings that you would come and you'd see, okay, we get a vibe for each other, we have a feeling, and we get to know each other based off of that exposure. Yeah. Whereas now it's a online meat market. Okay, he's cute. Swipe left, swipe right. Pick this person out of this queue of people, and the truth be told, somebody can look fly and be a terrible individual.
Yeah.
And you pick them just off of what you think is good for you, and it's not really that tasty once you actually get it.
Well, what the thing is, the reason I stayed on this. For lack of a better term, educated lame subject for so long is because of what I'm seeing, and what the rest of the community and Black women in general are not seeing. Okay, the thing is, your best and your brightest are going out the door rapidly, faster than you think, right underneath your nose. The very people that you need are leaving, and you're not doing anything to bring these people back. You're doing the exact same thing that has not worked for 50 years. by trying to keep them there. So you have to decide, how badly do you need and want these people? Or are you willing to go to the limits to actually get them and recruit them back? Because if you do not, somebody else will, and they are.
I think if the welfare state collapses completely and the built environment changes to one of the
No, you know what's going to happen, Albert? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. What's going to happen is when the welfare environment collapses, what you're going to have is you're going to have a whole lot of competition for these women, for these men. And the thing is, who's going to lose out? Do you think it's going to be the Asians or the Hispanics? No.
Hold on. Say, in some ways, you kind of saying that this era of artificial intelligence has built artificial intelligence, and people have a lack of reality.
The thing is, what's going on is and I might put up that discussion that this lady was having on Coast to Coast. What's happening is that people have always wanted to escape, into an alternate reality. They've done it through drugs, they've done it through alcohol, they've done it through a whole lot of other things, right? It's something that people naturally want to do. Now they have the automatic ability to actually do it. So in other words, it's like before there was McDonald's, before there was a whole bunch of sugar, you had a whole bunch of skinny people, right?
Right.
Why are people getting fat? It's because the food that they naturally want to eat and consume is there in powerful quantities, right?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Same thing with technology. Technology is not making you do something. It's allowing you to basically experience easily your lowest common denominator, just like porn online.
So everybody's like in some ways, a willing slave to their own id.
Yes.
And you know what? And allow me to be redundant, if I may. What has to be understood, and I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. But instead of saying black man, I'm going to say the black community. It needs to be understood that we have lost 3 of the 4 races. We've lost the arms race. We've lost the nuclear arms race. We are now losing if we haven't lost the space race. But we are currently setting our records for the 100-meter race, and what has to and as BG has said that, there's basically a brain drain. And, for the sister, for Michelle or Crystalline or whatever her name is, the fact that she even had the gall to even state that black men don't create. Now, allow me, and B just already knows, and all the other brothers know, I'm a staunch follower of the most honorable Dr. Amos Wilson. And, the things that he was saying 25 years ago, 25, maybe 30 years ago, if not more, are now coming to pass. I'm not going to throw the word profit around just to state it. And, it's a matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Not, not procreating and having an incubator as an environment for the quote unquote educated lames. You won't realize how much of a detriment that is until the black community in the United States turns into Haiti. As a Haitian, I'm telling you this right now. Now, granted, the situation over there isn't because of they're not dealing with educated lames or what have you, but you have to understand how that reverberates through the generations, and I don't know. I'm stumped. I'm baffled right now. Absolutely.
I think she wanted to answer. I think she wanted to answer before you asked the question. Did you want to answer, or do you want to let him go?
Her arms are too short to box with.
No.
Can I say something if she's not going to speak?
No, you heard me first. Is gone. I think she dropped off. Go ahead.
Can I speak?
Yes.
I just wanted to make a statement to the guy. He said that I stated that black men aren't creating anything. I mean, we really need to do a mirror check. We ain't creating shit.
Yes, we do all the time. We do all the time.
Let's be honest, BGS. Let's be honest. We're not creating anything that is sustaining, that is lasting, that benefits black people in general. It doesn't benefit black people in America.
I want to talk next.
No. She's asking me. She's talking directly to me. Calm down. Go ahead.
We're not building anything that that is lasting in America. Even the blacks in countries like, on the continent, or in countries in Africa, they're not building anything that is helping black people as a whole. White people have came in, or they're here, and they have dominated society. We really need to do a mirror check and say, this is true. So what do we need to do? We need to regroup.
I'm asking you the question. You're stating a the thing is, this is what I do and I've done for the last 15 years, and what you're saying is not true because you haven't done your homework.
Well, can I answer something?
No. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro. Ask your question.
No, it's very simple. When we talked about the talented 10th, I forget the name of that visa that they have with the foreign
HB1.
The talented 10th fleeing the community and that HB1 are the exact same thing, man.
Yep.
Just because you feel like when you say we haven't created anything, that's a lie. But we haven't been credited or reaped the benefits of the things we've created. That is true.
Yeah.
So when it comes
go ahead. I was going to say, so in other words, let's just take her premise, okay? This is what we do. Let's just take her premise. Say that what she says is true, that we haven't created anything to help the black community all over the black diaspora. You as a woman, what do you think we need to do to start that? To start correcting this?
I'm gonna write this down too. Go ahead.
Take notes. But the thing is,
No. Start. No. Not the thing is. Start. What do we do?
What do we need to do now?
Yes. Yeah.
That's what I was about to say. I have no clue. All I know, well, I know one thing. We need to make sure that we build strong families, and we need to make sure that we raise kids that are competitive.
I really need to talk.
Okay. How do we do that?
I don't know. It's different for each person. What I think. Okay. Let me tell you.
If you were the goddess, you were the goddess. How would you do it?
In a society, I think that we should, as black people, we should make sure that we marry, and we should make sure that when we marry a person that is going to help us to build a strong family and raise kids that are competitive.
So how do you do that when women aren't doing that, or choosing the lowest common denominator?
But it's not all women.
Why not? Why not?
But you're focusing on a negative. There are plenty.
No. We're asking you a direct question. I'm asking you because you put something on the table. You made a proposition. So how do we get women that are not doing that right now to do that?
Don't worry about the women who are not.
Yes, we have to worry about them.
Worry about the women that want to do it.
They're creating the family. How do we fix that?
You stop procreating with the women that are not going to help you build a strong family and build competitive children.
Exactly. That's what we're talking about, Albert. You have to go. Remember,
you don't leave your race.
Remember when I was telling you had to find the women that you can build with. If you can't find it here, you got to go someplace and find it.
So can I put something out there?
Go ahead, Edward.
So do you believe that black men should just abandon all black women and then restart, and then basically those black men to know how to be, because what you're saying is we need to be disciplined with our seed. Is that not what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay, so what we should do is all black children that are with these single mothers that we deem are undesirable, we should basically recreate another community, whether it's in the black suburbs when gentrification happens or whatever, and then we should just leave these other black women to whatever happens to them. Meaning, if you don't follow what we're talking about, all morality out, all Christian out, we basically decide that we're either going to import black women for other parts of the diaspora, like Afro-Latinos, Afro-Brazilians, people that were descendants of slaves as well. Can you let me finish?
Let him finish.
I want to finish because and we should just import women. We should just get the women we can, because I do agree with you, and I do know there are honorable Black African American women out there. The problem is it's a small percentage in what you're saying. We're arguing numbers here. So basically, we should do that building that we keep saying we're gonna do, and then the women that don't want to be on our ship, whatever white supremacy does to them, the swirlers can be sex slaves. The women that want to have babies, if white society just decides to blow them away, we'll use them as a buffer so we can have more time to build, and we just decide you all made your lot and you will deal with it, and we will watch you drown if we're not going to help because we don't have the resources to do it or the time. Do you think that's unreasonable for me as a man or a group of men to come up with that statement?
Tell them why you're mad.
Say that you don't have the resources or time.
Let it finish.
Huh?
To say that you don't have the resources or time.
No, I'm talking about for the women that decided to be single mothers. You decide, I agree. And keep in mind, I'm not, and I want to say this because you said something before. I'm not talking about women that got married or got divorced, and I'm not talking about women that got widowed, because at least they were aiming the right way, and I can respect that. I'm talking about women that decided to be single mothers and marriage was not even on the table in their mind sight. So I wanted to put that out there, just so it's not that much.
I totally agree. Can I say something though?
Uh-huh.
You said go in and you said bring on these African Latino women and these different women from African Brazilian women and different women from parts of Africa. But I'm going to tell you something. Just because you're bringing in a foreign Black woman doesn't make them better than a Black American woman, because in their country, excuse me. But in their countries, they're treated like crap. So I mean, you're trying to go to a country and get an Afro-Brazilian, but in Brazil, they treat the Black Africans like crap. So it doesn't make sense.
Okay, have you ever been out of the country?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what country?
Over 3 continents. I've been to Japan. I've been to I've been to different parts of Europe.
Where Black people are.
Where Black people are. Black people are in Amsterdam. They're in Holland.
That's the Western world.
We talk about Europe. We talk about Africa. We talk about Brazil. Have you been there?
No, I have not been to
Brazil.
So
how can you say that if you haven't been there?
You don't have to be you don't have to go somewhere to know how
come on now.
Okay, no, we're getting somewhere.
Anywhere you go.
Come on.
Here's the reason I say that. Because I'm not trying to.
Are the ones that look more European. The darker you get and the nappier your hair is, the further in the mountains they see you and they treat you worse.
Okay, so I want to answer.
So they'd be more humble.
And I want to answer that too. Europe, look, Europe is understand something. We have like Black European, well, not Black. Oh my God, I can't believe I said that. We have Black people in Europe that do call in, Black men. So it's not like we have no contact with them, but that's not even my point. They're in the Western world, so they still have the same welfare state and stuff like that. So the rules are pretty much the same. They have the same problems here. They take their cues from the United States. And in Japan, there ain't no Black people in Japan, so I can't believe you.
There are Black people in Japan. If you go to Tokyo, there are Black
indigenous Black people
in Japan.
Edward, I can tell you that she doesn't know what she's talking about because the African sisters don't know what you guys are on. They are different. They say that they're different.
Yes, they are different. I never said they weren't different.
Yes, you did. You said they were the same. No, they're not the same. They're a different culture. They don't carry the baggage that we carry.
Them over here doesn't mean that they're going to help you build a better society for Black people.
Yes, they will, because they will get out of our way.
They will build a society for us and the women that we choose.
And we'll have for 200,000 years.
So and then when the Black people they want to perish on the vine, they can't.
So
okay, we're not trying to build a community to save people that don't want to be saved.
Yes.
Yeah. And can I put something out there too? I want to explain it one more time real quick.
Oh, yeah.
The reason why I want this understood why I'm saying this. I'm not in the, F sisters boat. I know there's Black women out there. Here's the problem though. The problem is when you get to let's say I'm 30 years old. So when I get to the point where, okay, I got my money together, I'm not saying I am pretty much at that point, but let's say I want to settle down. When I look at an African-American woman that's comparable to my age, if I look at some basic rules, no STDs, no children. I'm not on that you can't have an abortion stuff. I'll let that go. But no STDs, no children, and they got a decent head on their shoulders. Do you understand how few black women from 30 plus actually fit that bill?
Decent head.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, what I notice and what this argument that sisters keep coming up with. I'm in California where there's a lot of people that come up from Mexico, Central America, and whatnot. Poor, very, very poor people, right? When they get here, they don't have squat. I do mean not, they don't have squat. Now, how can they get together with their woman and build from nothing? And black women expect black men to create something for them to, then they're going to act right. These women coming over acting right from the beginning. There is a difference.
Do you know how much America took from Mexico when they took it from the Spanish? They took California, they took Texas, they took the gold, the oil. The Mexicans have been losing and still losing. We building that wall now. But yet the women don't treat them disrespectfully, like this kind of aura of disrespect that you have given to us that we're not really calling on it, but we felt it. We felt the whole conversation. We're just dealing with it.
Oh my goodness.
We are.
Yeah, well,
Disrespectful.
please, come on now, please.
You're saying black women do not help black men build.
Excuse me? No, they don't.
After slavery and during the time of Reconstruction.
Well, look at the community. Do they? We know, sister. We know what's out there. Come on now. We know what's out there. We know what's out there. Even in your circle, when you go outside your circle, you know what's out there because you run into them at the store, you run into them in the street. You know what's out there. How come we act like this stuff doesn't exist?
And during Reconstruction, blacks were forced to build together.
Do you live in a small town? Do you live in a small town?
No.
You live in a large city, urban city?
I live in the suburbs, but yes, I live near not too far from an urban city.
Excuse me?
I don't live too far from a major urban district.
So in other words, you see this stuff. You know what's out there. So why are you trying to pretend like we don't know what like you don't know what's going on? You know what's up there. You know what's happening. If you don't see it, you see it on TV. If you go into the city, you see this all the time. You know what we're talking about. You know that it's true. So how can we be disingenuous? We're not, in other words, if these guys who are only like 5 to 10% of the population, the black population, is supposed to pull up the 90%, what is their incentive to do so? You haven't even said that. Just because it's altruistic, we have to save the black race? How far does that go?
None whatsoever.
So is that not incentive enough? The fact that
excuse me, you got to get into the mic, baby. We can't hear you.
Is that not an incentive to save the black race?
We still can't hear you.
Is that not good enough? Being able to save the black race, is that not good enough?
No.
That's a terrible
Well,
incentive.
then, if that's the case,
wait a minute. Why don't you reverse that on the women that are suffering in the neighborhoods? You go down there and tell them, do they want to save the race? Because they're the ones going to get impacted first. They should be willing to save their own ass. Do they want to save their own ass? Do they? Do you go down and tell the sisters, you're going to die and you're going to die in poverty if you don't change what you're doing? Do you guys go down and do that?
what's the purpose of a lame, educated black man? If he's not, isn't that what you call yourselves? No. Lame educators?
Well, let her finish. Let her finish the question, because I want to hear this.
What's the purpose of a lame, educated black man if he's not going to reach back and help his community? I'm not asking you to stay there. We're not asking you to stay here. But what's the purpose? What's the purpose of you going to school, graduating, getting a degree, and not coming back to help build your community?
Live a fulfilled life like everybody else. The American way is called. It's called the pursuit of happiness.
Man.
That's what it's called. It's the American way. If you don't give them a better incentive to come back and do that, because these are the guys that you spit on. These are the guys that you beat up. These are the guys that you rejected. These are the guys that you continue to reject. And yet you want them to come down like Superman and save you. Why should they?
If you gonna disrespect us
If
like
you're gonna
that,
disrespect them at every turn, you're
And
still disrespecting
you
them.
want
Why
Superman
should
to
they?
come.
continue
You
to
want
disrespect.
Superman to come, and there's no Lois Lane.
Yeah. Why should he? Why should guys that have been spit on, rejected their whole lives, come back and save you? Why?
Hey, look. I'll give you a perfect example. It's a dude. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Look, it's a dude who grew up in my neighborhood. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. I grew up with him all. We known each other since we were kids. I'm 27. This dude is like 31. All right. This dude been on his shit since I don't know, since I can remember. Right. And he wasn't really the Ray Ray and Pookie type. He hung around them dudes a little bit, but he really got off that shit when he got in the senior year in high school. And this dude was always working. He'd been working since he was 13, 14 years old. Worked out a lot, made straight A's in school. After high school, went to University of Maryland. Okay, got his degree in computer science. Then he went to get his MBA. Now, this same dude, when he was around our way, when he used to talk to the people around our way, as he began to mature and grow out of that, he was never a Ray Ray and Pookie, but he kind of hung around them niggas. And as he matured, right when he left high school, them dudes said, you think you too good for us or whatnot. That's what they used to say to him, like, because he stopped fucking with him, right when he was going to college. And then when he graduated, and I'm gonna make my point here. When he graduated from college, came back home, he was working for Lockheed Martin. He graduated from college working, and now people around my way, he wouldn't even speak to these niggas. And now people was always complaining that he was too good for him. This is the same dude that got in a fight with a couple of them dudes from around my way. They got in a fight with this dude because they felt that he was a lame. He didn't act like these dudes did. I mean, these niggas was kind of wild, man. They were Ray Ray and Pookie. He was growing out of that shit. And long story short, he got in a fight. He got in a nasty fight, man. It was a nasty fight. It was like 3 niggas that jumped him. Long story short, this dude has a business now, right? Making good money. The same people who jumped him, I was speaking to him a few months ago. They were saying, man, this dude got a business, man. This nigga don't even want to come back. He don't even fuck with us no more, man. Like that nigga be on some bullshit. And I'm listening to this dude, and I grew up with these dudes. I said, dude, y'all niggas jumped this guy because he wasn't on the shit y'all was on. He was trying to, if anything, he was trying to pull y'all out of the bullshit mindset y'all was on. But y'all niggas jumped this dude. Jumped him, and y'all got y'all asses whooped. This was he was about 6'2". This dude was always working out on a wrestling team, so he could handle himself physically. And he was like, man, y'all talked all that shit about this dude. And now that all y'all niggas is fucked up, y'all barely got jobs, y'all want him to help y'all. Y'all want him to hook y'all up with a job. I'm like, man, y'all niggas are out of y'all damn mind.
And you know what? Those are, and I want to say this right now. Those are going to be the same niggas to rob them and shoot them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Those are going to be you know what? Those are going to be
black on black crime.
That's why my girl here got out of the hood and moved to the suburbs for that very reason.
I'll give you a worse example. This a dude. If any of y'all are familiar with the DC area, Washington DC area, it's a project called Sursum Quarters. Okay, and my father used to date a woman over in that area, and so that's how I was in that area. And when we would go and spend I was always going to spend the night over that house. That was like a second home for me. So anyway, the woman that my father was dating, he had several kids. Okay. Her oldest, this dude, he was kind of off the chain. He was a smart dude, not stupid at all. He just got caught up with a lot of ignorant ass niggas. Okay, and when I guess he was about 20, 21, He got a girl pregnant. She had a miscarriage.
Mm-hmm.
And when she had that miscarriage, it changed him. Something about him just clicked.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And when she had that miscarriage, he said, "You know what? I got to get off this shit." So this dude, he quit. He was on house arrest around this time. This dude quit cold turkey. I mean, just stopped talking to all them niggas around the way. Got back in his school or some program, got his GED, then got accepted in a community college. Them niggas killed him. He got killed because them niggas felt that this dude was too good for him now. He just stopped fucking with him. He quit cold turkey and he got killed for that shit.
Yeah.
And you know what? You know, when situations like that happen, and just like Master BGS said, when it comes to David Carroll, there's a lot of things that I really, really dislike. But you know what? You know, as I've said 1,000 times before, whether it's about colorism or anything else, this stuff doesn't happen in a vacuum.
No.
You don't wake up one day and just call people who look like you apes, savages, and monkeys. I mean, you know, it had to come.
It's like the dark side, man. I hate to bring up Star Wars, but it is like that, man.
Okay,
Dudes will see. This is what typically happens, and you see it. You see it in the ultimately, like in the Sheriff Clark. You see it in like in smaller degrees in Tommy or in Obsidian or in David Clark. You see where dudes just have this hatred that they develop. Because here's the thing: the sexual. This is what women are responsible for. You can disagree with this all you want to. It is what it is. I just want to say this. Women are responsible for the sexual gravity of a community. And what we are dealing with is a sexual gravity well that is pulling us to, like BGS says, our lowest common denominator. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. And I can tell you, women want to talk about they want security because that's real thuggery right there. That's that thuggery women don't want to deal with, and they can't get out of it. Because what happens is, you know, they're lucky they got to do like Boyce Watkins in there at Farrakhan. Because the reality is most folks are like Obama, and as soon as they get a job, they going somewhere else because they know they're going to get killed. And one of the things that frustrates me about this call more than anything, and you heard me first time kind of did it, I'm willing to believe that was like based on, you know, emotions, just not getting it.
Right.
But one thing the other caller did on this call was this kind of, okay, we're just bitching and complaining, and I'm gonna question every little thing you say in kind of a passive aggressive way, because it can't be like that. When it turns out, I mean, you've been married since probably your early 20s. You've been in the suburbs, meaning for the most part, you've isolated or at least got in a situation that isolated you from this very situation. This is just like what Sarge talks about with his mom. And the thing is, my question is, I got a question for you. Would you go the metropolitan area that you're in right now? See, I don't even know what it is. So I don't even know how spot on this question is. But if your husband wanted to move back in any of those areas that's majority black, we don't even got to call them a hood, but majority black in those metropolitan areas, would you be cool with going?
Nope.
I'm glad you
No,
asked.
I want her to answer.
Let her in.
I'm glad you asked me that because the area that I live in now is predominantly African American. But would I go to an area where crime is, where there's a lot of crime?
No. It don't got to be crime. Just say but it is the inner city.
I wouldn't raise my kid there. No, I have.
Why?
Because I want my kids to have a better education.
Well, if they're so great, so why is it bad for like a dude that's like a quote unquote like intellectual black man to want to get out of that Dodge? Is your husband going in the inner city and fixing that?
Let her respond.
Sorry, I am.
But what we do is that we have a child, a biological child, and we have an adopted child. And so what we do is that we make sure that we provide a structured environment for our child so they can grow up healthy and productive citizens. So that's what we do. But to say that going to the inner city is the only place where you'll find African Americans, I think you need to.
I never said that. You're projecting that onto me. What I'm telling you though, typically that stuff is synonymous with the inner city when they talk about all the things that's negative with black people. There's some good areas in the South Side. But what I'm saying is, why would you which you've already said you wouldn't put your kids in that kind of danger. Because what it is you're making it seem like that we just want to not fulfill our responsibility. That's what you're saying, and we should just do it. But it's kind of like you want us to sacrifice, but you don't want to put that sacrifice on your own family.
or
The sacrifice.
have the women sacrifice. And the thing is, that's what's not being spoken. The women have to be held accountable for it. They have to be. The only way this is going to work, they have to be held accountable for it. Otherwise, these guys are going to leave. This is not them pleading with you. This is them pleading for you to give them a reason to come back, because they're halfway out the door already.
Is that the? I want to say this to the guy that was just speaking. Are you married?
No.
Are you looking?
No,
for
I'm 30 years old. I'm not married.
Are you looking for a woman to marry?
Yes, I have a girlfriend from New York. She's from Jamaica, Queens. She is a black woman, and yes, she has hit a lot of those check boxes. I've been with her a year.
Oh, okay. Because I was saying, well, you're the perfect candidate to go in the inner cities and help the young kids that are in the inner city and mentor those kids.
Here's the problem with those kids. Their mothers. I need to be able to snatch those kids completely. I need like something like what the military has in basic training.
Yeah, but the thing is, she said you're the perfect candidate, but she hasn't given you the reason why you should do it.
Why should we go back and help? Why am I the perfect candidate if I'm not getting any benefit from this?
Why would they respect black?
Wait a minute. Let her finish. Let her answer.
What do you want?
What would be? Make an offer you can't. Make him an offer you can't. He can't refuse.
Respect.
That would start.
I don't understand what you're saying. I don't see how they disrespect. I see.
You don't see.
many
You
black-
don't see how inner city people. Okay, my bad. Let me fall back.
Are you talking about the disrespect of educated lames?
You're asking educated lames to come back in and help these people.
Or productive black men. Let's say that. Just producers.
Okay. So if they're not giving you respect, and you're just not happy with the circumstances in the black community in America, and you're not happy with the American women, you have your Jamaican woman. What are you complaining about? What is your complaint?
We're not complaining. We're not complaining. We're discussing.
And that's why I said there's still good African American women, because I do have my girlfriend.
And a lot of people like you that are saying that they should sacrifice themselves and try harder to go back and save these people.
BGS.
Yes.
She has just stated the obvious. She's saying go.
Go. Yeah.
Go. That's brought up. Go.
Yeah.
I'm saying go because we don't need someone who's going to complain and always have 1 foot out of the community and 1 foot in. We need someone who is decisive. I mean, not someone who's indecisive.
You're making a
No. Let her finish. Let her finish.
If you're not decisive and if you're not committed to helping the black community in any way possible, then just go.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was telling you. Go find women that you can build with.
Go.
Because you're not going to get anything from them. That's what she's saying. You're not going to get it.
But you do realize you're saying that now, but when the shooting starts, that's not what
it's okay. She gave you the answer that you need to hear. She gave you the answer. She gave you the answer that I've been trying to tell you the whole time. Why she gave you the answer? Yeah. She gave you the answer. She gave you the honest answer.
It wasn't the answer you wanted to hear, but
the answer is a truthful answer. Yeah.
So you have your Jamaican queen. So now you all can go and build that community that you were talking about. You can
shut up.
You can go right.
I mean, and here's the thing. And let me be nice for a second.
Shut up.
No. That's disrespectful.
She's telling you the truth. Yes, she is. That's what you should do. Listen to what she's saying. That's what you should do.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, sister. I appreciate your opinion.
Yeah. No.
I'm going to go eat my cake now.
And she's one of the reasonable ones.
No, let Adam. You wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's been a while. Now that we've all reached a conclusion, which was sort of reached, 20 minutes ago. What do you do? I mean, because this seems to be an African American problem. We've already been through this in the UK.
Yeah. Get closer to your mic, Adam. You're flanging.
But
sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've already been through this in the UK, in which the decision was made just as it was now, heard from her lip. And what happened? That what you do is you start interracially dating at a rate of 40%, and you become 3 to 4% of your population. That's right. It's not higher. She's not going to grow to a point where it's like females being brought in.
Get closer to the mic, Adam, because you're breaking up.
Oh my God! Sorry, I think it's gonna be like this for the rest.
He said like interracial dated 40% of the population.
I think it's like almost 50%, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably higher. It's actually something like a rate of like 70%.
Wow. Okay.
What happens to the black women?
That's understandable.
Start getting picked.
Let him. Wait a minute, sweetie. He's not asking you. He's asking him.
I lived in the UK.
No, I know, but he's a citizen of the UK. He knows. Ask him what happens to the black women.
Black women end up dating white guys, racist white guys too. To be honest, who try them out, don't marry them, but they try them out a lot. And then
I've seen a lot of them married.
Hey, BGS, did you get that video I sent you earlier?
Yeah.
What did you think about that one?
Well, British humor, I'm not too cool with British humor, but I understand the point. You know, them trying to culturally adopt. It's kind of funny, but yeah. But I'm saying this is a citizen. He's lived there his whole life. It's not somebody that just lived there. He still lives there. He's lived there his whole life. This is his experience. So we should listen to a native, like he would listen to us about New York City or wherever we live. Can't speak for him. He knows because he's there.
My girlfriend was in Brighton, by the way, too. FYI.
I'm sorry to hear that, mate. It's very gay there.
Yeah. So she tells me.
Like,
it's very what?
Very gay.
It's very what?
Gay,
homosexual.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did he say gator?
No, gay. Gay.
Oh,
gay.
Oh.
Gay there.
Yeah.
Oh, gay there. Okay.
Yeah.
It's San Francisco. I got you.
In the King's English.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's it. Basically, like you just have to kiss your communities goodbye. That's it.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna you're gonna kiss your communities goodbye anyway because they're gonna carve them. This is what I'm saying is that this is a policy, and I pointed out the policy. In fact, Jason Black is doing a whole thing on it. This is not accidental. This is a policy. Because me and Jason Black, we had it out over this, man, like 2.5 years ago, talking about gentrification, because he thought it was a financial move, and I told him it was not a financial move. It's a government policy. And then he investigated. He found out it's a government policy. That's why.
Also, he does agree with you.
Yeah.
Because I feel.
Yeah, you have to. When you look at the evidence, you have to agree.
Well, what I was saying is because I feel like his documentary. So, what do you think about his documentary? Because it's based on like there's still something you can do, but according to you, it's gonna happen regardless.
I believe. My opinion is that it's gonna happen regardless. You're gonna have to find You're gonna have to find an alternative, like reform someplace else outside the urban center.
And you know what? That's something, as I've said before. It's crazy because even though you know people will say, well, I'm a Pan-Africanist, I'm a Garveyite, blase, the cotton and this, the cotton and that, so far, not many people would actually make the effort, when it comes to logistics on trying to move over there. But you saying that it makes, as every day passes by, I see more and more of that. That's going to have to be.
Oh yeah. New York City's gone because Trump is going to carve up New York City. He's going to carve up New York City before he leaves.
And they're going to send the feds to Chicago, like he's talking about. They're going to make some reason up to go over there.
Well, basically what they're going to do, if I was Trump and I wanted to do that, I would just revoke all the housing vouchers and make them move out further. Real simple. They can't live there. They can't afford to live there without housing vouchers. And I have control of those.
And see, this is what I was trying to say, because this is what you're gonna see. You're gonna see, and here's the thing. This is one thing I wanna say, Michelle, because I didn't get a chance to say this. It sounds like you got married earlier. I assume you're married to a black. Yeah, you did say you're married to an African American man, and you're in an African American suburb. You're actually doing all the stuff right. So my thing is, I don't understand why you find it hard to believe, because yeah, your husband married you, but at the end of the day, you chose that lifestyle. So I don't understand why it's so hard for you to ask other women why they choose not to do that very same thing. You know, it's like there's a disconnect there that I'm not really understanding, because you're like, it's up to the men to go get these women. Well, I agree with that, but I think we need to get women that are going to be submissive to what we want to do. You also need to be the man that's worth submitting to. I completely agree with that too. I'm telling you, that's hard to find in the United States. It can be done, but by and large, that's not that easy. So I just want to give men the most options, and telling men to go overseas is a better option than telling them just to swirl out, because that doesn't help our legacy at the end of the day.
Not at all.
He's Edward's a middleman. Okay, Edward's a middleman. I'm a pragmatist. I say, you know, if the women reject you and your community rejects you, then you need to go like Harris and say where you're celebrated. If women can do it, you can do it. If they choose badly, bad on them.
And you know, I don't think some of these sisters realize that if these brothers, if these classic men go out, and this is my presumption, and you know that's something I wanted to state, but I'll do that later on, man. You know, a computer scientist, an engineer, a data scientist, anybody in a hard scientist will be ate up in African diasporas around the country.
You know what it's gonna look like?
Snatch.
Wait, let him finish, Edward. Let him finish.
No, that was a black woman in Brazil, in Honduras, in Haiti. Oh my goodness, you know, we'll snatch say, hey, listen, my husband is this, he does that, and let me state one last thing. You know, if you're somebody of a knowledge, whether you're an educated person or not through the white man system, if you have the skills, you don't understand how indispensable, how valuable you are when you go to those communities, because you're not just a eye candy for the family or for the woman. You have skills that you know, you can be a community leader. You can go there, be the engineer.
Yeah.
You know, assuming Clark doesn't take you out.
Because we're not talking about the thing. The group of men that we're talking about is not that many. We're talking about less than 1 million men. Less than 1 million men that fit this category. Probably like 500,000 that fit this category. So it's not that hard to basically import wives for them. White men do it all the time. There's more Asians that are imported. Females are being imported from the Philippines and Thailand and Japan to white men. So it's not that hard. You can do it, and some of them are already here.
I mean, they're gonna become like the DR, where women are just gonna get to this bottom shelf horror culture, and you're gonna start seeing black people separate themselves in class.
Hopefully not. Well, let her go ahead and say what you're going to say, Michelle. I know you're trying to get in, and you had something to say, so we're going to let you in.
That wasn't me. I'm not Michelle. I'm
okay.
JB back. I'm Black back.
Okay. Okay.
I wasn't saying anything.
Okay. Go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, because understand something. I'm the guy. I'm the defense attorney for black women. I'm the guy that's saying, do not jump, do not hop the fence.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, because we have more than enough black women. I'm talking about Nigerian women like Lagos. I'm talking about Ghana, Accra. I'm talking about women that are educated. That's another lie that women say, is these women are not educated. That's like African American women is the most kick-ass on the planet of African women, you know. But my point is, this kind of, Tariq Nasheed calls it the disposition of self-disrespect. And then what happens is, when she uses what we have not done as black men, basically she's holding us responsible for white supremacy taking shape like 500 years later, which is something that is so beyond the pale, because black men do not hold black women to that standard. We get mad at what black women do. If you a single mother now, if you do this now, we don't hold black women accountable for what happened with the welfare state.
And they used to. They don't do it anymore.
You know, brother Edward. You know, you said that you're the attorney for sisters. What you are is you're the attorney for sisters in whom the sisters do not want to pay, and they're trying to shame you in defending them for free. You know,
Oh yeah, and
so
that's why I say go ahead and get you get your Afro Latina. In fact, if you actually look at celebrities like black celebrities, like for instance Lawrence Fishburne, Gina Torres, you know she's Afro Latina. You know Tatiana Ali is Afro Panamanian. If you actually go through these celebs, you find that most of them has got a decent, you know, what is it? Megan Good's got French in her. You find women is actually even
That is a black American.
I'll say this.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, if you understand the culture that she gets that from, and I'm not talking about getting mixed women, but I'm talking about within the islands and stuff like that. A lot of these women that got a good head on their shoulders are not like legit African Americans from America.
Now,
Or
I
their
will
parents
say
aren't.
this. I will say this now. As a Haiti baby, I obviously have my bias when it comes to specifically Dominican women, but that's a different conversation for a
Oh no,
different.
I don't. I tell people not to trust Dominican women. I actually say don't mess with because Dominican women, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm not trying to, because Dominican women are beautiful, and I hate saying that. But here's the thing:
Gorgeous.
Dominican women worship white supremacy by and large.
They've been turned.
You know,
They've been turned. Well, Dominica has been turned into a brothel. So
man,
You
let me.
gotta watch that with Afro.
yeah.
You gotta watch that in Brazil too, where they talk. Like I'm telling you, it was a woman in the chat. Go look it up. It's in one part of our comment section. She literally said, that she wasn't racist, and I believe her, but she said, my mother told me to improve the race
Yeah.
to get a white guy. And here's the
Yeah.
thing: she said that she told her mother she was racist. Guess who she said she was married to?
White guy.
Or no, she was engaged to a white guy.
Okay. Yeah.
So the subconscious programming work. It doesn't matter what you say. That's what a lot of these Afro Latinos on. So you have to watch for that.
This is.
So
You know,
yeah.
I'm sorry, brother. Continue.
No, I was just saying you got to watch for that. So I'm not saying every Afro Latina, every black woman outside the United States is great, and every African American is bad. But what I'm saying is the men have more power when we have more options. And in America, we have been given these disrespectful options. And you get what you get on the other side of the phone. This kind of, well, you do it. Well, you're not working hard enough. Oh, thought it was.
Yeah.
By the way, the Super Soaker, since we ain't create nothing, they just paid a black man $80 million because he invented the Super Soaker, and they took that shit.
Yeah, they did take it. Yeah, and he's got something else. He has something else going on. I think it's a different kind of solar cell that he's inventing. Something like that. But he's still working on it because he was a NASA engineer.
I mean, black men create the internet. They create not the internet in general, but like a big component to the internet, like the cables that were necessary.
But what good is that if you don't see a bunch of Negro towers around America and around the world?
But we live in a system of.
Let me answer this. Regardless of what you see, regardless of what you don't see, these men are your best shot. And if you give that up, where are you?
Bingo.
Don DeMarco.
And this is also, and by the way, this is also an argument that other YouTubers make when they female YouTubers, when they talk about the revolution dudes. This is an argument that they actually of why they choose street dudes or non-productive black men. They said
street dudes ain't leading no revolution, man.
But what they say is they have that violence peak or that edge that they want, that they'll say, I'm not doing nothing the white man says. So when they see a black man that actually got a decent job working for corporate America, they disrespect that man. The problem is, go ahead.
Let them disrespect it. The thing is, at some point, and what you really don't know, and what they really don't tell you, because a lot of the folks in the conscious community is not saying it because they need to make, because they have to make a dollar, and their sisters will destroy their business. A lot of them are not marrying black American women. They're going elsewhere, and this is a conscious community. I know because I am in the conscious community, and I talk to these people all the time. And they say you sisters are on something that's really whack. And they said, at what point do we let these people go?
Professor Black Truth has a video called Donald Trump firing like black women, you're fired. all y'all need to listen to that because it's basically a documentary that needs to go to other African women to say this is what happened, this is what's going on, and it breaks it all down in 22
They already
minutes.
know. That's why.
Who is Donald Trump? I mean, you got a
Your
video
worst
about
nightmare.
Donald Trump
the
saying
president.
Your worst
whatever.
You
nightmare.
didn't hear what I was saying. This wasn't
The
funny.
leader.
Okay, okay. Let's get into that. Who is Donald Trump? What do you want to know, sweetie?
No, you just make it seem like you have a video that Donald. What did you say about the video? You have a video where Donald Trump is
No, not me.
firing.
Professor
But
Black.
Black Truth. He's going to
What
dismantle
he's
this. He's going to dismantle He's going to dismantle what holds up the black middle class and black women in particular. He's going to dismantle those mechanisms. How are you going to make a living?
And let me give you an example real quick, just so you know what I'm talking about. Basically, what he does in this video is he talks in 22 minutes as far as everything that black men need to know, as far as how we got here since 1960, as far as the policies that were done on purpose in order to artificially push black women over black men in order to create the very mentality you have. One example he cites is...
but he's mistaken, but go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll let you correct that. But one example he cites is the post office, in which black, when you look at these federal government jobs, a lot of these jobs, black women are about what, 3% of the population? If you look at adult black women, they're about 3% of the population, and they have about 10% of these government jobs. So so Donald Trump has already activated a hiring freeze. You always hear about Republicans and they have 3 branches of government. Now they always rail against removing public sector jobs. That is going to disproportionately affect black women. Also, Donald Trump is a real estate developer, and he is going to move these Section 8 things and get this stuff done, in which Professor Black Truth says that states will mirror the policy because Donald Trump will send that signal. The state legislators are more than 50% controlled by Republicans. So a lot of the things that black women believe that, and I'm not taking nothing away from sisters, but I am saying there's a lot of gassing up sisters have done over the last 2 generations, where they believe they've done things out of merit, in which a lot of the stuff you all were artificially. Now you can say whatever you want to say to go against that, but my point is a lot of that was stuff that was put in front of you that you got. It wasn't stuff where it's like, okay, you all earned all that stuff, like the Hidden Figures merit, like everybody just pushed past everything and you just blew these doors down. Some sisters did, but a lot of sisters didn't. And now there's going to be a new reality. It's going to be a new center of gravity. That's what
it's not just going to.
Let me also state,
and it's not just going to affect the black woman. It's going to affect the black family.
We are already down.
Before you guys continue, the people that are in the discussion, that are hanging on, there's people that are in the chat room that would like to get on, and it's full. So if you're not in the discussion, can you cycle out?
All right, I'm gonna drop out for a little while.
Yeah. So can you back out so other people can get in, if that's okay? Okay, continue.
I'm about to drop out too. Michelle and Heathen, man, come on, y'all was talking a lot of smack in the chat. Come on, I'm about to get out right now.
Is Heathen a woman?
He's a guy. No, Heathen's a guy, but his mic's not working that well. So I hope his mic, he cleared up his mic problem so he can get in and ask a question or whatever.
Yeah, he was just in the chat talking about he wanted to get in. So I'm
asking people to cycle out. If you're not in, if you can jump in and ask a question, but if you hang on a little bit too long, can you kind of drop off and let other people in, and I'll do the same when we on the next round.
And quick question: what statement did you make? Did you say it was gonna hurt? Who else did you say it was gonna hurt?
The black family.
Yeah.
You said she said the black family? Well, here's the thing. It's not going to hurt the black family that's doing what they supposed to be doing.
Well, it's going to hurt everybody.
Still hurts the black family.
It's going to hurt everybody. Because when it takes down your community, if you have a business, what do your business depend on? People that are actually working. And it's going to hit a lot of middle class jobs because as far as men are concerned, there's only 1.8 million men that earn over $50,000. And I assume there's a little bit less than that as far as females that earn over $50,000. So you're talking about, if you're talking about eliminating a whole bunch of middle class jobs that are connected with the government, man, that's a nice little crunch.
I mean, I'm not cheering for it, but I'm just saying that's a reality. So my question is, who does that actually affect more, the men or the women?
Well, the thing is, it's going to affect the women
It
more
affect
because there's more
everyone.
women in government. Yeah. Because what happened? Okay, what happened is that if you go back to the Mohawk conference, right, way back in 1890, when they were figuring out what they were going to do with black people as far as assimilation, what they steered men toward, because it was more productive to do that, was steer men towards trades more. So for the next 50, 60 years, you got a lot of boys got pushed into trades, and women got pushed into more book learning, reading, writing, studying, that kind of stuff. So when Eisenhower, after 1945, integrated the federal government to where black people could get these jobs, guess who were more qualified to get these federal jobs?
Black women.
Black women. And it has been so since. That's how come black women, as far as graduate degrees and bachelor degrees, have always been higher. It's not that way by accident. It was that way by design.
But it was still designed.
It was still designed. But the thing is that assimilation is going to happen, but it's going to happen at a more aggressive rate. In other words, everybody else was trying to do it gently. Carve up your community. You can't move. You got to go someplace. Now you got a guy like Donald Trump, who's is in the Oval Office, who's not connected with the elite because the elite hate his guts, who's not connected with the Fabian Socialist Republicans because they hate his guts too. He's a maverick, and he's going to do a hell of a lot of damage before he goes out for 4 years. He's not going to get another term because they're not going to let him get another term. But for these 4 years, he's going to do a hell of a lot of damage because the dude is crazy. He's not sane.
Now, you know what, brother BJS? I know I've said this once before, but I believe in the last couple of hangouts there was I think somebody mentioned something about how single mothers, black single mothers, if they don't celebrate the fact like it is an issue for them to be in that status, and I've said this once and I'll say it before, as being a Haitian, even though I was born in Boston, being a Haitian, that was something that was never celebrated whatsoever. She would only say that as a matter of fact. And I still remember, I'm 28, and I remember to this day like it was yesterday. My mother would always say, she would tell my sister, she's like, don't have a child because no man wants to take care of another man's child. And that, it's and as I've said before, listening to everybody speak, I realized the cultural difference between those in America and those outside America. Like I won't watch the video, but I'll see it in the comment section. I might even see it in the recommended, and it says that sisters hate black men. That, to me, it boggles my mind because I don't know what that means.
It's an unresolved. I think it started off as disappointment because we couldn't save them from slavery and Jim Crow, and over time it has evolved into a low-key disrespect and hatred. And I've heard many men over the last 25 years complain about that, and I've experienced it myself. Yes.
What's going on, man?
What's happening, man?
I was trying to get a hold on you for a while. This thing kind of been messing up lately, but I kind of see what she's saying because I remember we did have a few comments back and forth, and I kind of dragged a little bit because I had all those paragraphs and whatnot. But I first used to listen to SWP, and then when I started listening to you, I came in a little late, and that's when I started arguing at first, and then I realized, okay, now I see what you're saying. You're basically saying that the environment just doesn't facilitate patriarchy. So she's saying that that the EL should come in and build, and the problem with that is, let's just take this for example. We talk about building, but we never specify what building is. Like the small parts of it, like let's just say circuitry. If you think about repairing circuitry or whatnot, if a guy talks about that, that's a turn off to a lot of women, you know. And if that continues to happen, of course, by default, the men who would speak about either circuitry or carpentry or anything like that, of course they're going to get kicked out. So, you know, do they really want the builders,
No,
or
they
you
No,
know?
they want us to be shadow labor.
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
Right.
We build while they sleep with who they want to sleep with and have the babies, and then we come back and mentor those kids, like she mentioned. See,
Yeah.
these are the things that subconsciously they come up with, and they think the problem. Women believe we don't listen. We absorb everything you say and process it through a logical standpoint, even after the conversation. That's one of those like mind bombs women can leave when they say something that hit us like after the fact. We do think about what you're saying. So
Yeah.
when women say
Yeah.
a lot of things that you're saying, we're processing this stuff. We're not just emotionally throwing up at you, you know.
That's what the thing is. What boggles my mind is that women grasp on to the people that talk about that men need to build regardless of women. And we know if you look at any culture that has built and it ascended, that is impossible. It's impossible to do. You cannot do it that way. You cannot build without your women. And the women in every other culture where men ascend or the culture ascends, the women are held accountable, strictly accountable. There
Isn't it
is
about
no,
other women?
huh? Huh?
Isn't it usually about
Yeah,
other
about the
other
whole.
women?
It has to be the whole society or nothing. You cannot do this without the women being held accountable. There's no other race in the world that says women cannot be held accountable. Every other race in the world, every other culture in the world holds their women accountable. Even white women are held accountable.
Is that why is that why women are a lot more hostile, or they're a lot more subjective to female when women are judging them in a negative way? They are a lot more, how can I say, responsive to that than they are when men are judging them.
Yeah.
Okay, because I've always believed that. This is why when you see like older women, like you know, Mom did a video talking about when black women say that your mama's black, so you should basically respect me as a woman. And Ron was talking about a lot of our mamas can't stand black women of our generation.
Yeah, they can't. I can vouch for that. But what I'm saying is, there's a reason. There's a reason that women and men respond to their mother more is because you have a physical, energetic tie to your mother because it was from her body that your body was made. You have an automatic tie from the time that you uh, 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 attached to her, attached to her womb and grow. You have an automatic bond that is attached to. So naturally, the women are going to respond better to women, especially in the sexual arena.
Yeah. Can I chime in real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to also give my opinion about the top 10% of the educated black men. I want to know if you guys agree or not. I really believe, they don't realize what the consequence will be later. It will be one of those like hindsight is 2020 when they realize that, yeah, we really did need them. We
Who are
needed
they?
them. I think they don't.
Let it finish.
I don't think they realize that now.
Yes, they
Right
do.
now.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
They do?
Yes. We get this young lady just told us the same thing. Yeah, the only reason that they are still here is because people have been telling them what will happen to the black community if they leave. And they're at that point that they don't care anymore. That's what you're not hearing. They do not care anymore. There's only so much you can disrespect a group of people without them doing bailing. They're already bailing.
Oh yeah,
Even the
I agree.
conscious community, the thing is that what I don't like is that the same people that are getting all over these guys are the same people that are also bailing behind the scenes.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to understand then why women are not accepting them, or if the word is rejecting, if they are rejecting them, then it must be they don't realize how valuable they are.
It's real simple because I keep think A lot of guys say I shouldn't do stuff to actually geared toward women, because I know the stuff that I have explained this over and over again, but I haven't explained it in a way that women can understand. Guys understand what I'm talking about. These women, because of the culture, and the culture got overturned during the crack era, because before the crack era, this kind of stuff wasn't even a discussion. But the thing is, women, the young women, especially women of this generation X and on down, have been imprinted by the lowest common denominator. Because you look at the women that these guys are dating and procreating with, and you have to say, "What the fuck?" And I know women do that all the time.
Right.
And I ask these women why they do it, and they don't have a logical answer. And then the reason they haven't,
it's an emotional one.
It's an emotional
right. It's an emotion one, not a logical one. Right. That's the
yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I also wanted to add. I've been studying. You ever heard of some?
Doug, you're the guy that had that issue growing up in Chicago that went through all that stuff.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make. I think I remember you.
What issue did the brother have growing up in Chicago?
No, I'm saying it's up to him if he wants to do it in public, because he wrote it down, and I don't want to share it because it's real personal. So if
you're talking about like in school, right, or just because I had different comments.
Didn't your mother have your mother had an issue, right? Are you the guy?
It could have been me, because
okay, whatever, man. Just ask your question.
I'm from Chicago.
Yeah,
and my mother had an issue.
No, what I'm saying, he had a specific issue.
Yeah, I'm actually taking care of my mother because of the choices that she made.
She made. I don't want him. He doesn't have to be real personal, but he had a really, really tough life. He had a really tough life. He had a really tough. It's the kind of life that you wouldn't want to wish on your worst enemy. Let's put it that way.
So if you're from Chicago, because I'm from Chicago too. So 3 people from Chicago. So what Chicago is a kind of a microcosm as far as like worst case scenario. So you know what goes down in Chicago. That's why. Okay, I see why you're being not as kind of smart aleck as the last person who was on here, because you get it. Like do you want the whole black?
No, I don't agree with her. No.
Okay, so do you?
I don't agree with her at all. No.
Well, okay, that's okay if no one has to agree. It's just personally, it's my opinion.
Yeah, we know that they're stating theirs. Okay. But nobody's going. As long as I'm here, referee, nobody's taking shots at you. Okay.
So
expressing opinion.
So here's my thing. The thing is, what a lot of people believe that the whole United States cannot become Chicago as far as in the black community. Mm-hmm. Milwaukee is actually worse than Chicago in many ways.
Yeah.
Like there are places we can point to like, cause my mom left. That's the thing. I've been in North Carolina for 15 years, and my mom left Chicago because she knew it was getting bad. And I'm gonna tell you, I probably would have came out a different person had I not gone to this brand new school, taking advantage of this, being around. My school was mostly white, but it was enough black people. So the point is, what happens is the women that are smart, like for instance, the other person still on the phone that got married early and 18 years, congratulations. You deserve that, for real. Not being smart when I say that. Like, they leave. So it's not just the men, the women with them leave too, because usually the women will push them out.
Well, the thing is, because I came up right at the all through the crack era, and I know a whole lot of working people that I work with, man, that they literally had to flee if they wanted to save not just the boys, but especially their girls. Because there's a whole lot of girls, man, that their family. I know my best friend, he was married, and he had 2 stepdaughters, and he was living in Compton, right in the heart of this crap, right? And I said, dude, you have to leave if you want to save your daughters. You have to leave. You cannot be here with your daughters, because stuff is going to happen to them, man, and they won't be the same. If you want to save them, you got to get them out of here.
Hey, I just want to put this out there. By the way, I'm from Chicago. My whole family's from Chicago, but I was actually born in Compton, California, and I lived there for 4 years. My first 4 years, I was Dominguez Hospital. So I was born in the middle of this like stuff. So I mean, my mom left there too.
For the same reason. Yeah. Yeah, go
Brother,
ahead.
yes. And it's funny you being from the West Coast and these brothers and sisters being from Chicago. What was the name of that one brother? I want to say back in the I want to say, was it the 60s or the 70s? He was it a black pea stone? He
This is
ended up going
Chicago.
to Compton.
Chicago.
No, but he ended up going to the West Coast and it set up big over there. What's his name? I don't know if
Damn.
anybody.
Mama
Yeah,
Tucky?
no, not Tookie. He's from Chicago, and he set up. Y'all know
It's
exactly what I'm talking about. Old
it's
school.
so many gangs over there, man. It's a lot
Yeah,
of
man. It's a whole list.
Yeah.
But watch this, watch this, watch this. This was it 60, 70? He's born and raised in Chicago. I want to say maybe his early or late teens. He moved to Compton, was it Compton or somewhere on the West Coast?
Yeah,
And
you
Compton
it's
was
gotta look
white.
at
Compton was
gangland or something.
Yeah, Compton was white then though. Compton was white in the 60s and early 70s.
damn, I can't think of the brother's name.
Yeah.
I'm trying to recall the name too.
Yeah, Compton didn't become black until like the early 80s.
As a matter of fact, I'll tell you this. I think he was ambassadors of the party. I'll tell you this, he's not an imposing figure. He is not an imposing figure. The Rock, damn, what is the brother's name?
When you think of it, it chime me in.
Tenfold.
Anybody else?
Yeah, yeah, and actually, just to show you what this might look like, God, I can't believe I can't remember this on Facebook, but I actually came something to my Facebook page that I verified that it's a town that's like it's not in Atlanta, but suburb of Atlanta, that they have recently actually incorporated the city, and it's like 95% black.
Yeah, they call it, it used to be DeKalb County, but they called it Stonecrest. There's a video up about it.
Yeah, so the thing is, there are things being done. You know, a lot of this kind of nothing's being done. I understand it's not loud and it's not out there, so it's like emotionally, sweeping you away. But the thing is, that's a problem with black people anyway. Is we're too loud, and after that allows white folks to just stop what we're doing. That's what the Asians got over. Is just the quiet. And the language protects them to a certain extent, and they're,
right, it's the language.
The fact that they have an intact culture and they have a whole continent behind them.
Yeah, and Asians think they're smarter than white people. Like, they have this pride about it. They go one-on-one with them. But but a lot of that is because white people never really they tried to get at them, but they've been left alone for a long time, too.
Okay,
I mean,
what happened with Asia, happened with China is that they wanted China intact because they originally wanted to carve China up like they did Africa. But they figured China was more valuable intact. That's how come they left them intact. That was the Berlin Conference that decided that they were going to leave China intact.
T. Rogers. His name was T. Rogers. Excuse me. I'm thinking.
Okay.
Bill.
And another question that I have this for the ladies. If we can agree, because we do agree, because the last one did agree that childless women, women with children should not be with childless men and vice versa. I think women, I call it the Brady Bunch policy. Men with children should be with women with children.
Yeah, but the reason it doesn't work is because you have this big, huge gap where you have 42% of men that don't have children. You have 83% of women that have at least one child, and you have more women than men. How do you close that gap?
Oh, it's not going to happen. But the reason why, the question I was asking, which is why isn't it that I call them single mother sympathizers. You have women that they may be childless, sometimes they are, sometimes they're not, but they'll be the main ones that will throw a baby shower for women that are having kids out of wedlock. These are also the women that will perpetuate the term all children are a blessing, which pretty much is code for don't judge me.
Because back in the day, and especially in the 60s and the early 70s, you had a lot of women, a lot of mothers that had babies out of wedlock. And because of shame and guilt, they don't want to judge their own daughters who are doing the same thing.
Right. Yeah, so it was learned behavior, basically passed on through the years. It's not a lot of things when you guys are saying it, you're talking about looking at it subconsciously of what it really is. And I'm trying to say not most women are thinking like that. Of course, they're not
Mhm.
thinking subconsciously about the message that they're sending by throwing a baby shower, which is pretty much
I know.
disgusting.
I know because it's happened in my family,
Yeah,
and I know why
all of
they
our
do it.
families.
I know why I know why women do it. Okay, I know why they do it is
Yeah,
because it perpetuates itself. You can't women men. I will tell you, men will judge their sons if they try to do the same thing, even if they've done it. They will take that hit. Look, this I was a knucklehead. I was a fuck up. This is what I did, and this is what happened to me. Do not do this at any circumstance, and I'm not going to throw you a baby shower if you happen to knock some chick up because you're a dumbass. He's not going to co-sign with that. Women, because they don't want to feel their shame and guilt and own up to it, they perpetuate it. That's how come it keeps going. It doesn't stop.
yes.
So why are a lot of times when we get on the phone, a lot of times because you're not the only one that does it. This is something we see a lot on social media. Why are women so dismissive of the argument that we are making when what we're trying to do is communicate these issues that need to be fixed?
What are the three things that are wrong with black American women?
They
Say
always
them.
got to
What
be right.
the shame, guilt, and the need to be right. That are the three worst. Those are the three horsemen that are leading black women down to their own destruction.
I agree.
They will not. They will. You will not own up to it. You will not state it. You will not stand in your truth and admit that you were wrong, admit that you screwed up, and you will not let your daughter repeat the cycle. They won't do that. So what happens? They give them a baby shower, and once you give them a baby, in fact, Isadora Storm was just talking about that in one of her videos a couple of months ago. She was pissed off because she was throwing the second baby shower for her niece that having a second baby out of wedlock. My daughter did, my daughters didn't follow my instructions. I haven't been all over their ass about doing that stuff.
And here's what something that hasn't been talked about in this hangout.
Mm-hmm.
What are women always act like? In my opinion, women have children for very selfish reasons. Black women, African American women in the United States.
It's unconscious. It's not even
It's the female imperative.
It's in female imperative. It's unconscious. And the thing is, there's a reason. There's a very good reason why they had arranged marriages. There's a reason why they didn't allow women to choose.
Allô, tonton.
No, I'm still here.
Okay, yeah, BGS. Yeah, he out. Well, he's not out, but
He'll pop back up. The reason why, okay, so I want to elaborate a little bit more. When I say this, I understand the subconscious part. I understand the imperative. Just like dudes can chalk up to why they spread their seed everywhere is because the imperative too. But what I'm saying is, if you actually really get past the walls of a lot of women, if they really say, "I had this kid," what are the typical responses? It's because they wanted to keep a dude around because they have this belief that they have a child around him. Somehow he'll magically stay around. Even though we all know that's not how it ever goes down.
Yes or no?
Okay, go. I want you to elaborate on that.
Yes or no? Yes, as in that is maybe one of the main reasons. But going back to the female imperatives, let's put it to you this way, right? And I don't want to state it as if you're saying it isn't the female imperative, but let's put it to you this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you have women who will, I mean, sometimes I can't even think about it. There has to be a God, because if it was up to me, they would be beheaded and hung by their entrails. When you have women who will see a pregnant woman, befriend her, learn her habits, things of that sort, only to wait until that baby comes to term to assault her and take that baby out the mother's womb, then I mean, again, we can all say, well, that woman is crazy, but there's something do I want to say it was biological, but there's an engine inside of her that made her do all of that. For matter of fact, I'll do you one better. I was listening to Tom Likas, and the topic was, I guess, women who are having, okay, you have you had women who were sleeping with them. They wanted a baby so bad that it didn't matter if they could pick the man up anywhere whatsoever. Whether they gave the man a blowjob, whether they use a condom or not, but their sole intention was not to start a family, but to have a baby by any means. And I'm gonna tell y'all this right now, man. I'm a Haiti baby. I can show you where the safe at, but for a woman to take to bring a child in this earth without my knowledge, I promise you this: if I have the opportunity, it's going to be reversed by any means necessary. And I'm not being flippant. I'm not selling out when I say that, but that's a whole different level. And that's
no, I got you. We just don't want to go to jail. That's the only inconvenience there. But if you can find a way to do it where, the perfect crime, like on the Viola Davis movie, show.
I'll tell you this.
Eventually they're gonna get males contraceptive, and we won't have to worry about this problem.
Yeah, you're right.
But the birth rate will plunge to under 1 when it happens.
BGS. To go a little bit off tangent.
Go ahead.
I would request. I don't want to say I want. I do want, but I would request. Whether you do a video or a hangout in which you go down the tenets or the pillars of IBMOR specifically, in no uncertain terms, I guess, for those who are wondering, because sometimes I ask myself,
if you look on Adagon Forrest's page, because he's the one that came up with the term.
I would request. I don't want to say I want. I do want, but I would request. Whether you.
Yeah, you go to Adagon Forrest's page. He's probably the one that could tell you more than I can.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's the one that started the group and came up with the term.
Okay.
So if you go to his page, I think it's still up. I might go look later. I might even bring it over and share it on my page so you guys can get an idea, because it's been a couple years since he came up with it.
Okay.
It's kind of expanded since then. I know they say I've kind of gone off the rails a little bit. I got women in my hangout, which is something that, but I think, like I said, I'm democratic. So, and I think sometimes you got to go to the source and ask the question directly. So that's how come, it's sometimes it's good, especially with, because like I said, with going back and forth and doing videos and stuff like that, it's easier to sew this stuff up. Come on in and hang out, state your case, so we can actually have a dialogue back and forth.
Have you ever extended an invitation to Chrissy about joining the hangout?
I don't think Chrissy would come on.
Her arms are too short to box with God.
Chrissy, Chrissy would be more like chastising my daughter,
But
Chrissy's emotional, but Chrissy's not well studied, so her arguments wouldn't go very far with me.
It'd be another I don't even call it a sparring session, but it'd be like an intellectual punching bag.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not here to beat up on, I don't, well, you guys know me, you guys heard me, I don't beat up on people, in a hangout, because that's not what the hangout's here for. As long as you're respectful and you don't try to insult people or belittle people, I'm cool with it. Even with You Heard Me First, I took a lot of time, man, going over the same points over and over and over again, and she finally got it, what I was trying to say, whether she agreed with it or not. she kept saying, just like a woman need to be right. She kept saying she understood me. I understand, And then you come back, 5 minutes later. Well, I don't understand. Well, I don't understand how you got here. I said, okay. I thought you said you understood
Don't
me.
let people take that video apart.
Huh? Oh,
Don't let us take that video. Don't let us download that video via free YouTube downloader and start breaking it up.
Hey, you know what? Anything up there is fair game. I always leave my stuff up.
I'll be honest. When you said I'm gonna open up the links and put on links so people can join in, I'm like, oh, this man, he's hollering at the moon. The wolves are gonna come out. It's gonna be just.
I think we did pretty good
coming out.
No, what I'm saying is, the thing is, I have to give you guys credit. You guys are respectful. You ask pointed questions. Every now and then it gets emotional, but for the most part, you guys are respectful. There's no name calling. There's no picking fights. It's can we get to the point? Can we have dialogue? And it gets heated, but it's still dialogue. So I think I have some of the best. Well, people say I have the best hangouts because it doesn't turn into a scrum. And I think
that's true.
I say it's not just me. I have intelligent subs. You wouldn't even come to my channel and view my material if you weren't intelligent, because it would be over your head.
You know what?
I need you to get Sarge on here. That's what I need you to get.
Coming on.
No, you know what? Watch this. Sarge, Professor Black Truth, and what's his name? TBA.
Jason Black.
Yes.
Well, Jason Black, 90% of what goes on, me and Jason Black agree upon.
Okay. Have you ever met the brother? Have you communicated personally or only?
You try to confirm
Facebook. Only on Facebook.
Okay.
I mean, well, Jace, I'm not to my own horn. I'm about 3 levels above Jason Black, so.
I need you to bring Boyce on here too. Boyce is another one, man. Because some of the stuff he be saying with the women trying to, I'm like, dude, man, you gassing him up.
He has to, because that is his market. Boyce Watkins knows what the deal is. A lot of stuff goes on behind the scenes in the conscious community. Boyce Watkins knows what the deal is, but you cannot rile up black women that are sensitive and expect your business in the conscious community to survive. It's not going to happen.
Master BGS.
That's how come I don't get my name out, because a lot of people I'm associated with would get their businesses messed up because they work in the community. They do a lot of good work. So I'm saying I don't have a reason to actually put them on blast like that, because black women will go after them. They can't come after me.
I will tell you this.
They're giving the Nate Parker treatment.
I will tell you this though, BGS. I recently communicated with Brother Umar Johnson, and I let him know about your channel.
Yeah, I did. Umar's got to get himself together, man, because they're talking about him in the behind the scenes, man. They're really worried about him. So if he doesn't want to get booted out of the conscious community, he needs to get back in pocket and get back to what he's doing, because they're not happy.
I told him that
the old heads aren't happy.
I told him that.
With Umar?
Excuse me?
What's happening with Umar? What's going on with him?
The whole fiasco.
He had the fiasco. We had that little meltdown.
You didn't see when he went off on what's the dude name? General Seti.
Yeah.
Man, that's bad, man.
Yeah, the conscious community is not happy about what's going on with him.
And when I went out there to I was doing, I don't even want to say security details, but we try to do that FOI presence. But when I was over there, we spoke. He told me what the when we had dinner, he told us what the situation was about, how it came about, or what have you. But as I said before, I spoke to the brother. I said, man, don't get finessed, please. Don't. No. It's a slippery slope. Don't do it. It's a shame, honestly.
Yeah, you in this business, you can't let ego
get the best.
Your ego get the best of you. Yeah, and that's what's happening right now. They are
BGS.
Yes, sir.
I think like when Umar starts to speak about like black men hopping the fence and stuff, he usually points out the only factor, and that's you know, the colorism thing, but he never talks about the attitudes that we experience.
He can't.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
can't.
Right, I
that's what I
know,
was gonna
because
say.
the whole,
can't.
you know, money thing. Yeah,
Brother.
Yeah, he can't.
He
can't.
knows that black women are off the chain, but he's
Yeah.
not gonna.
Yeah,
He's not gonna criticize them like that.
he
right.
even he said he even hit one of his interviews, and I replayed it. He said that black women have to deal with the low key disrespect and hatred that they have against their own men. He said that. He said that I played that in. I think it was a. I think it was a Lessons for 12 Dreams Full, and I replayed what he said. And it's something that I've been hearing, man, for the last 25 years at least. You know, guys come to me and complain, man, my girl's doing this and she's doing that, man. I don't know how to go. That's how come I came up with that Klingon thing, the Klingon mating thing, man, 25 years ago. Even the white, you know, yeah, they all everybody agrees. That is the relationship between black men and black women. That constant fight.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, when I saw the brother stand up,
yeah.
What he say? He said,
Hello? Hello?
We're here.
Hello?
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Can I say
Okay, okay, go ahead.
Yes.
But you have to get into the mic and speak up because you're distorting and we have a hard time hearing you.
Can you hear me now? Is this
Yes,
better?
I can.
Okay, good. I just had something to say because I know there's a large percentage of African American men live in the African American community, and you say it's because they argue a lot. So then there's even a larger number of white men leaving the white community because they date outside their race. They seem to go towards Asian women. So I'm assuming that they have a lot of the same problem with
You're
the
flanging
white.
again. You got to get into the mic so we can understand
I'm
you.
saying I just assume that the white women have the same problem with the white woman.
Okay. Repeat the last couple of sentences.
Okay, if the black man is leaving the black woman at a large percentage because we're always battling, going at each other, then the white men are going out of their race at an even higher percentage. So aren't they having the same problem with the white woman?
No, actually,
but they have an infrastructure structure though.
no.
That's a big difference.
The thing is, it's a myth about the percentage because we look at the number, and the number is high. But the thing is, they have a larger population, so the white men only marry out like 1%. The biggest issue is not the marry out rate because we keep looking at the marry out rate. The biggest percentage is the non-married rate. We focus on the little 10 or 15% of married men who happens to equate to like 3 or 4% of black men marrying out. We ignore the 42% that are not getting married at all. Okay, sister, you're making a lot of noise. You want to ask a question because you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was making that much noise.
No, it wasn't you. It was Summers, I think it was.
Oh, okay.
Hey, BGS.
Yes.
I got a quick question based on something you said earlier. You were saying that China really had no, it was not China's choice or their courage to, fight the British who invaded them. Right? You said it was up to the invaders who decided not to
carve China.
Yeah. But see, the thing is that really brings the power on the Europeans based on what you said.
Yeah, at the time, yeah. That's 130 years ago.
But I've always thought that China actually fought, and that's what I've been reading about.
They did.
My
The
first
thing
time
is,
hearing that.
they did. Okay, a very good book, and I know it's tedious and it's dry, and people aren't going to read it. But go get Kissinger's book on China. It's about 500 pages long, but he doesn't go through the history, but he goes through the policy of China and the rest of the world.
So that's really bringing up the the power, I guess, of the Europeans based on what you portraying it, right?
Everybody gets a turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I had to realize when I studied civilization. Everybody gets a turn, and their turn their turn is over. They don't dominate the world anymore. White supremacy is basically dead, and China has taken over.
Right.
Can you hear me?
The pimp has announced the game already. They announced it on the 17th at Davos, when Xi Jinping actually came to Davos for the first time in 60 years and gave an address. And basically, he's basically laying out how it's going to go as far as trade and whatnot for the rest of the world. He just did that, and then right after that, I think it was 4 days later where basically China showed their pimp in, telling Trump to keep the hell out of the China Sea and stop interference. Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, they're getting ready to show their pimp in. Yeah.
Knock knock bang bang with a cash at.
Yeah. So if what you say is true, then that means the Europeans are probably saying to themselves, well, we should have take them when we could have, right?
That's what what's his name, the British Prime Minister Churchill.
Yeah.
He said, should we smother the baby in the bassinet? That's what he was talking about. Should we kill China so that they will not be a rival to us in the future before it grows up and regains power? That's what he was talking about. Huh?
It's too late now, I guess.
Well, the thing is greed. China was much more valuable together than it was carved up.
Right.
They use Africa for resources because Africa sits right there on their flank. So they wanted to make sure Africa never rose, because if it rose, they were dead. So they carved it up, used it for resources, and it kept it weak up until China started investing in them in 2003.
Yeah, I think hopefully Africa will be the next one after China. I may not be alive to see that.
No, you won't, unless you're alive in the 22nd century.
Yes, can I hop in real quick?
Jump in.
Yeah, so I was kind of thinking, like, when I think about the current state of the black woman, it seems to me, yes, the current state. It seems to me that
we have to be respectful, young lady. Okay.
Yeah. It seems.
I'm sorry, brother. Finish your
sorry,
statement.
can you hear me actually?
Yes, we can. Your mic is open. And mute your mic if you don't want us to hear you.
I was trying to speak and I am not.
Well, the thing is, you have to wait your turn.
Okay. So it seems.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, thanks. It seems to me that the genie has been let out the bottle, in a sense where you look at the 70s, you look at the so-called feminism, you look at the no-fault divorce, you look at black women getting educated, you look at them being in the workforce and making money. In comparison to other countries, where you look at the Middle East, where you look at China, where you look at South America, where, I mean, I hate to say it this way, where they don't have as many rights as they do here.
Right.
And it seems that they can't handle that type of, I'll call it power, that independence. When they do have it, it seems that they run amok. And that's why you have these out of wedlock babies, because they can make these choices.
Okay, it's an effect. Okay, it's an effect of the Industrial Revolution. If you look, and I it's kind of hard to go through this in a hangout, because it's all throughout my whole channel, because my channel and my subs will tell you my channel builds on each other. Each video is not there for no reason. If you look at the
I'm familiar with your work, sir.
Okay, in other words, if you look at the population pyramids, I think I did put up the population pyramids up. Okay, that is a snapshot of the Industrial Revolution, because demographics wasn't a thing until after the Industrial Revolution. So you can tell exactly where a country is or society is by that shape of that population pyramid. The thing is that the Industrial Revolution is killing your old structures, all of them. It's changing because it's changing the environment. When you change the environment, culture is like a building, right? It's a structure that all these other little things are contained inside. When you change the environment, you change the whole building as culture. So in other words, the Industrial Revolution and the revolutions that have preceded it are basically destroying all the old cultures, all the other structures that the old cultures built. So out of wedlock babies, divorce, marriages are all going away, not because of the human beings inside of it, is because the human beings were reacting to the environment. Marriage would already be dead if the society and the governments weren't trying to keep it artificially alive.
Yeah.
Because without the need for children as labor, there is no need for a family.
Yeah, I think what I was trying to get to is when you look at some of these other cultures, their women are more restricted in what they can do.
Yeah.
You see the results of, you see the output when they are restricted, they keep their ass in line.
Yeah.
Whereas in this country, you know, they're not kept on a short leash.
Yeah, because the Industrial Revolution or that phase of the Industrial Revolution hasn't reached them yet. Because every place you see a post-industrial society, you see these problems.
Yeah, but along with, okay, so if it does reach them, but they still have the culture that's intact.
Brazil is going through its feminism phase that we went through in the 60s. They're going through it right now. Korea's already gone through it. Japan has already been destroyed by it. That's how come you have grass eaters.
Yeah, the herbivores.
Herbivore men, yeah.
I don't think it will succeed in Brazil at all.
So what huh? Excuse me?
It will not succeed in Brazil.
Oh yes, it will, because it's a nature. It is a feature of the revolution. Every place it's gone, it's happened. India is going on right now in full force. China is passing laws left and right to keep women from doing it. It's happening in full force. There's nothing you can do about it. When you change the environment, you change the culture. There's nothing you can do about it. Everybody knows. That's how come they're trying to introduce birth control and all this stuff in Africa, because once Africa gets up and running, there's a certain amount of time that what they call demographic momentum.
Yeah,
in other words,
but these are all planned. But you know,
it's not a plan. It's not a plan. That's what I'm trying to get you guys to understand. It's not a plan.
Right. But what I'm saying is, you know, you can. Well, you say it's plan. You say it's not a plan.
It's not a plan. It's an effect. Every place it's gone, every place it touches. The only way to stop it is not to develop.
Right. So I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So my question is, there's so much discussion about what Black women need to do, but as I see it, I've observed the behaviors of a lot of Black men. And what I have seen is Black men are extremely promiscuous and don't want to really be sexually responsible. I'm just really floored by the fact that at no time, I don't think Black men in this chat room, I could be wrong, that you don't check each other.
Okay, let me ask you a question real quick. When in history have men not been promiscuous?
Well, what I'm basically getting at is the level of.
No.
I'm trying to answer your question.
No. Answer the question.
I'm trying to answer the question. If you would just allow me to, please. So my general question to you was.
No. Answer the question.
But you won't answer my question because you didn't even let me finish.
Okay.
What I'm basically stating is I don't really want to argue or go around in circles because that doesn't do.
Okay.
I'm asking specifically about Black men checking other Black men.
I'll answer it.
No.
Hold on. Let her finish.
Making certain that, you know, when you have friends, even in the music, to be honest.
Let's speed this up a little bit.
I'll speed it up, but certain other people have spoken for like 2 minutes.
I know, but the thing is, you're asking a question.
I am, but I'm trying to provide context. So
you don't have to, sweetie. We're grown up. Get to
I know,
the
but it's important because when you talk about why Black women, some Black women are choosing the wrong type of men, we have to put this in context. look at the music, look at the culture, look at what is
let's
pushed on
let's
Black
be
women,
let's
and then
whoa,
look at
whoa, 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 whoa,
promiscuity.
whoa, wait, hold on a second. Okay, we're having a dialogue. We're not going to have 50 questions in a statement. Ask a question, we'll answer it.
Okay, I
Wait,
posed a
let me finish. This is my hangout, okay? Ask a question, we'll answer it, then you can ask a follow-up question.
Okay,
We have a
so my
dialogue.
question to you was, why is it that Black men, please do not, put other groups of men in this question. Why is it that Black men are so promiscuous? Why is it that promiscuity is celebrated amongst Black men?
And I asked
The number of women that Black men have
wait a minute. You asked the question.
Okay.
To ask the question is to answer it. When have men not been promiscuous?
Okay. Do you want me to answer that?
Yes.
I think men in general, there's a pressure to sleep with women. However, men from other cultures seem to be able to keep themselves in check, meaning if they're going to sleep with different women, they take it upon themselves to use protection. Firstly, this is using a condom is so simple. This is something that men have direct control over.
How old are you, sweetie? How old are you?
How old am I?
Yes.
Why is that a factor?
I'm gonna ask you a general range because in all cultures, most cultures, even ours back prior to 1970, women are the purview of the gateway to sex.
Okay, so can you explain one thing to me, sir?
Men have always been promiscuous.
Okay, but can you explain one thing to me? Because actually, I've completed college, completed graduate school. I've been through, I lived in New York City at that time. I saw a lot of things with my friends, with associates, and with my dealings with different men from different cultures. And what I will say is this, with a number of white men, you do not have to beg them to use a condom. That's just part of it.
No. I got this. Do you know who uses the condom most out of all races?
Here we go.
Who uses the condom most?
Who are the biggest users of condoms out of all the races?
Black men.
No, I'm asking, did she know?
I would probably guess and say white men.
Black men.
I for some reason, I'm sorry. There's a lot of different stats that come out.
The CDC, if you go online and put it in there, the CDC says Black men use the condom at the rate of 49%. White men
not to be disrespectful to you, sir, but I don't need to go. Okay, I don't.
What
need
are
to
the
go
factors?
Website, and I'm going to tell you why.
What are the factors?
Wait. I have to make this point. You're quoting something from the CDC's website. You don't even know my background.
Sweetie, this is my hangout. Okay.
This is your hangout, but you just mentioned the CDC, and
you look it up.
My background is public health.
Well, look it up. I just read
my
it.
background is public health.
Okay, well, why don't you know it? Why don't you know it?
What I'm trying to tell you is a lot of those stats are off. With all due respect, sometimes what happens is you can poll a given population.
Do you have better numbers?
What I'm trying to explain to you
have
is
better numbers?
When you look at what's really
Do you have better numbers?
Do you know who has the highest rate of...
The CDC put it out, okay?
Okay, but do you know who has the highest rate of HIV at this time?
Black women.
No, sir. No,
men.
That's incorrect. Black men. Gay men have the highest rate of HIV.
You know what? I have my buddy is a world expert on HIV. We don't even want to go down that route because
I do actually, because I have my MPH. I do. I want to go down that route.
Okay. He's been doing it. Basically, I have been following HIV since they discovered it in UCLA back in 1983. Okay, and with a lot of stuff that they have claimed over the last 30 years is not true. And most of the thing is they have been tested, and they found out that
it's not true. So you can't believe what the CDC said.
But you just said that I should listen to what
because they're making money from it.
Okay, but you don't agree, because if you go on the CDC's website, they also have that stat there that Black men have the highest rate of HIV.
But you don't want to pay attention to that stat
Okay,
on the
so
CDC's
they,
website.
well, they know who's buying condoms. That's a real easy.
Okay, but sir, can you explain to me then the contradiction, please?
What is the
Explain that.
contradiction? I don't know. The thing is, who are they getting it from?
If black men are wearing
Who are
condoms,
they getting it from?
I'm sorry, who are they getting it from?
What they found out is that black men use the condom, use protection most, and black women use contraceptive least.
Okay, but black women are not giving HIV to black men. The route of transmission for black men is other black men.
Well, then those are gay men.
well, hold on. No.
Those are gay men.
Gay men don't count. Gay men don't count.
Sir,
you do realize no gay black men are on this hangout, right?
Those are gay men.
Those are men. Those are men who are sleeping with men.
So are they giving these transmitting this stuff to women?
Yes, they are on the DL.
Yes, they are.
So how come we don't see an equivalent number of women that have it?
Well, because see, what I'm trying to explain to you is that for men, the transmission of HIV, the actual virus, is typically from man to man.
So
for women, most women contract HIV. Most black women actually from black men. That's the highest mode of transmission.
So will we not see an
Can I get in here?
Number? Go ahead.
All I was gonna say is, so I get where you're coming from, kind of, but here's my thing. So you're basically saying, keep in mind, African American community is one of the more communities that are against, homosexuality generally.
That doesn't mean anything.
We'll let him finish.
But so you're actually holding black men accountable for homosexual black men, when actually the main reason that is even allowed in the community, that's co-signed by black women for the most part.
Go.
That's not black men. Black men, if it was up to us, we would completely isolate all. But and you know what? I'm gonna say something that's gonna make you mad. I'm about to put a disclaimer on this right now. So, but I just want to put this out here, and this is not nothing against you. This is in general. It's actually not directed towards you at all. Most of the things when it comes to that, like a lot of sexual things, like sexual deviancies in the black community, does not exist without black women. Let me give you an example. When black women want to talk about how they are sexually abused, those men, those rogue males, those males, if it was left to other black men, we'd kill them. And I'm just going to say it just like that and get real just like that. It is the women that get in our way from doing it. Right. I'll prove it. I will prove it to you right now. It is easy. Will you agree that the black man is the easiest man to lock up? Yes or no? Do you agree with that statement?
Are you posing that question to me?
Yes.
Do I agree that the black man is the easiest man to lock up?
If you dial 911 and all the situation is completely the same, that the cops would most likely put, like, if I hit you, do you think out of all the races, is the black man the most likely that's gonna go to jail if you rolling that dice?
I think that given how the laws are, if I can prove that any race of man hit me, then I would have a case.
Okay, so fine. You don't have to answer the question. Okay, that's cool. So my point is,
there's no sense in talking about it if we're not going to be genuine, because this is a real hangout.
Okay, so
it's not politically correct. No, you're not.
So my point.
So you want me to say that? See, this is the problem that I have.
Well, okay, fine. But let me make my point real quick. My point is this. So you don't have to answer that question. We all know we're all adults. So with that said, if when it comes to sexual abuse, and we know the racial history in this country, that cannot be denied. Period. When it comes to black men and like, the accusations of rape, if a woman calls the police and say my daughter was sexually abused, or my uncle sexually abused like my daughter or something like that, or my brother, the cops will easily, gleefully come in, and that dude will be lucky to even come out alive in that situation, let alone get locked up. So when you see a lot of these rogue males running around here doing whatever they want to do, the women protect them.
Guess
Yeah.
what? Guess what?
You
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
have to own that.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
but
Yep.
you're
You
saying to me that
protect those
black
women.
women should own that. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. In other societies, you do realize that.
Let's talk about us.
Okay, but this is important because see, men, you don't need my permission to do something. A man simply does it. They step up to the plate. If you know that a man is molesting a child, what do you care about what another woman thinks? You should deal with that man directly. That's what a man does.
Should I kill him?
He doesn't need permission.
I'm asking you a direct question. Should I kill him?
Yes, you should.
You should actually, yes. And there
Can
have
I
been
ask a
cases
real
of
obvious
that.
question?
Just like
So,
you should kill those thugs that
so if your brother,
This is
hey, I got
funny.
a question.
This is funny.
I got a question. If your husband bounced your head off the wall, I'm gonna ask this and I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna ask this and I'm gonna fall back.
Bring it down. Bring it
Okay,
down.
I'm asking this, I'm gonna fall back. So if your husband bounced your head off the wall, the man you chose to marry, so you're basically saying that if I was your brother, I should not talk to you about it. I should just go and take him out. Because you do
Not kill him,
realize
you should hurt him really bad.
Oh, so now you're telling me that I don't have a right. You're saying as a man that I have the You're saying as a man that I have. You see how you just now told me what to do? You don't have that right. I've made an executive decision that as my sister, I will protect her of any means necessary.
And that's your right to do that.
No, no, it's
Not
not.
under.
No,
Oh
it's
my
not.
God!
No, no,
Legally,
no,
you
no,
know
no,
that's.
no, no. Hey.
All right, I'm falling back. I'm falling back.
Okay.
But I just wanted to put it out there so we know what we're
So
dealing with.
let's get to. Go ahead, bro.
I got a quick comment based on what you were saying earlier, as far as black men don't use protection. Every relationship I've ever been with, I'm the guy who's always making sure that condom is always used. I don't even trust her to use whatever she was using or pills. I don't trust that.
Okay, but I'm talking about the collective. Just as you guys like to talk about the collective of black women, I'm not speaking on an individual basis. I'm certain that maybe in your personal life that's what you do. But again, if you want to look at statistics.
That is
so
beyond
what
my
should we
personal
do?
life.
Can I ask a real obvious question
across
here?
my French, all of the friends that I have, actually, not only me.
Can I ask a real obvious question right here? Okay, let's assume that black men are not using condoms, right? So, and this goes back to mate selection, which we all know about this. So if black men are not using condoms and the black women are letting them procreate and have sex with them without condoms, what does this say about these many out of wedlock women who are having these babies?
Well, firstly, I'll say this. I can't speak about people's relationships or make general statements. People don't wear condoms for...
You just said about the collective.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm trying to explain is that people don't wear condoms for a variety of different reasons. What I'm saying about black men in particular is if you want to be a man, then exercise your manhood.
Please.
So I got a question.
Get out of here with that.
So you just co-signed. Hold on one second. You just co-signed that we should kill people in your family under our right. Basically, if they do something that we consider unforgivable, we should take them out, knowing that we're gonna go to jail.
I did not say
No one told you to take them out.
You didn't say that. Okay. Okay, so you didn't say that. Okay.
Hold on, let me finish up here. But
I'm from Chicago. You do realize that that's the environment in Chicago, right?
You're
you
from
do
Chicago.
realize.
Guess what? I'm from New York. Okay.
So, well, my point is, a lot of the black on black crime that takes Chicago has a lot more murder kill rate than New York right now. Donald. So that's my point. The point is, a lot of the black on black crime amongst males happens usually over a woman. It is usually caused by women going to get their brothers and basically taking other dudes out.
Check this out.
Do you have numbers to show that?
This comes from.
So I need numbers when y'all want to prove a point, but y'all don't got to provide the same thing.
Wait a minute. Hey, this is an article. This is an article from the Big Think, and it says this: according to the Centers for Disease Control, gonorrhea rates among Black Americans women under the age of 20 to 12 times higher than normal for white women. And where are we going for the condom use? The difference is they said that the 37 of black men used condoms the last time they had vaginal sex intercourse, compared to only 22% of white men. The difference when you look at men under the age of 50 is even more startling at that age group. The condom use of black men is double that of white men. For example, 40 to 49 group, 43% of black men used a condom the last time they had intercourse, compared
Okay, and
to
those
19%
are reported.
What are the
compared
factors? Is
to
it because white
19%
men
of
are
white
married?
men. 50.
Yeah, exactly.
Which
That's
group
the
of
No,
which group of white
50.
men are they talking about? Which group of black men are they
What
referring
I'm saying
to?
is this has come from
Well,
CDC.
you all want to bring
Another
gay
person,
black men into the conversation.
yeah, you injected this. You injected
Well,
this.
I made okay, so I made that point, and here's
Yeah.
the other point that you do realize that when they do these studies, they're basically posing these questions to people, and they actually report out on
Okay.
their behaviors. You do realize that, right?
Let me
So we
ask you
have
this.
no way of truly knowing what's
Let me ask you the same question that I asked. You heard me first.
okay.
If being pregnant and having kids out of wedlock is a problem for the woman, and she's unneedlessly suffering from having children out of wedlock, why does she not fix her own problem?
Because I'm going to, can I explain it to you? What I
Yes.
think happens?
Make it brief. Then we don't want a soliloquy.
Okay, I think what happens is a lot of you guys, especially if
No.
you're
Y'all not you guys.
She can't answer.
I am answering it,
Let
but
her
you
answer
just
the question.
I'm trying to answer the question. But you have to understand kind of
Well,
I'm
number
putting
one,
the context.
sister, stop with the degrading stuff. Get to the.
I swear that's Christian.
Okay. The black women that you are
Yo,
bringing
it
up
might be.
that are engaging in these activities, they don't know any better. They have seen maybe the women from their family.
Really?
Yes, really, because
A
if
lot
you
of
know
them are
better,
women
you
in
do
poverty.
better.
When do women first have sex education?
Sex education happened in my household when I was around 12 years old.
12 years old. When do they have it the second time? You have it twice.
When they first have sex.
No, you have sex education at 12 years old when you first hit puberty. You also have it one more time in high school. It's been that way for the last 50 years.
Yeah, but I'm really
So when do you not know about condoms?
Yeah, but here's the thing. It has
You
more
can't
to
depend
do
on
with the
schools to
culture.
educate your
It
kids
has
about
to
sex.
do it has to do with educating your children, but I also think it has to do with the culture. So
We're in a
if you
matriarchy.
grow up in a family where the mother has had out of wedlock children, her sisters have out of wedlock children. We're talking about a class here.
Do you know who the common denominator of that is?
Example.
Let me guess, women.
Well, I mean, those are strange men.
Men have to go to jail for not paying child support. Men
Not
have to,
really.
Yes,
There are some men. No. There are some men that simply don't make enough, and so you can't get anything from
I
them.
know. There was an organization that was started here in LA.
I don't need to know about an organization. I can look into my own family.
To you. I'm talking to the rest of my guys. Is that okay? It's my hangout, is it not?
It just seems like you don't really want.
Is it not my hangout?
No, this is our hangout.
Oh my God!
Wow.
I'm just
Hey,
messing with you.
I'm gonna call Angry Man right now.
I think
I'm
she's
messing with
really
you.
accusing. I think she's really accusing people of molesting. The way you make it sound is you make it sound like these girls are 10 years old and we're just molesting them and they're having babies.
When? Oh, really? Well, the birth.
Some of the young girls that get pregnant are 10 years old.
And that rate has dropped since 1995 for the last 20 years.
I'm aware of the fact that teen pregnancy has dropped. However, many young women.
The majority of women getting pregnant are in their 20s, and some of them are in their 30s.
Well, my point is they still many times are impressionable. They have seen the examples of their
they're in single mother households.
So the thing is, instead of trying to fix the problem backwards, why don't you fix the problem directly?
Well, see, my solution to the problem is actually, to be quite honest, going in and exposing young girls to other avenues, other paths. That's what I do. That's what
Have you been
my
doing that?
friends do through mentorship. So when
Why
you
don't you all just
actually,
tell the truth?
I'm sorry?
Just
Why
tell the
don't
truth.
you all just tell the truth about why? No, here, seriously, because I get that you're trying to go hard for your case. Why don't women from the last generation tell the truth to the other generation of women that there are dog bastards out here among black men, and this is what you need to look for when you see them, and you need to stay away from them under any and every means necessary.
There are many black women that are saying that.
No,
Are
they're
you
not. No,
familiar?
they're not.
Are you
No,
kidding
they're
me?
not. No, they're not.
There's an entire community that exists
No,
online. You guys are just not privy to it. That discuss
no,
this
they're not.
very issue.
No,
That
they're
have
not.
No,
thousands of.
No, they're not.
I need that website because I'm looking for those women. In
No,
fact,
Well, guess what? I hate to break this to you, but it's a women's only group, and
well,
unfortunately,
good. Well, the thing
you
is,
can't
the
join
thing is,
as a man.
you are failing miserably.
How am I?
I mean, seriously.
Okay, because I'll tell you how. Because the last hangout I had, there were two teachers that teach in different school systems, and I asked them, how many partners are black girls having between the time they enter high school to the time that they leave high school? They said 30. And they
30?
might be
Really?
undercounting.
You know what
Yes.
the reality is that black girls, if you actually look at their sexual history and you compare it to white girls, black girls are far less promiscuous. I
They
can
sure
tell you from my friends in college, and when we talk about the activities
That's
that black
probably
girls
true.
are
But
engaging
but
in
how does that
versus other races of
how
girls.
does that help black girls?
Well, because you're looking at a subsection of black girls.
This is not a competition. How does that help black girls?
What do you mean? How does that help?
This is not a competition. If black
I'm
girls
simply stating that you.
wait a minute. If little black girls are having 30 sexual partners before they leave high school, it doesn't matter.
I don't agree with that.
Wait a minute. It doesn't matter if the white girls are having 100. We're talking about how we help black girls.
Yeah, but I don't even agree with what you just stated. So how can I even go into that?
So how many do you think they're having? How many do you think they're having?
You know, I'm not even going to guess. I think it depends on the girl.
You don't know.
I think it depends on the girl. I think
you don't know.
Worst thing that we can do
You
is
you don't know.
But women are having kids at 11 years old, though, right?
You don't know.
Do you know what the biggest problem that I have?
Well, I wonder what age group are these women having sex? What are the age group of the men that they're having sex with?
They're the same. They're peers.
I don't think so. I think they're having sex with older men.
The thing is, you're not.
No, that's not true.
Yes, I do, and I think they're manipulating those young girls.
Because you're not.
I don't even believe
Are you a teacher? Are you a teacher?
I don't think it's.
My sister's a teacher. My sister's a teacher.
I taught.
Are you a teacher?
I
I'm
taught.
asking her how you taught. Are
not
you
at this current
now?
time. No.
So I'm talking about teachers that have been on my hangout that are telling me, because I thought it was like 2 or 3. They're saying 30.
Well, that might be the girls that they were exposed to, but that certainly does not represent.
I mean, you just said that some girls are starting out at 11 years old having kids, and now you want to switch that up. Now you want to.
No. What I'm saying is that he's relaying a specific story.
This is not.
Now we're getting into percentages when it's.
Wait a minute. Wait. This is not a competition. This is the discussion. And what you're trying to bring is you're trying to bring in finger pointing. We're trying to get to the bottom of this.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of it.
No, you're not. This is not a competition.
But you're making statements
this
like
is not a
black girls when they leave high school are having sex with 30 different guys.
What did they say? What's the motto?
Sex with a bunch of different girls.
What's the motto of the slut walk? My pussy, my choice.
I don't even know what the slut walk is, to be quite
honest. Oh, but you in New York? Oh my
God! Come on!
I don't follow celebrity stuff. I think
what
it's something to do with Amber Rose.
Go ahead, JB.
I don't follow that stuff.
JB, jump in.
Do you consider yourself a black feminist?
I'm telling you, man. Trolling, bro. It's Crystalline Carrison. I swear to God, man. She's strong.
She does sound like Crystalline.
No, she's not. She's not.
Okay.
I know what Crystalline Carrison sounds like. She sounds like my ex, and she doesn't sound Crystalline Carrison. If you listen to Crystalline Carrison, she sounds exactly like my ex, and I know her speech pattern. This is not her.
So basically, the motto of that feminist thing is called "My vagina, my choice."
Yeah.
So
Okay.
but here's the third part: your vagina, your choice, your accountability. I'm not. You act like we're co-signing for these dudes that do this.
I
This
know.
is what the gender war is
Okay.
about.
Okay. Now I muted her, and I will unmute her when she calms down because I
Oh,
don't
okay.
because
Hey, BGS.
this is turning into a scrum.
She
And
came in loud and proud.
do we not forget about the 80-20 rule? I mean, let's not be.
But that's amongst men and things. They don't have a clue about the 80-20 rule.
So I just want to put this out here. It's sorry, BS kind of gets me hyped up. When I hear BS,
I
it
know.
does something. So here's the deal.
Okay.
This is what I want to put out here.
Okay. Do you want her to answer? You want me to unmute her so she can answer?
Let me organize the statement real quick, and then if she wants to respond, she respond. In everything she said, the way she makes it sound is that most black men are out here just raping women. And we know that's not true because if that was true, those black men would be in jail.
Yeah, yes, they would.
Not
Because
necessarily. Depends on the race of the woman that they rape. And you
No.
know,
what did you say? What did you
The
say that there's a black woman?
Violence against women is very, very harsh.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Violence.
Not when it's black on black.
Violence is very, very harsh.
Hey, BGS.
And
Have you ever been in a domestic? Have you ever anybody in your family been in a domestic dispute in which a man was convicted for?
No.
Yes. Okay. So let me tell you.
Oh yeah, I take that back. My brother, but he was dating a white woman.
They don't play. They don't play. I can vouch for that. They don't play.
I was just saying. My brother's been in a similar situation too, and he got his stuff expunged. But my point is, when I can tell you from personal experience that yes, a woman can have scratches on his face and blood dripping down. And I'm not saying this for me personally, but I am saying it for my family personally. If a woman has any kind of mark, it's so crazy today. If a woman, real talk, wants to get some makeup and mix it in with blue mascara and rub it on her face, the cops don't even really check like that, and don't let it be a white cop. So this is what I'm talking about with sisters. Sisters have this view of like this. I don't know what the psychotic view is of like nobody protects you. Yeah, if a white man does this to you, he may not go to jail, even though I doubt that, but that might be true. But if a black man does anything, they are looking to put us in jail. You pretty much are disputing all of that.
They're looking to kill us.
Hey, you notice something else too? I noticed that. Okay, we already
I don't know how you
divided
from Chicago
ourselves.
and don't know that.
Right.
I'm not from Chicago.
Oh, okay.
You notice like how we divided ourselves, right, from the ELs to the street dudes, right? How come they always group themselves with all the rest of the women? I don't understand.
They circle the wagons. That's we ain't even talked about that, and that's what I was talking about with them single
I don't
mother
understand that at all.
Okay, real quick. Obsidian wants to get in, so if somebody that's not speaking or not participating, if you can kind of drop off for a second and let him in.
Please let him in, because he needs to get sunny.
Who's trying to get in?
Obsidian. I think he's in. Jump in, Obsidian.
I'm about to drop out.
Okay, jump in, Obsidian.
Jesus.
I don't know what he's doing up, but
yo, yeah, release the hounds, man.
Hit the link, Obsidian.
Let Obsidian talk.
Can you get in?
If he's having trouble, I'll get off.
No.
I'll get off too.
Yeah, jump off so he can get in.
All right.
Try it again, Obsidian.
Oh, y'all think BGS is...
Yo, listen, man. I've always heard about how women act when it comes to certain arguments or debates, but what this woman did completely blew my mind.
It's a pure emotional response. That's all it is. It's
bro.
But the thing is, we don't want to talk about her behind her back. Okay, she's muted. If you guys want to talk to her, unmute her. But
go ahead, man.
I don't mind.
No, I respect that.
I don't mind discussion, but what I don't want is this emotional screaming at this is my hangout. I don't want it to be a scrum. If you want it to be a scrum, the brothers are already.
Is he still not able to get in?
He said he's on the line, but we can't hear him. Oh, there he is. No. Are you in, man? I don't see you. I don't see him. I don't see you in, man.
Let me check.
Go ahead and drop out, man. If he doesn't jump on, you can jump back in.
Sig still ain't there?
No,
I don't see him either.
We can't hear you, man. I don't see you. I don't see you in the hangout.
Oh, that's him. I see him.
And there's only 8 of us in here.
Where is he?
He's here. I see him.
He's in.
Okay, there you are. We don't hear you, man.
Right.
Let me you're not muted.
The voice.
You're not muted.
Yeah.
Check your settings. Go ahead. Go ahead. You guys continue while we kind of.
Yo, real talk. We got to make this a thing where brothers are starting to deconstruct these videos like after these hangouts, because there's a lot of good stuff on these hangouts. Man.
Well, yeah, you know what? That's why it kind of gotten away from what we originally started to do, because it was just supposed to be me and You Heard Me First, and we were supposed to get something addressed. But since women are in here, that's what I was trying to say. Screaming over people, not getting directly to the point, making statements is cool if you do it in a respectful manner. But starting throwing out statistics ad hominem and without backing it up, and then when it's not backed up, then you want to start throwing out more stuff. Wait a minute, get to the point so we can have a discussion.
And this kind of pick and choose what statistics are real and what's not real when we see what's out here.
That is see everything that's out there, and you were doing the same thing, picking and choosing what statistics that you want us to believe.
When can you remind me when I did that?
We don't want you to believe anything. This is a male hand.
Hello.
Yeah, we go ahead, Obsidian.
Okay, all right, okay. So my microphone wasn't.
Microphone
all right.
check.
So my question to Summer is this: can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Yep. My question this Summer is this: what? And I'm walking in here a little bit late. I was wanting to get in on the back and forth between BGS and You Heard Me First Time, but evidently I missed that. Yeah. So my question to Summer is she arguing? What is her argument?
Well, the original argument was. The original argument started out is that that men are being promiscuous. Black men are being promiscuous. They're being sexually reckless, and that it shouldn't take that much for men to responsibly use a condom. And I told her about the CDC report where they said that black men use condoms at twice the rate of white men.
That's right.
And she didn't want to accept that, and I got into HIV and it got into a whole bunch of other stuff.
Also, we don't check each other either. We don't check other men to do this.
But she didn't answer the question. She said black men are promiscuous. I said, when has there ever been a time that men are not promiscuous?
Hold on a second, BGS. Mm-hmm. So is Summer still there?
You want me to unmute her? She's still here. You want to unmute her?
Bring her back. Bring her back. Because the question I have for Summer is, what does black male promiscuity have to do with the educated lame debate? What's the connection?
I do not know really about the educated lame debate. I don't.
Okay. So let me stop you. Let me stop you right there. The discussion tonight, my understanding, and Black Nazi Speaks can correct me if I'm wrong.
Right.
My understanding was tonight's discussion with Miss You Heard Me First Time was about the educated lame debate. Am I wrong about that?
That is true.
Okay. But it's
so if that's true, so hang on. So if that's true, What does black male promiscuity have to do with that issue? Please explain.
Okay, firstly, this discussion has morphed into so many different things. He opened up the mic and I basically said I had a question.
Okay.
And that was the question. So that's what it had to do with the discussion.
Okay, so you're not dealing with the educated lame debate at all.
That was not my question. I could definitely deal with that. I don't even, this whole notion of educated lame versus thug versus player versus all of these other characters, to be quite honest, as I see it, I don't really believe in those distinctions. I don't.
Why not?
Because I think that even with the thug, there were some educated thugs out there.
He asked you why not? Why don't you believe it? He asked you that question. Why don't you believe it?
Because that's what I'm trying to explain. I don't think that you can put people into those neat categories. Meaning,
really,
thug
is that right?
Educated.
Is that right? So
Yes.
so you're saying let me make sure I understand this. So you're saying that there's no such thing as a cad. Do you know what a cad is?
I do not.
Do you know what a cad is?
No, I do
She
not.
said she doesn't.
Okay. Okay. A CAD. C-A-D.
A C-A-D.
CAD. Do you know what a CAD is?
No.
A CAD is a womanizer. Do you know what a womanizer is?
Of course.
Do you know what a smooth operator is?
Yes.
Do you know what a silver-tongued devil is?
Yes.
Do you know who Don Draper is?
I mean, so can you get to your point, please?
But I am making my point. My point is that you said you don't think you can put people into neat little boxes. I just got finished asking you a question about characteristics that do indeed put people into little neat boxes.
Yeah, but
you said you know who Don Draper is.
My point is that.
Oh, hold it. You said you know who Don Draper is. Does the name Don Draper mean anything to you? Do you recognize that name? Yes or no?
Well, in the context that
yes or
you're
no?
using it, no, I do not. But in this context, I imagine he's a
okay. So
smooth
you've never
talker.
seen Mad Men. You've never seen the TV show Mad Men.
No, I have not.
Okay. All right. So let's put that aside. So you agree with me that there is such a thing as a smooth operator?
I think that most certainly there can be. But
all
I don't
right,
think
so you do agree. So then you do agree that there is such a thing as people being put into categories. You just got finished saying earlier that there are men allegedly who commit certain vile criminal acts.
Okay, but you won't let me answer the question that you're posing.
Well,
and
answer
you're
the
not,
question.
for some reason, being put on mute.
Answer the question.
Speaking over me.
Answer the question.
What I'm actually putting forth is that people have variations of different personality traits, meaning someone can be a smooth operator, but an intelligent, nice guy at the same time.
All right, so let me stop you right there. All right, so you're saying that there's a such, because this is the argument that UHeardMe1stTime made in her most recent response to Black Gnostic Speaks. And she cited and she excoriates educated lames for using extreme examples to prove their point, while using extreme examples of her own to prove her point. She cites Will Smith as the complete package. She cites Jay-Z as the complete package. Nice guy, tall, intelligent, good-looking, charismatic. All right. So if that's true, then why is it that black women can't seem to get the guys who have the complete package? Why do they seem to get guys?
Some black women are able to get.
Let me finish. Why is it that black women overall, and I have evidence to back me up, my dear, why is it that black women seem to consistently select for men who aren't the complete package? They don't lead with industriousness. They don't lead with honesty. They don't lead with a willingness to commit. They don't lead with a sense of religiosity, read a personal moral and ethical code.
Okay.
If that were true, there would be no debate.
Okay.
No man, listen, if there's a bunch of brothers on the line right now, I'm asking all the brothers right now, if sisters were consistently choosing brothers who had those major 4 traits that I just outlined, plus they were tall, plus they were athletic and muscular, plus they were good looking, plus they were charismatic, would anybody have a problem with it?
Nope.
I wouldn't either. I would have nothing to say. You know why?
That's a very small
Because we
percentage
would
of black
all
men.
benefit from it. We would all benefit from it.
I have to agree with
Everybody
the
would
person
benefit.
that just. I have to agree with the person that just made that comment. Look, okay, I went to NYU, and lived briefly in Harlem. If I can just be honest for a second and state that, Harlem is now gentrified. There's a lot of things going on, but the section of Harlem that I was living in, because I was a student, I was really trying to save a lot of money.
Okay.
It was very rough. And I was not a part of that community, but I did not feel comfortable jogging. I did not feel comfortable being out at a certain time without having my friends around, because there was no protection.
Okay. Can we bring this home? Can we bring this home to the point? Yeah.
So that's my point. My point is you're saying, why is it that Black women are not choosing all of these great guys? Which Black women are you referring to? Because I have friends that have guys that have all of those characteristics. So it really depends.
Okay. So how many friends do you have? How many friends do you have that fit? You said you went to NYU.
Yes.
You're in New York City, right?
Yes.
New York City has a Black population of roughly 25% in a city of 8 million
and
people.
I'm a Delta.
All right. So the most the most populous Black area of New York City is Brooklyn. The most famous Black neighborhood in America is Harlem. I don't know which neighborhood you're in, but let me ask you this question.
I was in the Mount Morris Park section. The Mount Morris Park section of Harlem. Okay, so
all right. So let me ask you the question: how many of your girlfriends have guys that have these traits? Give me a number.
I would say maybe 80%, but it's relatively
80% of your girlfriends.
Yes.
So how many girlfriends are like that? Give me a number.
I'm saying 80% of my friends have men
right,
in
give me a number. How many? Is it a 10? Is that 10? Is it 50? Is it 500? Is it 1,000?
I would say maybe like 20. I know different.
Based on 20. So based on 20 people that you know in New York City, the argument that educated
Not necessarily in New York City.
No, what I'm basically pointing out is for women that have their head on the right way, they know exactly what to look for. If they're families, if they're coming from a family where there is that example, they're coming from a household where there was a father in the household. If they have already that kind of understanding of what a man is and what a man should be, it's not difficult for them to go out and find men like that.
So you're saying that the reason why the vast majority of Black women are in the situation they're in isn't because of their own choices, but because of their daddy.
What I'm saying, can I just make this statement? What I'm saying is there's a combination of different factors. A lot of it has to do with socialization. Let's just be honest. Black American society does not socialize women by and large. I'm talking about a subsection. So I'm primarily referring to lower income society of Black Americans. Certainly not.
But I'm not talking about lower income society. I didn't say certain type of Black women don't don't select for lames. You see, that's the argument that's against lames right now. That this is what Little Miss Chrissy says. This is what You Heard Me First Time says. This is what a lot of these.
Are you familiar with Jack and Jill?
Yes, Jack and Jill started in my hometown.
So the bootleg.
Okay, so you're familiar with Jack and Jill. So you're telling me that the women that belong to that sort of organization would be out with a thug in Brooklyn, just a drug dealer. This is.
Are you familiar with the name Eric Jerome Dickey?
I wouldn't be surprised.
So you're saying?
Are you familiar with the name Eric Jerome Dickey?
No, I do not know who that is.
Okay, Eric Jerome Dickey is a novelist. Black novelist, romance novelist. He was very famous in the 90s and early 2000s. He came along at a time with a whole raft of novelists at that time, and they all talked about the same themes, the Jack and Jill crowd.
Yeah.
And, both Black men and Black women, all the infidelities and intrigue of this crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Hugely popular. I'm looking at one of his books. His book that I'm looking at right now. I got his book. I have one of his books in my hand right now. It's called Cheaters.
Okay, amongst themselves, perhaps, but I really seriously doubt that they are going into the hood to find the guy with his pants sagging. I don't see.
I didn't say anything. Hold it. I didn't say anything about anybody's pants sagging. I asked you about Don Draper.
Okay,
you said you don't know who Don Draper is.
No, but what I'm pointing. Okay, what I'm pointing out basically is this.
You're young, sweetie. Let me tell you what I've experienced. As far as that is concerned,
can I just make this one quick point?
I have seen very wealthy girls coming out of mansions in down the hill to get with drug dealers.
Okay, but that's an exception, not the rule.
No, it's not.
It is an exception and not the rule. It's not. It's really not the rule. It's not. And let's not act as if it is.
They don't do it in front of you.
No, but what I'm saying is that there are clear. This is something that I think we as Black people we do a lot. We act as if there are no class distinctions.
Of course there is.
Huge class distinctions.
Of course there is.
I'm not going to act as if Shaniqua from the projects has a similar outlook. Sometimes she may, but sometimes she does not.
Summer, nobody is putting that label. You're putting up a straw man. Nobody here. I didn't put up. You know, the whole dichotomy of the hood girl versus the other girl. You did that. I didn't put that label on it. You did. We're talking about educated lames. You're shifting the goalpost to what type of women choose what type of men. I am saying to you that the key problem in Black America is along mating lines, and that is that Black women are selecting for the worst types of traits in men.
I would say amongst lower income society,
that is my argument.
I would say amongst lower income people that is the case. For lower income people, yes. But I said
no.
I got a quick question.
You're denying the empirical evidence.
I'm saying that
you are not citing any empirical evidence to refute what I'm saying.
Wait, hold on. What do you qualify as lower income?
I would say that people that receive Section 8, people that live in the projects, people that are, from that sort of environment, I would classify as low income.
Then you would be wrong. Okay.
Buddy, come on.
I got a question.
BJS. It like veered off into a whole tangent that I don't even know where it went. And I just wanted her to get to the point of the question that you asked from the initial point is, when did she think like men were promiscuous?
Oh, she never answered.
In college.
No, what I asked, when in history were men not promiscuous?
I think there's different variations of promiscuity amongst different races of men, and what I see is a certain
I asked
level
you
of sexual irresponsibility.
when in history were men not promiscuous? Because we're men, we know that's not true.
As a matter of fact, BGS isn't. Didn't they say
Are
that?
any of you guys familiar with this book? Is marriage for white people?
White people.
Because
I got a quick question.
She still has not answered the question.
I know.
I got a quick one.
It's a simple question.
She can't because it's never happened. They've been.
The reason why
men have been raping women.
Okay,
why do you think rape is outlawed? Because men are promiscuous. They will stick their Peter in everything that they can if they can.
BGS,
because that is their job.
I have a question for Summer. Summer, what was your? You said that you went to NYU. Okay, so what was your major?
I majored in public health. In epidemiology.
So in public, so I know people who worked in New York City in public health. They would agree with the following statement: Black men use condoms more than anybody else in the United States. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I disagree with
that.
Okay,
so what evidence can you bring to the table that supports your argument?
I would say if you look at the out-of-wedlock birth rates, if you look at the abortion rates, it would conflict with that statement that Black men use.
How so? Well, hold it. How would two pieces of evidence? How would two pieces? You cited two pieces of evidence. You didn't cite any links, but fine. The two pieces of evidence that you cite, out of wedlock birth rate and abortion rate.
Yes.
Those are two things that don't have anything to do with Black men. They have everything to do with Black women. The choices that Black women make.
What I'm basically getting at is most Black women are sleeping with Black men, correct?
How many?
Yes.
So if Black men are using condoms at a very high rate, you would expect that these issues would not be at the forefront, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so if Black men were using condoms, there would still be a reason to get an abortion for an unwanted pregnancy?
So in other words, there's a 1-to-1 correlation with every Black man and every Black woman.
I didn't say that. But what I am saying is that when you throw out stats and you say that Black men generally use condoms more than any other race of men, and then when I look at the stats for abortions and I look at the out-of-wedlock birth rate amongst a subsection of Black women, then it does kind of make me shake my head and say,
it's called man sharing.
Can you please educate her on the 80-20 rule?
Exactly.
I got a question.
See, what Summer is leaving out is the possibility that maybe there is a larger group of black women having sex with a smaller group of black men.
Thank you.
Maybe that may be true.
It is
But
true.
here's the thing that
Maybe.
I think that this is the thing that I think we need to focus on more than anything. We need to stop with the labels. And when you speak about,
No, that's not the discussion. You're not leading the discussion, sweetie.
Okay, I'm not leading the discussion, but when we talk
No, you're
about
not. Answer the
labels
question.
are you talking about? What
Stay
labels?
with us. Stop veering off.
What labels?
Yeah.
What labels are you talking about?
The collective labels, when we say, why is it that black women are not choosing these type of men?
Yes.
And we,
Good question.
Yes, that's a legitimate question.
Because I feel as if there are black women that have no issues finding those type of men.
All right, so what's the empirical evidence that you can provide to support your claim?
The marriage rate.
The current marriage rate in Black America is 29%.
But for the black women that have been able to find the men that they were looking for, that it works well for them.
Who said they're looking for them?
So you're
Who
actually
said they're
agreeing with
looking
us
for them?
that's a distinct minority. So let me ask you a question, Summer. If you had 29% lung capacity, would you be okay with that?
My point is that
let me ask you a question. If your lungs work at 29%, would you be okay with that? Yes or no?
You want to act as if you can lump all black women into a category, but when I do that for black men,
Go ahead and say it, Obsidian. Go ahead and say it. Give her the disclaimer, okay?
Not all black women are like that, but enough black women are like that. If it don't apply, let it fly, ladies.
Can I ask a question?
Here's the thing that I don't understand.
Calm down, sweetie. Calm down. And let us be civil, okay?
Okay, let's be civil. When white people put that blanket label of criminal on black men are the first people to get upset, right?
Really? Where's the marches? Where's the demonstrations by black men that are so upset that they're being called criminals? Where?
Oh, it's all over. Are you
Where? Okay, name one.
It was with Stop and Frisk. It was all over New York.
Okay, so black men organized a mass demonstration because they were tired of being called criminals.
They were tired of being stopped and
founded by men, founded by black men, not Black Lives Fecal Matter bowel movement. I'm talking about black men themselves organized and say, you know what? We are sick and tired of being called criminals.
Yes.
Do you know what Stop and Frisk was about? Do you know what Stop and Frisk was about?
Stop and Frisk came about in terms of the movement because a lot of black men mobilized and petitioned to have Stop and Frisk.
Do you know why it came about and why it ended? It came about because of gentrification right after President Bush passed Hope 6 in 1992. 1993, Stop and Frisk happened because they're trying to push black men and black people out of the Bronx and cut up and basically gentrify the largest section of black people in America. That's what they're trying to do. The reason Stop and Frisk their antecedents stopped is because black people went and started withdrawing their money from white banks who were in trouble. All of a sudden it stopped. That's why it stopped. That's why it started. That's why it stopped.
Okay, actually, like in New York City, Stop and Frisk, it did have a lot to do with gentrification, but it also had to do with the fact that there were a lot of gangs. And what was happening was there was a lot of violence due to the gang activity. And the police basically decided that any black guy walking down the street, whether or not he fit a certain description of a criminal, he could be stopped and frisked.
So in other words, that had been happening all throughout the 80s, and they had discussed it all throughout the 80s. Why in 93 it happens right after George Bush Sr. passes Hope 6, which is gentrification? Why does that happen? Why do those two things happen together?
We going all off into the wild blue yonder.
Yeah.
Look, the issue. Let me reset the table here, if I may.
Yes.
So over on You Heard Me First Time, she's no longer here. I can't directly interact with her, but she does have a few of her listeners in the chat room. So I want to address one in particular. Young lady by the name of So Now What? Okay. Now, So Now What's argument is if you are a Quasimodo man, you must then get with a Quasimodo woman. Now, I want to read to everybody what the Wikipedia entry on Quasimodo actually is. Now, for those of you who may not know, Quasimodo is the central character to the Victor Hugo novel, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, which came out in the year 1831, so 186 years ago. And this is what Wikipedia has to say about the novel. The deformed Quasimodo is described as hideous and a creation of the devil. He was born with a severe hunchback and a giant wart that covers his left eye. He was born to a gypsy tribe, but due to his monstrous appearance, he was switched during infancy with a physically normal baby girl, the infant Esmeralda. After being discovered, Quasimodo is exorcised and then taken to Paris, where he is found abandoned in Notre Dame on the foundling's bed, where orphans and unwanted children are left to public charity on Quasimodo Sunday, the first Sunday after Easter, by Claude Frollo, the archdeacon of Notre Dame, who adopts the baby, names him after the day the baby was found, and brings him up to be the bell ringer in the cathedral. Due to the loud ringing of the bells, Quasimodo also becomes deaf. Although he is hated for his deformity, it is revealed that he is fairly kind at heart. Though Quasimodo commits acts of violence in the novel, they are only undertaken when he is instructed by others. Looked upon by the general populace of Paris as a monster, he relies on his master Claude Frollo and frequently accompanies him when the archdeacon walks out. He first encounters the beautiful Romani girl Esmeralda when he and Frollo attempt to kidnap her one night. Though in this event, Quasimodo did not wish to personally harm Esmeralda, but was complying with his master's demands. Captain Phoebus arrives to stop the kidnapping and captures Quasimodo. Quasimodo later falls in love when she gives him water as he is being whipped in the pillory for punishment and jeered by a horrible rabble. Esmeralda is later entangled in an attempted murder and sentenced to hang for both the attempted murder and witchcraft. As she is being forced to pray at the steps of Notre Dame just before being marched off to the gallows, Quasimodo, who has been watching the occasion from an upper balcony in Notre Dame, slides down with the rope and rescues her by taking her up to the top of the cathedral, where he poignantly shouts "Sanctuary" to the onlookers below. However, Quasimodo is never loved by Esmeralda. Although she recognizes his kindness towards her, she is nonetheless repulsed by his ugliness and terrified of him. And let me see. He continues to watch over her and protect her regardless, and at one point saves her from Frollo and stops short of killing him when the mad priest sexually assaults her in her room. After an uneasy respite, a mob storms Notre Dame, and although Quasimodo tries to fend them off from the mob, continues attacking until Phoebus and his soldiers arrive to fight and drive off the assailants. Unbeknownst to Quasimodo, Esmeralda is lured outside by Frollo and subsequently seized and hanged. In despair, Quasimodo murders his former benefactor Frollo by throwing him from the cathedral when he realizes that he has sealed Esmeralda's doom in hopes of quelling his lust for her. He then leaves Notre Dame, never to return, and heads for the gibbet of Montfaucon beyond the city walls, passing by the convent of Fez Dieu, a home for 200 reformed prostitutes in the leper colony of Saint Lazare. After reaching the gibbet, he lies next to Esmeralda's corpse, where it had been unceremoniously thrown after the execution. He stays at Montfaucon and eventually dies of starvation, clutching Esmeralda's body. Years later, an excavation group exhumes both their skeletons, which have become entwined. When it tries to separate them, Quasimodo's bones crumble into dust. In the novel, and this is key, fellas, listen to this. In the novel, he symbolically shows Esmeralda the difference between himself and the shallow, superficial, self-centered, yet handsome Captain Phoebus, with whom the girl has become infatuated. He places two vases in her room. One is a beautiful crystal vase, yet broken and filled with withered flowers. The other, a humble pot, yet filled with beautiful, fragrant flowers. Esmeralda takes the withered flowers from the crystal vase and presses them passionately on her heart. Now, what is my point in reading all of this?
He's a simp.
No. The point here is that, so now what makes the argument that she brings up Quasimodo, but she doesn't understand the story of Quasimodo. The story of Quasimodo is to show how women can often be taken in by superficial traits of a man. A man is not measured by the accident of his birth. A man is measured by what he does with his life. That is the measure of a man. If you look at the fairy tale of Cinderella, it's the exact reverse. The villains in the story are the ugly women, not the beautiful woman.
Okay, I have a question. And I'm wondering if any of the guys in this room can answer the question.
Yeah, yes, go ahead, please.
So my question is, given all of the issues that many times people bring forward, specifically Black men on YouTube, what has been done by Black men on YouTube to address these issues?
We're addressing it right now. Black men are getting together and having their voices heard in the social square that has not ever happened.
Let her finish the question, Obsidian. Let's shorten this up a little bit so we can actually dive into a question. No compound questions.
So I'm asking about offline. Are Black men speaking to other Black men that they notice are engaged in thug-like behavior
all the time?
All the time. Okay.
All the time.
Hey, listen, I'm an educated lame. The only difference, I mean, I can't say the only difference, you know, I've done my time already. And even on the inside, you know, it was, everybody built, especially the Black men. If anything, I thought it was a shame that it took the loss of our freedom in order for us to build, but that's a different conversation for a different time.
So why did you refer to yourself as an educated lame?
It's a tag that was given us by basically Sergeant Willie Pete, because that's what was given to him when he tried to
stop using that.
We have stopped using it, but the thing is, we've already started to stop using it. Okay,
Actually,
we've already had that discussion.
Classic.
Yeah, classic.
Edward had a question for the longest time, actually.
What's that? Where it came from?
No, Edward had a question for the longest time.
Okay, go ahead, Edward.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm waiting for mine, so
Yeah, he's like a German Shepherd, just waiting for the order.
In other words, is there another question that you want to ask before I let a city and Moose again?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like to me more could be done with Black men that kind of understand what needs to be done in the community.
So I will say this.
No, wait a minute, Edward. Let her finish.
Meaning, you know, the culture that's being created, even with the notion of the quote unquote educated lame, where being educated is considered lame. There's a problem with that. So with the rap music, like, why is it that Black men that know better are not going out and, you know, just really attacking this culture that's creating and making it acceptable, if you will, for people to believe it's okay to have this mindset.
Because it's not being driven by us. It's been being driven by people with money.
And I did want to. What do you think about this BGS? I think the only way to address this is to begin to build, right?
Well, the thing is, okay. Obsidian can chime in on this because he was in the hip hop when it first started, and basically I was around there too. This discussion has went on for a long time. It's, you know, I put this stuff up about what was her name? I'm trying to remember her name.
Heard me first?
Huh? No. She actually went. Dolores Tucker in 1993 went against gangster rap, and along with a lot of senators and congressmen on the Hill. Okay, the moneyed people destroyed that entity, and because there's a lot of money to be made worldwide with gangster rap.
Right, but I remember Nelly, when he tried to come on the Spelman campus, the women got together and they protested and they said, we don't want Nelly singing those lyrics or rapping those lyrics amongst us.
Can I say something real quick?
Explain to you why it's being driven and why it has been driven. The women have no power, but the people that did have the power back in 1993 when it was at its infancy, and why it didn't get stopped is because the money took over, and it make billions of dollars off this stuff worldwide.
But see, that doesn't really explain it, because there's a lot of things.
What part don't you understand?
I don't understand. I'm sorry, JB.
I just want to put something out there too.
Excuse me?
No, I'm saying I just want to put something out there too, by the way. Okay, so she says, and correct me if I'm wrong, that she comes out of Jack and Jill. Is this correct?
I
No,
didn't say that I
no,
came out of Jack and
she
Jill, but
mentioned
I
Jack
have
and Jill.
friends that are in Jack and Jill, and
Okay,
that
so you do realize that Jack and Jill, like, which you, I'm not understanding, 'cause I don't know a lot about it, is like those, that's like the kid version of the Boule, I think.
Yeah.
You do believe that they had a policy of absolute separation from other black people, right?
Still do.
They basically did what I'm talking about doing, which is basically leaving, taking the selector black women that's got some sense, that and it's got a head on his shoulders, and basically completely separating from the rest of them, and leaving the ones that do not want to comply where they lay.
But you
Go
don't have
ahead.
to actually say it, Edward. You can just simply do it.
Why
That's
not?
what.
Well, I'm only 30 years
why can't
old.
we just say it?
No, because what I'm getting at is, to be quite honest, as a woman, like, I date men from different backgrounds, different races,
Okay.
and there's a certain like anger, and I realize where it comes from, but when you deal with black men that feel as if like the world is against them, they feel as if they are somehow being marginalized, targeted.
Well.
And so what happens is they project a lot, and
So it's not true, huh?
No, I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying that there are certain elements to that no one can deny that. I would never say that.
So their feelings are valid.
But see, you want me to validate black men,
No,
but
we
you
don't want you to validate. We don't want to validate. We don't want you to validate anything. We want you to discuss what we're discussing.
Okay, so I'm saying that, with people like, just based on Edward's tone and Obsidian's tone, there's a lot of anger that I'm picking up.
No, you're just on that BS. That's what we're responding to.
Okay, let me jump in here and address what she's
okay.
All right, first of all, so Summer is a graduate of NYU. Does the name Questlove mean anything to you?
No, it does not.
Okay, Questlove. Okay, Questlove actually taught at NYU. He taught music, and he's one of the founding members of the Roots. They have been around for over 20 years. They're on Jimmy. What's his name? Jimmy Fallon. He's alternative hip hop. And I can tell you that black women don't swoon over Questlove, even though he's a musical genius.
I think certain black women just may.
And he makes my point. He's illustrative of my point. Every time women like you, that is to say, ostensibly urbane, sophisticated, educated black women, come on and talk about hip hop, Questlove's name is never mentioned, even though he has been one of the most successful hip hop acts ever. His name is never mentioned.
To be quite honest, I brought up hip hop. I don't listen to hip hop. I have to be honest with you. I'm not into that scene.
Well, then why do you bring up something that you don't know about?
Because I brought it up because, to be quite honest, I feel like the music that's being pushed on young people at this time has a negative vibe, a very negative energy.
But you just admitted yourself that you don't know enough about hip hop to discuss it.
But I have heard certain songs, and I don't like those.
You don't know enough. You don't know about it.
Can I say this real quick?
You don't know hip hop. You don't. So the correct response would be to remain quiet.
Yeah, go ahead, Edward.
I really don't want to be disrespectful. I really don't, and this is not going to be disrespectful. But I feel like there is such a disconnect between what when you talk, it's kind of like a liberal white woman coming into us and telling us about ourselves. And you come out of NYU. I talked to political scientists out of Columbia and stuff like that because I used to deal with stuff to do. And my point is, it's the same mentality where it's like, and I'm not trying to be one of these guys just calling you out on your blackness or anything like that. I'm really not. But I feel like the culture shock is like so distant. It's like we're like this anthropology thing that you're just trying to study and make these broad theoretical like distinctions on. So you make these broad generalizations while at the same time not wanting to use labels. I might as well be talking to a white woman when I'm talking to you. In fact, I wish I could talk to Rachel Dolezal.
With all due respect, Ed, this isn't a racial thing. This is just an ignorance thing. Summer doesn't know what she's talking about. That's just the plain truth of it. She doesn't know what she's talking about. And my point with regard to Quasimodo was I was responding to one of You Heard Me First Time's listeners on her channel named So What Now, who she was the one who brought up Quasimodo, and my point was to respond by saying she doesn't even know what she's talking about.
Okay,
She
Edward,
doesn't
I have a
understand the
question
moral
for
of the
you.
story. The
Right.
moral of the story is that a man is measured by what he does, not what he looks like.
I agree with that.
Let me hop, can I
And
hop in
no
real
woman
quick?
is gonna get with an ugly man.
Hey guys, can I hop in real quick?
Then Obsidian will tell you that every man knows that unless he's got enough money.
Hey guys, can I hop in real quick if you don't mind?
Yeah.
I just want to say, so originally there was something mentioned about black men generalizing black women. And the fact is, we're not. When we say that, there's a large populace of black women that are having babies, out of wedlock, that is true. As Obsidian would say, there's empirical evidence. When we say that a large portion of black women are obese, we're not just making that up. There is empirical evidence. When we make a statement that black women wear weaves, that's not just talking out of our necks. There is empirical evidence. So we are not making generalizations. We are telling the truth. The fact is, many black women do not want to admit to what we're bringing to light. And that is part of the problem. They will not self check each other and they will not self check themselves. And they are getting irate because we are bringing up this information to them. So we are not generalizing when we speak of black women.
And so there's a problem with hair extensions now as well.
See, you're just
not listening.
You're just focusing on that. You're not listening.
She's not listening. You're not listening.
Yeah.
You're not trying to.
Not hearing, she's not listening.
The thing is, if you're not trying to understand, you're not trying to get to the bottom. And why is it here? You want to make a speech? We want to make a speech. We'll give you 5 minutes to make your speech.
And the reason why is because she's offended.
Yeah, that's the only thing she's focused on.
She bringing feelings to a fact fight, huh?
Yeah, that's the only thing you heard.
That's why she came in with the cavalry earlier on with all this little girls getting, having kids at 11 years old and stuff.
So I don't think it's right that you are now trying to pick on me and trying to.
Nobody's picking on
No
you.
one's picking on you.
Yeah, you are.
Okay. So you know what? So what? So what? If you if you're going to be a little girl and you can't handle being in a men's hangout, then leave.
Well, what I'm saying is that
you're in a man's hangout. Like my sister would tell me or tell you, pull up your big girl panties cupcake and get with it. Stop crying.
I can't even defend myself because when I make a statement, you cut me off, but other people are able to go on for 5 minutes.
I want to jump back in here because so now what is back in the chat, and she's trying to defend herself. She said, "I only mentioned Quasimodo regarding the lies men are told that an ugly man such as the Hunchback could have the finest girl like Esmeralda." All right, so now what? So my question to you is, who says this? Who says that? Did Victor Hugo said that in his story? Did Victor Hugo said that Quasimodo should have the finest girl? Did he actually say that in his story? So now what? You're the one that mentioned Quasimodo. I'm saying to you, you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
and I asked you the other day, and I want to answer to this question. So now what? Okay, so it's been 186 years since Victor Hugo published The Hunchback of Notre Dame. I ask you, why hasn't there been a female equivalent, since you seem to be so hell-bent on the idea that a Quasimodo man must get with a Quasimodo woman? All right, so how come we haven't had any classic novels where the roles have been reversed? Answer me that, Batman.
Okay, I'm just curious about something. Is Edward still here?
Edward's still here.
He's still there.
He's still here, so I have a question for him. And, when you went off about me being kind of like an anthropologist, like a Rachel Dolezal. So do you actually think, Edward, that there's only one type of black person? And that's really what I was getting at. Like when we use those
Of course, there's a whole bunch of varieties of black women. However, you are a type. And women don't like to be labeled anyway, and I get that. But you are a type. I mean, you obviously separated from
You
the big YouTuber that she does that same thing. Karazhan makes that same argument when she comes to what's been done to women. It's a part of circling the wagons. Like, you want to say, oh, well, educated women.
You flanged.
You
You dropped?
can I like join in for a little bit real quick?
Oh, go ahead, bro. Jump in.
And I just want to like make this point because it's funny like how she just came
Yes.
in here. Summers came in and
Wait one
said, "Oh,
second,
she
sweetie.
doesn't believe in labels," and just goes ahead and basically, all right, Summers. Summers, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. What gender are you?
What? I'm sorry?
What gender are you?
What
I'm
gender
a
are you?
woman.
Okay.
You're a woman. All right. And what kind of woman are you? What are you, black? Are you white? What?
I'm black.
You're black. All right. So that's a label, right?
Well, that's a label that has been put on me.
So that means you believe in labels.
It doesn't mean I believe in it. It believes that that's a label that society puts on me. When I fill out an application, I
So
check
do you
that
believe
I'm
in
black.
labels? That's a simple question I just wanted to
Do
ask
I
you because
believe
that's
in
you.
labels? No, actually, I
Hey,
don't.
Black Gnostic, bring in So Now What into the call here. I want to get at her. She wants to
Okay.
get the call.
Okay. I keep putting in the link. This is gonna be a hell of a hangout. I see.
I don't believe in labels. No, I don't.
Okay.
All right, so let me ask you this while we wait for So Now What to get in. So exactly what did you heard me first time? What exactly was her argument when she came on the chat?
She didn't. We didn't actually. She agreed with me pretty much. In other
She agreed
words,
with
she agreed with me. Well, when we finally found up talking about, I said that first the question I asked, I said, so if there's one guy that has had multiple babies by 4 different women, whose fault is it? Who is supposed to be responsible for it? She said the women's fault.
Okay.
Because it's their choice, all 4 of them choice to get with this guy that they know is having sex and having babies by multiple women.
Okay.
Okay. But I said, when we get in conversation just like this one, all of a sudden it's the man's fault, and the women have no responsibility.
Okay.
And what that leads to is that if the men would zip up their pants and not get these women pregnant, if they would be better and be better men that women would follow, if they would destroy white supremacy so that we wouldn't have all this pressure, and if they would build a society where they could be celebrated, then they would change. In other words, I said, so in all of this, where's the responsibility of the women to actually change themselves? And she finally wound up none. Black women want black men to fix them.
I don't agree with that.
Why not?
Because I think that black women want
Let's
black
make
men
it
to
short.
simply be responsible for their own actions.
That's
But that's the whole argument with the educated lames and the blue collar brothers and all that. We are responsible. The problem is that black women are selecting for the men who are not responsible.
That's
we gotta
not
go
true.
back. We gotta
There's
go back.
not that many
We
educated
gotta go
ladies.
back to the story of Quasimodo again. They're
Ooh,
going
that's a
for
lie.
the men who have fucked up inner qualities.
There's a low percentage of educated lanes.
Pardon?
How about the blue collar guys? How about the blue collar guys like Obsidian?
She said there's not a lot of educated lanes.
No,
There's
there's
not a
not.
lot of blue collar guys. Like if you,
One third of the black. Hold it. In the black male labor force, over 30% of black today in 2017, over 30% of black men are blue collar brothers. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you talking about?
That's the small percentage of black men for a black woman to pick from.
What?
I said that's still a small percentage of African American men.
I can answer that.
So there are 8%. So there are 8% of black women who work in the blue collar trades versus over 30% of black men. So black women there have 4 times as many brothers to choose from percentage wise.
Now separate STDs and childless and women with children as far as who can do the picking.
I don't think so.
If black men really want to stop the out of wedlock birth rate, the best thing that can happen is, I think someone, and I'm not sure if it was JB mentioned this earlier, is for black men who are sexually responsible to not make a big deal out of it, but choose the women who are also sexually responsible. Stay in the child's life and raise your daughters to respect themselves. That is
Wait,
really
what? That didn't make sense what you
In
said.
other words, she's saying the exact same thing that I just said. Black women want black men to fix them.
Thank you.
no, that's not.
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
Because you putting all the onus on who?
Now,
I'm
not
not.
only is she putting all the onus on black men, she's putting the onus on black men and ain't got shit to do with the state of the fucked up black community. She's
True.
asking the men who didn't destroy it to come in and do all the heavy lifting and fix everything for the guys who did destroy it. This goes back to what I was saying with little Miss Chrissy the coward. She's up there making this argument that it's the educated lame's fault that the black community is fucked up because you didn't assert yourself. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you realize how dumb that sounds?
Yeah, but the whole notion of educated lames and they fit into this neat little box, you know, there are some quote unquote educated lames that are impregnating girls and that are.
I got a question for you. Do you think that black women select for the physical first or for the resources?
What does that have to do with anything? You know what, BGS? Can I say something, BGS? Because I didn't get a chance to say anything. Can I just?
The question was not to you.
Who is
JB, JB. The question was not to you. The question was to her. So let her answer the question, and then you can say something.
I got an off-the-wall question.
Well, my man asked a question toward Summer. Summer, if she wants to respond, she can, and then after that, then
JB can answer it if she wants.
Okay,
to.
well then JB can answer it then.
So now what in the chat room? I mean, in the video.
I don't see her.
But before JB answers, I just wanted to quickly say shortly, I believe it depends on the woman in terms of what she's looking for. I can't make a blanket statement and say, black women look at it from a physical
give your answer, JB. Let's kind of keep these answers a little bit shorter.
Yeah, I got this quick.
No, JB's next. Go ahead and answer, JB.
BGS, I just said I don't understand what that has to do with anything, but I had a question. Can I ask a question?
For me, to me or to who?
I can explain real quick.
Wait a minute. She said she's going to ask a question. So I'm saying, what is the question? Who are you asking the question to? Excuse me? You got to get close to the mic.
You, BGS. I'm
What is the
asking
question?
you. Okay, my question is, Edward said earlier that he can't have a conversation with Summer because he felt like Summer was a white liberal woman, and even though she stated that she was a black woman. My thing is that if we can't come to the table and have conversations about how we're going to uplift or build our community, then
the world summer
Hey, who said it? We're going to build up the community.
Everybody, hush right now. Let her finish.
But my thing is, you have places like Chicago. Chicago has been a shithole for years.
There's a reason for that.
And okay, can I just finish? Chicago, Detroit has been shitholes for black people for years. Whatever the reason is, there's no justification why Chicago is in the condition that is in. Yet, you can come on here and you can put down black women and say what the black woman is and ain't doing. But here it is, a white president is stepping in to say, well, let's do something about Chicago. My question is, why haven't the black leaders in the community, black male leaders in the communities, why haven't they done anything about Chicago?
They have tried. They have tried. Yes, they have.
Excuse me. Yo,
when are we gonna succeed and make corrections?
Why are we even pursuing this line of questioning? What does this have to do with the educated lame debate?
Because we're not just talking about the educated lame, Mr. Obsidian. I have not asked that before on this here.
But we're not dealing with why are we saving the community? Why?
This is not your show. I'm asking BGS the question.
The question is why is Chicago in a shithole? Why is Detroit in a shithole? Has to do with jobs. Has to do with the United States government pumping drugs to Chicago.
You don't have
hold on a second. Summer says.
Well, I'm glad you're not blaming the black woman for this.
The chat is chopping it up with "You Heard Me First Time," and it was on the issue of educated lames.
Yeah.
Summer has nothing to say about the matter. Why are we discussing public policy. We're talking about educated lanes.
We were not talking about educated lanes.
The name of the chat is chopping it up when you heard me first time.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but you know how I run the way I run my hangouts is that after we get through that, because we talked about that for about 2 hours, we open it up to general questions.
Hey, BGS.
I got a quick. I got a
hold
quick.
on.
BGS, you never answer my question. You never answer my question.
What is okay? What part of your question did I not answer? You asked
The
why was
last
Chicago
portion.
a shithole?
No, I said, why haven't the male leadership in Chicago and places like Detroit and Camden, New Jersey, why haven't black male leadership
They
stepped
have
up
tried.
to do
Because
anything?
it's not my job to save black America.
They
That's
have
why.
tried.
It's not my job to save black America.
They have
That's why.
stepped up and they have tried.
Summer.
Well, let me finish.
It's not my job to save black America. That's why.
No,
that's not my job.
Black men have tried.
Hold on, BGS. BGS, I'm from Chicago,
Okay,
so I feel like I'm most qualified to answer that
Go
question.
ahead, bro.
All right, so who was the young lady that's answered that posed the question? JB. All right, so JB posed the question, why haven't black male leadership stepped in to do anything about the situation in Chicago? I guess you're referring to the unemployment situation, the gang violence, the drug situation, things like that. All right, so when you go into Chicago, area I'm from, all right, in Chicago I teach, right? I teach in urban areas, the areas that she's mostly referring to, because she's not referring to Hyde Park, she's not referring to the Gold Coast, she's not referring to the South Side, she's referring to the West Side and the South Side areas I teach in. All right, the areas that she's talking about are mostly populated by women, by black women. Most of these areas and most of these households are not populated by black men. The black men that you see in these areas are young men who are returning home from prison, young men who grew up without fathers, right? And these mothers, it all comes back, as we talked about earlier, from mate selection. Black women tend to choose a certain type of men, no matter what economic strata we're talking about here.
That's not true.
But it's mostly prevalent.
In Chicago, sweetie.
Is mostly prevalent. Mostly seen in the hood. You see black women all the time. I've had conversations with my young female students. They purposefully choose young men who are in a gang situation or are dealing drugs because they feel like that those are the type of men that they can rely on for resources, even though that they have these internal conflicts with these young men constantly leaving them to go get with other women, or just leaving them when they get pregnant because they don't want to take care of that kid. That's not what they signed up for.
And can I add to that?
Let him finish.
So what you have is a situation where there's a lack of black male influence and leadership from the outset, just in the black household, just in dealing with the children. And all of a sudden, these boys, these girls turn 10 to 13 years old. They get dumped on teachers. And all of a sudden mothers who swore up and down that they didn't need black men to raise their children. They were both the mother and the father. All of a sudden they come crying to black male teachers to help me raise my son into a man. He's been in and out of jail 4 or 5 times. He just did 3 years in the Audi home. Help me raise my son so he doesn't get killed or go back or get him off the street. All right. So what happens is that you have black women who refuse to go along with any type of black male structure until it gets into desperate times with their own children. Other than that, black women are mostly fuck black men.
Yeah. And then, aren't you the ones that told me that when I asked you the question, how many partners do the girls in high school have from the time they're
sick.
Yeah.
I'm the one who told you that. Yo, these young girls are like straight dick hopping early. They're not even waiting until they get to college to sow their wild oats. They coming out like they're jumping out of grade school. Sometimes not even waiting to after grade school.
Let him finish, sweetie. Let him finish.
They're not even waiting to get out of grade school. You have all types of this interpersonal drama with these young ladies, and what's happening, they're so sexually active, and it comes from their mothers, right? They're so sexually active, yo. They're sleeping with each other. They're sleeping with they'll sleep with different boys. They're chasing different boys throughout the week. They're changing their partners. Like
and
there's
how many women are the black men sleeping with? The black women.
There's no such.
That stat?
Can I add to that real quick?
Hold on. I'm gonna answer a question. they're sleeping all. They're sharing each other. The boys have adapted to the environment. They're saying, "Yo, these girls are not trying to be in relationships, so they're not trying to pursue these girls' relationships. They're trying to go and get it for what they can get." Right.
Hey,
So they know they are fully. So they are fully. They are fully.
Call, man.
Can I say
fully
something,
aware.
BGS?
Real quick.
Okay, I have taught in the inner city also, and
Which one, yo?
one close to DC.
Which one?
It wasn't quite in DC. It was on the outskirts of DC. It does not
Name the
matter.
area. Name the. Yes, it does matter.
It was the inner city.
No. Name. We have to validate you because we don't know you.
Okay.
You can just say
So I have worked.
Name the city.
Anacostia.
Okay, Anacostia. All right, so I have worked in Anacostia, the rough area, and I don't recall ever having conversations about sexual partners with my students, and I cannot. Each day I taught school. Each day I taught those kids. I cannot come back to you and tell you a bunch of negative things about what took place in that school. Because if I can't come back and tell you what I have done positively to impact those kids, and the only thing I can come back with is with negative comments and anything negative about the school, then I don't need to be a teacher in that school. So
that's your opinion. I'm asking the man for his opinion. And the
You sound
truth.
just like Dangerous Minds, that movie, by the way.
And what I'm asking
Black
the man.
Gnostic, so now what can't get in on a video call, man? She says she can't get.
Okay, can the people that are not speaking, can they kind of drop so we can get somebody else in? If you're not participating, can you rotate out so other people can rotate in? If that's okay.
To the young man that just spoke about coming or being raised in Chicago and relaying that story about Black girls and their promiscuity.
It happened to my son.
Okay, but I find it interesting that he said he was a teacher, correct?
He still is.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were actually having those discussions with young girls in terms of the number of sexual partners?
No, I was not having those conversations. Those young girls were having those conversations among themselves, and they're so open with it. They're so open with it. They don't care that teachers are there, and since they are open with the conversation, I broached the topic with them. I gave my advice because obviously some of these girls, they're not getting proper advice from anyone, especially their mothers. Because they sit up here, they're coming to the same conclusions, right?
But my question, to you is,
what's your question?
If you stated that young Black boys don't have men in the household, and as a result of that, they're not really getting any direction. But do you also see the psychological impact of the trauma that young Black girls experience, not having the proper dad in the household that can show them?
Yes, but whose fault is that though?
Whose fault is that?
Whose fault is that? Because if you have 80% of women choosing 20% of the same type of dude, right? And then they're choosing dudes that they know are going to lead them or know are not going to be able to are not proper father material.
Let him finish.
They know they're not proper father material. Okay, that they're out here gang banging. They're in their late 20s out here gang banging. They're just knocking girls up because they want to leave something behind because they're not sure when they're going to be up out of here, as if somebody's going to gun them down, or they're not sure if they're going to get locked up for the next 20, 30 years. All right, these young women are purposely choosing dudes like this, and then get mad, upset, and purposely, I believe they're addicted to the drama. Yes. All right, when these dudes leave them, or when they move on to other women, or they die, or they get in jail, and they don't have the same resources that they had, or their presence is minimal or non-existent, right, to actually raise the children that they seeded these women up with.
Okay,
right?
But do you not understand that these young girls grow up in a culture where that is normalized?
But that is the culture that Black women have established, though.
Wait a minute. Hold on, sister. He just said he teaches in that environment.
Okay, so
obviously he understands what they grow up with. He just said it for the last 15 minutes.
Okay, because I'm not really getting.
What aren't you getting? He just explained it to you.
Okay,
I just said, hold on, BGS, I got this.
Okay.
I just explained that this is a culture that black women have established, and we sat here and watched this happen.